see something. Let's go to
Liam, why are you on the PlayStation?
All right, let's see, and then we're gonna go to live, and then I could delete this old one. Shoot, I might have to do this on my own time. Okay, so here it is. Open up. Okay. Are you guys getting the stream?
Yeah, the image is also moving this time.
I'm getting the
it's
stream.
not frozen. It is moving.
Nice.
That's good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. Everything's good. All right, hold up. Let me set this up. Ugh, freaking hate tech not working right. It's 2025. All tech should work perfectly at all times.
We can now see the ranking graph.
I don't know what that is.
The S to F graph.
Someone said balls.
The tier list.
Someone just said
Yeah,
balls.
sorry, the tier list. For some reason, my mind went blank. I couldn't remember what it was called, but we actually see it now.
Okay, cool. Hold up, I can
see the tier list.
I gotta reset this up because stuff was stupid. It was all the stupids and the stupidness. Okay, give me a second. We'll do this, and then we will.
So I was playing Titanfall 2.
That's cool.
What?
Had an absolute blast with it. I killed a guy by ziplining into him for some reason.
Yeah.
The servers are still up?
Yeah.
Alright.
You could
Boom.
play with. It's funny though because the community in the game is so small that when you play with someone for the first time, you recognize their name in like the next 5 games. It's such a small community now. I mean, I think it's gotten a little larger than usual, but for me, I just keep on seeing the same name appear.
If you go back and play like Gears 1, because it still has a player base, there's like 2 lobbies, and that's about 12 people.
Nice.
Alright, we're back. Everything's good. Everything's back to normal. Everything's baller, the bee's knees, all that good stuff. Cool. All right, sorry about that, everybody. Who, I don't know, there might be some new people. This is the second time. We started the last stream, and for some reason, the audio was all messed up, and I was the only one people could hear. Hopefully now, according to OBS, you can hear everybody else. So problem solved. Everything's good. So we had to restart the stream. So yeah, that sucks. But hey, it is what it is. All right, let's see. Let's see, we got a lot of people. Nope. Ignoring you. Phone call. Okay. So today's stream. Oh god, I gotta repeat the same thing I just said. All right. Today's stream is that we're taking the thing and somebody else explain. I just did this.
Alright, so
we're discussing.
So everyone, listen. So for today's stream, we are doing a tier list of best aliens to be invaded by and the worst to be invaded by. F is the best tiers, and S is the worst.
Terrible. You made that way more confusing than it needed to be. Nope. Stop. Never do it again. Stop speaking. All right. We're ranking the worst aliens to get invaded by tier list. Basically, if it sucks the most to be invaded by them, they go in S. If it's really not that big of a deal to get invaded by them, it goes in F. That's it. Super simple. See how clear that was? See how I said that, and everyone's gonna know exactly what I meant?
What do you mean?
You didn't. I had no idea what you were saying.
It's like you're a professional and you do this all the time.
Yeah, it was my tier list, and I thought I knew what the tier list was about.
Guys.
I thought I knew what the tier list was about, and after you explained it, I started questioning myself. Like I was like, I don't think I know anymore. You messed it up. You messed up the explanation that badly. Okay. Like
insanity.
Yeah. Like past tier lists and streams, everything, it's gonna be the same way. We're gonna go for about an hour and so, depending on if we're getting super chats and engagements and donations and all that stuff. It can go as long as we want to go. You guys want to add people. Once we run out of alien races to go through, we'll add more alien races, and we'll just keep going and going and going. It'll be awesome. Okay. So yeah, we all good? Any questions? Everyone's good? Everyone knows what we're doing?
Yeah.
Everything looks good.
Cool. I can tell you guys are super excited about this. I'm feeling the energy levels really high. Cool.
We're being respectful.
Yes, very excited.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Like, UFC's on in the background, so my excitement's about mid.
You don't admit it.
Yeah, as long...
Imagine.
Honesty is a good quality, you know.
Oh, I was just formulating what I'm gonna say about them.
Well, it's a women's fight, so I don't
I
care.
was getting my debates ready in my mind about each
Yeah.
alien.
Also,
Same.
random 224. No one likes an attention seeker. If you keep spamming the chat, I'm gonna kick you out. Okay. All right. Now, first up, we have Aliens, the Xenomorph from the Aliens franchise. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna give my opinion on this. I think they're piss easy to survive. I think they're a shitty alien race to try and to take over a planet. I think they only work when they're in small constricted environments with people who don't really know what they're doing to try and survive. If they actually invaded an entire planet, they would be wiped out very quickly. The limitation of only being able to spread when they take over an individual person's body is a massive limitation that I don't think people talk about enough. The fact that they actually cannot make children on their own.
Yeah.
The fact that any basic gun can pretty much take them down. I know people say that they're bulletproof or whatever, and they have super guns, but we've seen normal guns take them down as well. They're in several different iterations. We've seen farmers with shotguns put them down. So yeah, I don't think they're really that much of a threat. I think they'll kill some people in a town, maybe spread to a city or something, and they'll get wiped out. I would say I think more people died on 9/11 than would die from an alien invasion from the Xenomorphs. Yeah.
I reckon C then, because F is meant to be like it actually proves our way of
Enough.
life.
I'd say D. I'd say maybe. I mean, we won't know until we see what the rest of it is of them, like where they situate. So we'll move. But I think they're gonna do like really piss poor.
Like,
How many do they start with? I think that would be.
It doesn't matter.
Did they start with a queen?
They don't start as well. They start off as a queen, and then from that point she lays the eggs, and then the face huggers have to go around hugging people's faces to make them be born.
Oh,
Like,
they can
There
do
is one
other
thing we
animals though.
forgot.
What?
Yes.
What I forget?
they can do animals.
Doesn't matter.
It's
Yeah, I'd say D tier.
Like,
Let Trip speak.
well,
Trip.
I mean,
Trip.
you're not too wrong.
Trip. Let Trip speak. Trip. What were you
okay.
saying?
Well, no, that was the animal things. Like, now, granted, they would have different abilities. She's just imagine with an elephant, but then again, yeah, not a lot of elephants around there.
That
on
would
the
that would
planet,
that
but-
would depend on where they land. Also, wherever they land, they would be more or less landlocked.
Oh
But
no,
also
they're
they could
actually
just
great
land in the
swimmers, but
ocean.
ocean swimming. Yeah,
Oceans is
wild.
different.
Or go
I'm a
face
great
hug
swimmer.
fish.
I'm a great swimmer. I'm not swimming across the ocean. So it's like
True.
Yeah, but what if it face hugs like a shark?
then we kill the shark. Then we kill the
problem
shark.
is, I feel like
Well,
there's
you're not gonna know
potential.
that the shark is having one. Like, there's no way that a military is gonna find out that this one shark got caught by the facehugger.
Well,
Would we
then,
even-
if it's just
would
one
we even
shark, it's not
care?
gonna do anything either.
Yeah, would we care? Without the queen, the regular
I mean, not
males.
really.
Without the queen, the regular male xenomorphs can't even make any more.
Can't they turn into queens?
Hmm?
It-
I-
But then
No,
they
I
need
think it
royal
has to be
jelly to turn into
specific.
queens. They
Well, no,
need
they
royal
can
jelly.
metamorphize to different stages.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the aliens
another
can
way
like
different
make their
ones.
own eggs if there's no queen, right?
But no, but they need royal jelly. Without royal jelly, they cannot make a new
Oh,
queen.
okay.
And so, and without, but it also takes a queen to make royal jelly. So the nest needs to be around for a bit for the queen to set up, make royal jelly, and then in case the queen dies,
Yeah, that's
then,
too much. They need like a
Yeah,
head
they're
start
on-
to
that's
do
a-
anything there. Sort of
It's a bad one.
easy
Tier.
W's. Take out a town, get nuked. GG.
Yeah. No.
aliens with
Yeah.
prep
I don't think they need to be
It's
nuked.
basically
I
just-
honestly-
time.
I
Well, I-
honestly
I
don't
don't- I
think it's
didn't-
Just a
gonna come to
lesser
nuke.
zombie
meant-
invasion.
I meant nukes in terms of just like obliterated. I didn't mean like literally
Yeah,
nuke
like-
them.
Like if they land a small town, they're gonna get murdered by a bunch of fucking farmers with shotguns. If they
Well, not if they
land
land in England.
if they land in a large
Land in
city,
England, they're
farmers
actually
will
gonna have a
die.
heyday.
yeah, if they live in a large city, if they land in a large city, there's gonna be so many people. The discovery that there are aliens in the city will happen so quickly. It doesn't really matter how many people they take over. Let's say they take over 5,000 people. I mean, like a place like New York City's got what 8-9 million people in it. I mean, yeah, and
Yeah.
all and I mean, and then you're gonna have to worry about where, like, are they gonna land a place where every average Joe has a gun, or average Joes don't have guns? You're gonna have to deal with military. Like I said, it's always one xenomorph in like a small dark environment where it can hide and stealth around and take out like one. Like you never really see aliens in broad daylight, crawling through an open field or running in an urban area because they would be instantly shot and killed. They're not really that.
But they are, to be fair, they usually are nocturnal creatures because they're made to be able to stealth through the night.
Doesn't matter.
So
no, because they're black.
No, but they also have other. I'm pretty sure they have other genetic engineering. Which
No,
makes
I'm
them
saying.
more-
I should have made more clarify. Black is not the color that you use for stealth. Not in an urban area. The color you would use for stealth in an urban area is a dark navy blue. Black.
Yes,
I'm not
real
disagreeing
ninjas
with
wear
that.
blue.
That's true. Black only worked. Black worked like. Well, they say that they say that possibly in an. Wait, I'm sorry. I think I got that backwards. Ninjas used to wear blue before there were cities because the night sky and all that actually looks more blue than it looks black. Now with there being larger cities and smog and things like that, black may actually be a better stealth color than navy blue. Okay, so I actually got that reversed. But that's not necessarily everything. That's going to be major cities. And again, where are thousands of xenomorphs going to hide during the day in a public populated location?
It depends where if they land in somewhere like Japan, Tokyo, there is so many underground, and they don't really have guns. Same thing with China. Their cities are like 40 stories tall with a bunch of underground layers, which just almost no one visits, and they get no sunlight. There are places around the world where if they were to land, they would be able to make quite a.
Except that people do go down there. Like I know in movies.
You're also discounting the.
I know in movies the sewer system is like this abandoned secret thing where you can build a giant underground ninja army and shit like in movies. But in real life, the sewage system is maintained, depending on the size of the city, by potentially hundreds and hundreds upon thousands of workers. The idea that it's just totally empty and there's going to be any location in China or Japan or any of these places where they could hide this a growing alien army and no one can find them. At any time.
That they weren't.
It's not gonna happen.
Wait, I have a scenario.
Huh?
Put them in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. Not have them with people yet.
It's not going to help them
Well,
because
that
the moment they
either way.
exit the Amazon rainforest, they're getting taken out. It's not. I don't really think.
And the Amazon rainforest is a very protective area. I won't see why no one would go there.
Yeah.
See this happening and be like, okay, we gotta fix this right away.
Send in the army.
Jordan Meso said, "I'd put these xenomorphs in D because the only thing difficult about them is their acidic blood in close combat, and it would make cleanup way messy." Yeah, I mean, if everyone's got a gun, I can kill a xenomorph. Like, it's not that difficult to do. And like I said, people, I always, every time I make a xenomorph video, everybody argues with me saying that, oh no, their guns are special and shoot this special sort of. I get that, I understand, but we've seen xenomorphs get killed by less. We see it all the time. I think people go by the game Alien Isolation, where it's like stated that they need like a bigger gun or whatever. But we've actually seen in movies them get killed by pistols and stuff like this by people just shooting them with normal stuff. No, like Alien. Did I say AVP?
Isolation game.
I meant Isolation, the game. Yeah.
No, I said it. I said it because I'm pretty sure the woman just shoots a xenomorph.
Yeah. Well, AVP and AVP
It takes a lot around.
both of those movies take place in modern day, so they don't actually have the super sophisticated guns that the Aliens franchise has, and they still
they kill aliens.
They still kill aliens. Yeah. I mean, I remember in AVP 1, the one chick maybe it's different between a xenomorph and a facehugger, but she kills a facehugger with a pistol. And I mean, I'm not. It's fine. Like it's not. I don't think it's gonna be that difficult. I mean, if someone disagrees with me, we can kind of talk about it a little bit longer. But I think the xenomorphs would be terrible for like a world domination scenario.
They're really good.
I don't disagree with you on that point.
You kind of disagree? Okay, how do you think they would do better? Wait, the person who's disagreeing, how do they think they would do better?
Who's disagreeing?
I heard someone say they don't disagree. Oh, don't disagree. Okay, I didn't hear that. My bad.
Yeah.
No. I think it might have been me. I said they're not going to be good planet, but they're good like if you stay space station or like individual large buildings, they'll be really good at. But globally, yeah, no, they're kind of trash.
Oh, it's a
If you
world
send in
dominant.
the
Yeah, they
army,
would be taken out relatively quickly.
Yeah. So D, we'll see. If we can't find anyone worse, we'll move them to F. But I think Xenomorphs
The only
Yeah,
trash.
D's fine.
reason I joined was because I was listening to the thing and I heard y'all say sort of stuff that isn't exactly right. Royal Jelly upgrades Xenomorph, so you can make a drone into a warrior.
Yes, but
No
we gotta get real
Xenomorph.
jelly somehow.
Yeah, but they have to get
Yeah,
royal
but
jelly, and it
the
could be
queen just
depleted
makes it.
from them.
Yeah,
and
the
if we
queen just
kill the
makes
queen, there's no more royal jelly.
any other
Which
Xenomorph
wouldn't
can
be too
become a
hard.
queen. There is no needed for Royal Jelly to make a queen. Any
Oh, no,
drone
that-
could become a queen. Any warrior can be a queen. Any Xenomorph that survives can become a queen. There is no, oh, I killed your queen, you don't have it anymore. Nah, what about this 500 over here that are off in
It's like,
the Atlantic?
it's like you
Now
killed
they have a
a
queen in the
queen, not the queen.
No, there is no the queen. There's just, you killed it, now they have a new one. In like a week, there's another one.
Did you guys
They-
see what Jordan
there's-
Nazo just said?
I can just
So,
imagine
as
the
long as there's
conversation
one,
between the war,
it's just-
like the soldiers.
Yeah, they're like, hey, we fucking killed the queen. Oh shit.
Nah,
wait,
man,
there's
we
another
killed
one in the
a
Amazon?
queen.
Yeah.
We got a donation. Take it away, Ruga.
Oh, then.
Hold up. I'm eating catfish. Okay. If the Xenomorphs appear in New York City, they're going to be shown the American right to arms, especially since we have concealed carry and illegal weapons America. Oh, well, yeah. The filthy foreigners are fucked, but we're good.
yeah,
al-
No, don't worry.
There's
they'll
also a
land in
whole
Mexico and the
movie
wall
where
will
this
keep 'em out.
scenario happens too. I don't remember what it's called, but it's modern day. The U.S. military steps in, specifically the Marine Corps. Like an entire battalion of Marines goes into a city, and they immediately get surrounded. The Xenomorphs do not charge them. They pick them off. They be stealthy. They hide in buildings, ventilation ducts. They hide in pools, in dumpsters.
Alien
Every
AVP Requiem.
yeah.
But then they could just
They
set up a
hide in the
quarantine zone,
sewers,
can't
and
they?
in it, people are actually there's a quarantine zone, and in the actual movie, people are going into the sewers, like Roga said.
Yeah.
People are just gonna go exploring down there.
But here's the
The
thing.
Xenomorphs are being smart. They don't
No,
just kill
that's not- I'm
everybody.
sorry,
They
I'm
only
sorry.
grab specific
That's
people.
you're basing this off of a shitty movie where the military don't act like the military in real life. Like there's you like the fact that you said that they were able to survive because some of the aliens hid in dumpsters. It's like, oh my god, what is the military gonna do if people hide in dumpsters? They're just hiding, and the military has absolutely no issues with being able to find things that are hiding. That's what they do. Their whole job is going in and
Casinos even
stealthily
hide
and
from
taking out what they have
thermal?
to do. Huh?
Yeah, they
No,
hide
they
from
are-
thermal. They don't have
they-
thermal. They do not have thermal signature. They are dead cold as their environment is. If their environment's warm, they're warm. If their environment's cold, they're cold. They blend in with their environment thermally.
I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference because most military don't use thermal, generally speaking.
Yeah.
I mean, they can, they have it, but that's not a common thing for people to use. I mean, most of
it's
the
not
time,
gonna go to.
most of the
How-
time when soldiers show up to bust into a place and take out some dudes, they don't have thermal gear to find out where everybody is. They just
Yeah.
train and they're careful, and it would be basically the exact same thing with a xenomorph. I don't really see it being all that much different.
Basically, just
But
Xenomorphs
but
are
why wasn't
essentially-
really? Sorry.
Xenomorphs are essentially just zombies, but they are smarter and use tactics more often. But
Yeah, I'm not saying they're
they're
dumb.
just like
I
a
just
step above.
the problem isn't that a xenomorph can't be. Well, one big problem is that they don't have long range attacks. That's a big problem.
Yep.
The second problem is
Well,
that they
it-
don't
it-
have the ability to breed quick enough to
Yeah.
compete with how many of them we're going to be killing.
I don't think that's true though.
It is true.
They do have range
And
attacks.
eventually spit acid,
mean-
but it depends on what they find. I don't think they.
Depends on the time.
What,
It
they're
depends on
gonna
the
say-
kind. It depends on the kind of xenomorph. The vast majority cannot spit acid. I don't think we've even seen one in a movie that can. That's mostly comics. I might be wrong about that, but I'm almost positive no one in the movies have.
Yeah, it's mostly.
Three, I think.
Yeah,
I
it's.
think it,
I
no,
don't.
no, no.
I don't think so.
No ways Requiem, but those were genetically cloned. They cloned it from Ripley's
Yeah, we
DNA
don't-
while she was in.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't. We don't. That's not a common thing. We don't. The vast majority of.
Yeah.
And if you just do it normally, like normal xenomorphs don't have that. And then the fact they don't have long range attacks. The fact that and I mean, you can argue with this if you want. We could talk about it, but they do not breed quick enough. They breed unbelievably slowly because they have to take over human people in order to breed. And once the face hugger actually hugs them and does it, the person who just got face hugged is still alive, and still conscious
can still be
and
killed.
knows they just got face hugged, and then it takes like a full day for the thing to actually come out. It's it's worse than a zombie bite. It's way more. It takes way more. It's more complicated for one xenomorph to be born than it is for someone to be infected by a zombie plague. Like it's way more difficult.
If
And
I
you can still
remember
kill the
correctly, it's
host
only
even
humans
before
one at a time.
the chest burster hatches. You can just kill the host anyway, so it's not even that high of a success rate in the first place.
Yeah.
Killing the host doesn't kill the baby. The baby just needs something to grow inside of.
Well, I mean, you could also just kill the baby instead of killing the
You
host.
can kill the baby. You can shoot.
Yeah.
You can shoot it.
Well,
if you kill the host by shooting it in the chest, then you've killed the baby.
True.
I mean, you've also killed the host, and
That's
killing
really
the
bad
baby
in this
releases all the
situation.
fucking acid. So no matter what you do, you're gonna kill the host.
So there's 8 billion people on Earth. There are not 8 billion aliens. Killing up one host is not nearly as detrimental to us as it would be for a xenomorph. They don't have that many.
They're gonna probably try to, and their best bet would be trying to abduct people, not just outright killing them. So yeah, they're having so much against them.
Yeah, they got a ton.
They're
They
probably
got
gonna
a
be F
ton
tier eventually.
against them. They got a ton against them. And you also have to think about this whole stealth thing that you guys are talking about, where they're in the sewers and like growing their numbers in the sewers. How are they going to do that? Because every time they do, they have to come out and kidnap people. You think if 1,000 people went missing to make 1,000 xenomorphs, nobody would notice.
Actually, how many people go missing each day? And maybe not. That might be
Not
accurate.
1,000
in an area is what he's talking about.
In an area, like if in theory they're in the sewers of China, like you guys were talking about before. Again, I don't believe that would even be possible because maintenance teams go down there. But if that was the case, they were coming up every once in a while, kidnapping people and going back down. Like if they built a sizable army, even if they built 20 or 30, you'd have 20 or 30 people just go missing in a couple of days. Like no one's gonna think that that's kind of weird.
Actually, I just looked it up. Well, in China, it is estimated that 1,300 people go missing every day.
In the country of China, we're not talking about a country. We're talking about one small area. That proves my point even more.
3 billion people?
Yeah, China has over 1 billion people. I think it has 2 billion people. I might be wrong, but China has the most.
3.
Maybe it's a lot. It's the most people in the entire world are in China. But if you're in a single city, even if you have like a couple dozen people go missing, that's not normal. That's not normal at all. New York City has like 8 million people, and I don't think you have 50 people going missing a day in New York City. Like that's a very large number. It's an insanely large number.
And when people go missing, people aren't just like, even if it's like 1 or 2 people a year, nobody's gonna be like, oh, they just fucking went away. They're gonna be looking for them.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly inefficient the way that they spread as a whole, and it only works in a horror movie, claustrophobic against a couple of people at a time that can't deal with it. It doesn't work against a large military force or an entire population. Okay, let me see.
I feel like
Jordan Mesa. Hold up, let me read Jordan Mesa's. Let me read Jordan Mesa's thing. It's also the fact that who knows how many civilians would want to kill aliens. Be honest, if you heard xenomorphs were at your door, would you not grab any weapon, blast rock music, and try to kill as many as you can? I think it depends. I mean, generally speaking, well, the idea of America in general is that if we get invaded, every single civilian that is in the country has the opportunity to fight back, and that we would all basically form militias to fight against the army. It would be essentially the exact same thing if we had an alien invasion. Basically the entire population of the United States should, in theory, become a militia. That's not going to end up happening because we have so many people in this country who are against guns and who don't even think we should have them, and there's a lot of cities who have taken that right away from people and made it extremely difficult for them to have guns. So some of those cities are going to be a little bit harder for them to deal with it. But for the entire Midwest, most of the South, even decent enough out west, not quite to California and all that, but I'd say up to New Mexico, it's still pretty much like that. So they'd have some serious trouble with everybody being armed.
Wait, I have a question about this.
What's up?
Whole scenario we're doing. Is this like one at a time? Because I see the Doom aliens in here, and I see some that just do full-on like planetary invasions with an entire military force. Is this for the xenomorphs only one at a time? Or
It's
is
gonna
this
be
how
how
they
it's
invade?
gonna be however they invade. Whatever
Oh,
their
well, they
whatever
have two
their.
ways they
They're
could do it.
I mean, go for it.
Usually, aren't they usually on like
The
a
other
meteor
way
or
is
something?
just
Have a couple
straight
eggs
up
on a
like a
meteor?
Wait, let him finish. What was he saying?
the other way xenomorphs can invade. There's a game about it. They invade Earth, and it's also in the comic books. It's just straight up a planetary invasion with a full invasion force. They just are on asteroids that were. I forgot how the fuck it happened, but it's like a bunch of asteroids started slamming into Earth, and xenomorphs came swarming out of them. So
That would not help their
feel like-
situation in the slightest. That would be worse.
yeah,
Because
but
that means
then
they
it's
wouldn't even have the
overwhelmed, 'cause then
benefit. They wouldn't even have the benefit of a stealthy approach at that point. If a meteor hits Earth, the entire world knows about it. And if a bunch of aliens start
like
crawling out of it, everyone's going to immediately know that it's an alien invasion. And then it won't even.
Start missling.
Yeah, and then it depends on what country it is, but generally speaking, you're going to have whole military forces, probably from multiple countries, showing up to kill them all and get rid of them. Because now this
No,
is an
the-
attack on the planet, not just an attack on one specific country.
Sometimes
Yeah, it's
they
across the entire
have
planet. It's not
nuclear-
one meteorite. It's a bunch of meteorites or meteorites built out of just the hive material by itself, which is extremely resistant to heat and crushing impact. So the ones
Yeah,
in the
I don't think it's going to help
hive
anything.
meteorites would survive
For
even
one,
more.
I think you can easily argue that's non-canon because that's literally never happened. But also, even if we do consider it as canon to the overall storyline of the movies, even though it kind of goes against how we've seen them operate, I don't think it would make much of a difference. I mean, after the first meteor, well, we're gonna know a bunch of meteors are coming because we actually have technology. We know usually days ahead of time that meteors are coming.
Years ahead
Months,
of time if
years.
an is going to hit us.
Depends. It depends, but oftentimes, yes,
Where
you're
it
right.
is.
It would depend on when, because if they decided to travel here at that particular point, I mean, a lot of things would depend. How well, also, this doesn't really make sense for the xeno. Like, how old do the xenomorphs grow? How long have they been flying through space on a meteor? Are they going light speed on a fucking meteor, or have they been on that meteor for billions of years?
If I remember correctly in this thing, it's like more like towards like how the first movies were, where it's like humanity has space travel. They broke out of a facility in the solar system, and they were able to do something to a meteorite or a cluster of meteorites, break that apart while pushing it towards Earth. After breaking out, and they just started to fall all over the planet, hitting a bunch of.
So they were already near the planet. They don't. Well, it sounds like they don't actually have planetary travel. They just like hitched a ride.
They just hitched a ride. Or
Yeah.
just
You're not helping.
something.
You're not helping their case. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I know.
Like,
It
you're not.
sounds like xenomorphs would be so much more terrifying if they were falling from the sky in hundreds of meteors. Because what the fuck is the military gonna do? There's not one point. It's everywhere
blow
over
up the
there, over
meteors.
here. The infrastructure.
Yes, there is. There is.
There's
But there, any
queens coming
first
out of
world.
everywhere.
Actual defense
No,
systems.
we
I
have
mean, they could tempt with them.
we have unbelievably high tech anti-air defense systems that many of these meteors would be shot out of the fucking sky before they hit. You also have the fact that we have NASA constantly around the clock monitoring space and what might be coming here. If they know a meteor is coming that's going to land and it's going to be big enough to house an army of xenomorphs, which will also likely do serious damage, they're going to be on the spot the moment it lands. And they're actually probably going to try and stop it from landing in one piece because landing in one piece could cause a lot of. Okay, wait, hold up, give me a second. Let's see.
NASA knows that there's an asteroid coming to hit us in a couple thousand years. Like, any asteroid that's on any sort of collision course
I don't
with
know how to
Earth,
do that.
we know
Yeah, but
thousands of years before that asteroid will ever even get close to hitting us. Because it's space. They can't really change its trajectory halfway through unless it hits another object, which we would have most likely been tracking both anyway.
yeah,
And we
but
just
some
keep
but
track
the,
of it.
0.5% chance.
the way the tracking of asteroids works is. Oh wait, he's talking.
Yeah, if there is a 0.5% chance that asteroid will hit Earth within 10,000 years, NASA probably knows about it.
I didn't hear anything you just said. Anyone hear what you said?
No.
I was turning him
I
off.
didn't even know he was looking at
NASA
me.
would know about it.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, NASA would know. It's not. I think we've touched on xenomorphs. They're a D. Does anyone disagree that they're a D? They should be higher or lower?
The D's sounds
Yep.
good for now.
Okay, I actually think
I
that
was
the
just saying what I
likelihood.
remember.
I actually think the likelihood is that they're going to go down, one, at some point.
Problem.
I
Depends
feel
how
like
much
they
the
are.
other
Dio is
aliens
just saying
do.
what I remember about them.
Yeah, M. Porky. Sorry about that. I am eating catfish and cookies and boudin and a bunch of other random shit that don't go together. But yeah, I haven't eaten dinner today, so that's what that is. Okay, so we got D. Someone just said depends on where the queen manages to land. We just had this whole conversation. We just talked about it for like 30
That's
minutes.
what we were talking
We literally
about.
talked about all this. All right, let's move
Jets and
on.
missiles.
Next alien we have is Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Has anyone seen Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Not
Yes.
in a while.
They're known as
Not in a while.
It's
not
they're-
in a while. A long ass
Didn't
time.
they want to win in
They're
this
no-
movie?
They're known as the pod people. Essentially, what ends up happening is that they're like a plant-based thing. I don't even really know how the science behind it works, but essentially, they land on planet Earth, and they're nowhere near you. And then they essentially pick you up in the ether or something, and then they start forming an exact copy of the people in the area within these pods. Then those people go to sleep, and they turn to dust. And then the people in the pod they made a copy of come to life, and then they just replace you and start living about your day-to-day life as you. And they just do this over and over and over again until the entire population of the planet has been completely replaced with the pod people.
Yeah, SpongeBob made an episode on this. I remember now.
That is not. I would not say that is an accurate representation of how they work.
They made an
That's
episode.
not at
on it,
all
I
correct.
remember it.
That's not. That's very strange.
I would not trust these.
No, I wouldn't. I would not.
Is there any
Yeah,
difference
there
in
was a-
behavior
there was a
between
jellyfish.
the originals and the copies?
Wait, say that
Like,
again.
to know if is there any difference in their behavior after they get replaced? Like,
Yes,
can someone that is
Well,
close to them can
they're
notice the difference?
incapable. They're incapable of showing emotion.
Well,
They don't understand.
the one that the picture
Okay,
that
then
you're
if a
using,
lot of
yeah.
if it happens to a lot of people, even if it's in a small town or in a big city, people are going to notice.
Well, people are going to notice
Like,
that everyone around
One or
them is.
two,
People are going to notice that everyone around them are acting strange and something weird is going on. Will they automatically come to the assumption that these people are being replaced?
No, that will take time.
Yeah, that would,
Yeah.
that would take
Like-
a
like-
do they
lot of
make
time.
the exact same
Some people took
genetics?
off
Like, if you
days, so-
test their genetics, are they the same as the original person, or can you tell, like, oh, I cut them and they bleed green or some shit like that?
I don't think they bleed
Or take-
green. I don't know if anyone ever tested genetics because the movie and the book was the book was written and the movie came out before the existence of before we knew about the existence of DNA. We couldn't test it, so it wasn't really a factor that they talked about in the story. It's maybe not. I don't know. I mean, they're plant people. They're made of plants, so I would assume the DNA would be different. I don't know how much that would matter, because if you have the pod,
Oh, just because it's a way to determine if they've been replaced.
yeah,
or not.
but how
How's
are you
the-
going?
how's
How
they
are you going to
find
get a pod? If you're not aware that the pod people are there, why would you test them? Who are you going to go around cutting people to see if their blood is normal? You're going to get arrested for assaulting people because people are acting funny. You know, like all of a sudden, if a friend of mine starts like didn't laugh at my joke, I'm like, oh, you like something's weird. I'm gonna cut your flesh to see if you bleed red. It's like that's a little bit of much, I would say. But yeah, no, they're gonna like
Maybe
show.
next time you should laugh at the joke.
Yeah, but like something like it's gonna be everything's gonna be odd. Like people are gonna be acting strange. They're not gonna be showing humor or sadness or anger. They're just gonna be they're essentially going about their lives as they believe to the best of their ability humans go about their lives. So everyone's just going to start acting weird, but they're going to be doing the things that they're supposed to be doing throughout the day. They're going to go to work, they're going to come home, they're going to feed their kids, they're going to do all the normal stuff that you would think that a person would do. They would just do it while behaving strangely because none of their emotions are existing. So that's basically the issue that you're going to have. The idea about this one is one, can we figure out that it's happening? And two, how horrible is it actually if you just go to sleep and turn to dust? As far as like the amount of suffering that the human race is going to have to go through with the pod people, like it's terrifying. I would say it's more terrifying and more suffering for the people who don't get replaced rather than the people who do. People who do are getting as painless of a death as you could possibly get. The people who are still alive, who find out about the pod people, they're going to be living in a waking nightmare. Like, they're going to be going to work just knowing they're surrounded by aliens and they have to constantly pretend to not be. Or else if the aliens are going to know that they haven't been replaced. And it's like, that's going to be a fucking night. Those, I don't want to turn my ass to dust. I don't want to do that. But, yeah, that's,
paranoia.
Oh, yeah.
They're not even the main threat, ironically. It's the pods themselves doing this telepathic distance.
Yeah, I don't even really know how it works, and I don't think the book really goes into detail about it. Essentially, when the pods land, it just starts essentially like scanning the surrounding environment, and it just grows the people who are nearby. Who knows how or why, how they're getting the DNA, or maybe it's a telekinetic thing, I don't know. The person grows in the pod, and then once it's fully grown, the actual person just turns to dust. And it's like, how did you do that? Like, what is the science behind that?
I'm gonna be honest. I think most remakes skip the dust thing and just say there's a new version, and the new version has to kill the original. Like,
well, I mean, you say that, but what movie are you talking about? I think you're coming to that assumption without actually seeing any of these new versions.
How did they lose? They're similar movies, but they're not it's not like a remake. It's just a similar premise.
Yeah. Someone asked how the pod people lost.
I don't think they did.
They didn't lose.
I don't think
they take over the world.
They just win.
Yeah, they win. Yeah. Y'all never seen the famous last scene of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers movie?
I mean, it's right there.
Yeah, it's the picture where he's yelling. So that's the main character. If you look at the picture, that's the main character of the movie. And the whole movie, him and this chick are trying to figure out how to get around it. By the end of the movie, they go into this. They find out where all the pods are. They go into this building and they start destroying all the pods, and they blow the building up. While they're doing this, they get separated. And then the next morning, she meets him at their work. They work together, and when she sees him, she's like, "Oh God, thank you, you got out." And then he looks at her, and then he just starts screaming that pod, like knowing that he was also replaced. And he immediately outs her by screaming that weird pod person scream that he does, pointing at her. So now he's already been replaced, and she has just been outed in front of everybody as being human. So now she is about to be replaced as well, and that's where the movie cuts off and ends. And pretty much every version of the movie has the humans losing.
Shit, I think that's like a B80.
Yeah. So,
and the only way that you can tell the difference between the pod people and a person is, this dude's suddenly duller than normal.
But if you point it out, then you're replaced.
Because it's not really a lack of emotions. It's more like they just seem more dull. Like they just don't. Depressed, I guess, would be a better answer. And it's like, why is everybody so depressed suddenly? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh man, they're right. Depression is going rampant.
It's a fucking disease though. What the fuck is this shit?
Honestly, we wait long enough and we keep giving all these fucking kids Adderall. We're not even gonna notice. We won't notice a difference. It's just gonna be a bunch of
people.
It's gonna be everyone's just gonna start acting like that. We're gonna be the pod people. That's what it is. Too much Adderall turns you into a pod person.
Well, no. By the way, what you described.
That's how this invasion
works.
It's Adderall, not the pods.
A psychopath is someone who cannot feel emotions. So basically, what you've been described, they turn people into psychopaths.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Psychopaths is a little more than not being able to feel emotion. Actually, psychopaths, psychopods.
The lack of understanding.
Psychopaths. Or there's more to it. There's a psychopath is a whole list of because there are people that just have a hard time feeling emotion that aren't considered psychopaths. Psychopath is a whole. That's a part of it. Psychopath is a whole list of personality traits that are all rolled together into one sort of person. But, yeah, because you can have a person who just has trouble feeling emotions and wouldn't automatically be considered a psychopath. What the f did I do that for? I was not thinking at all, dude. I had, like, dirt or something on this table. And I'm like, why is it, like, dirt here? What is this weird powdery shit? It looks like dirt. So I swept it off the table. And I was going to go throw it in the trash, but I wasn't thinking because I was talking to you guys. So I went over and I just threw it on top of my cookie. like not paying attention to what I was
I'm
doing,
proud of you.
and I was like, it's because the cookie's on a table near the trash can, and I was just like, what the fuck? I just threw
5
dirt.
second rule.
It's not 5 seconds. It's still on there. It's been way more than 5 seconds. It's just
Wash
covered.
it off. I mean, it's
The top of the cookie is just covered in like some kind of dirty powder shit. I don't know what it is. Maybe there's AIDS in there. I don't
extra
know.
seasoning.
Just dip it in milk, it'll be better.
Whatever. I don't even have milk. Anyway, all right. So, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I can't give it like an S or an A because it doesn't actually
Considering
sound
what
like it
else is
sucks.
on there?
Well, no, it doesn't sound like it sucks all that bad. Like
Like you don't really feel
Well,
pain.
it
It's just more
depends.
paranoia.
Well, no, because it depends. Do you survive?
No, you
Like, how
turn
does
to
this- how does
dust.
No, like I mean
Well-
for us, do we survive like the main characters do to like it's too late?
That's
or
up to
are
you,
we just, like,
man.
the first
Do
people
you
to
get
go?
I mean,
that's
the
up
main
to
character
you.
I'd be
doesn't
the-
survive.
Well, the thing is that the
feel
most
like
people, most people who die aren't even going to be aware that there ever even was an invasion. They're just gonna go to bed one day and that's it.
Not
Never wake up.
They're gonna have no
Yeah, that's
idea.
us.
Yeah, it's gonna be like they're not even gonna be aware that like for most people they're not going to be aware there's an invasion happening. And then
The
you might
idea
have
of
some
it's
people.
terrifying.
Yeah, and then the idea on an existential level is terrifying, but the idea like in reality when you're actually going through it is completely unknown. You don't even know enough to actually be terrified whether or not, you know. I think if you do find out, you might be like, I'm never going to sleep again, and then it's going to be like
Sounds like a C.
it's gonna be like a Freddy Krueger situation where you're like, I'm not sleeping. I'm not. I will say,
Yeah, but instead you're not safe being awake. Though.
yeah, I will say because of the difficulty of actually finding out that you're even being invaded, so the odds of the invasion succeeding it go up. I would say I can't put it at a C, maybe a B, not quite an A,
I
not quite
reckon
a
B
C.
would be pretty fair.
What
I'd
was
say
up?
B, and the only counter I could think is that you'd have to keep searching for pods and destroy them. And
But you have to
you're
find
still
out
gonna probably
first.
lose people because they're gonna they're just you just know they're gonna be tucked into.
That's if they
every
learn
new
about them,
training.
but they might not even learn about them.
Oh yeah.
Under the
You have
premise
to
you
learn
never
it on
find out,
first
it's
to
easy.
destroy
I'd say it's a
top.
C.
No, I
Isn't there
reckon B.
also like not at all a range difference from the pod to the person to be turned to dust and changed?
I don't know the range. I'm not
replaced?
sure if they ever go up into like what the range. You know, like can they do it from someone who's
Like-
5,000 miles away? I don't know.
No, because
Generally,
I don't remember. Because in the movie, doesn't like the pod have to have something touch them, or do they just suddenly turn to dust when they come to sleep? I don't remember.
in the book, they just turn to dust while they're sleeping.
Oh, well, yeah, no, then this
Damn,
shit
that
is fine.
sucks.
What do you do? They don't need to touch you. They don't need
No.
to be near you. They're just
No.
okay. Guess what? You're fucking
You
dust
start
now.
you start growing in the pod. You start growing in the pod, and then once the pod person is completely formed, the next time you go to sleep, you turn to dust, and the pod person wakes up to replace you.
Oh, that's fucked, man. That's so
I assume
bad.
You're just returned to dust from whence you came.
I mean, I guess
That is
it has
so
to be
bad.
at least a mile or closer than because when they have to get to where you're at. But other than that, there's really no defense against it other than
They just go to
being
work the next
vigilant.
morning. They can drive from their pod. They don't even have to leave from home. They just leave from their pod, go to work that morning. And at the end of the day, work day, they go to the house that they've never been to before, and sleep in the bed covered in your dust, your ashes, and then they just continue and they just live your life, you know. And I believe they also get your memories too.
I mean, there's
Yeah,
dust
you
on,
get
there's
your
dust on your
memories.
desk.
They know
Yeah.
That's why at the end he yells at her because he remembers who
Yeah,
who she is and that she's not.
well, and the idea that they go to your work, to your school, whatever, they go about your life perfectly the way you were supposed to go about it. They wouldn't be able to do that if they didn't get your memories and knew where you worked, knew where you lived, knew how to drive your car, knew all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, another way to tell is they don't do the little subtleties like you do, like flicking your finger because of some like a fucking like ADHD. I think that's what
Yeah,
it's
they're
called.
they're
Like,
essentially
know they-
like they're an alien race of plants that are trying to mimic human beings but but can't really do it properly. They don't understand it in this like a way that a living flesh and blood person or creature would. They don't get it. They're just plants.
You just got a fucking donation of $5.
From the dust we came, and to the dust we shall return. Where have I heard that before?
If I remember correctly, it's in Civ 6.
Dust to
When
dust,
you lose.
ashes to ashes.
No, we all fall down. No, the fucking merry-go-round song. No, that's not it.
No.
No.
I'm not talking about the plague song.
No,
No,
from the
'cause
dust
I
we
think in
came,
Civ
and
6
to the
if
dust.
you
Ooh! Denzel Washington said it in a movie. Oh, yeah, it's
Oh, that's
it's
a
a
general
Bible
prayer.
quote. No, it is a Bible quote, and I heard. No, I'm trying to think of where I heard it. It's a Bible quote, and it was said in the Denzel Washington post-apocalyptic movie, where he's blind. Yeah, Book of Eli. That's what it was. It's a state. It's what Eli says it in the Book of Eli right before he messes up that whole room of dudes in a bar. That I knew. I read the moment I read that, I'm like, that sounds familiar. I seen that before. We got it. We got it. I'm sad there's a delay because now there's people in the comment section saying what it is, and I'm like, they didn't see that I already got it, and I was like really good on getting it, and now they're gonna be like, oh, see, I told him, no, bitch, I got it without you. Don't take my fucking like you.
Don't take my
know?
win. It's just
Oh,
just
another
donated
one.
again.
Look, they're still
donation
telling me,
from it.
stop tell. I knew I got it by myself. I don't need your help.
No, dude, he's gonna take this from you because he donated the money to you.
No, fuck you.
He gave you money to steal it from you.
No, I got it on my own. All right, what's
No, I'm
next?
pretty sure he got it.
Play,
Next
You're a
up.
frog
Stop
person?
Chris for telling him.
Okay, this one sucks. Next up, we have the primers. So the primers want to wipe out all human life because humans existing endangers their existence because they discovered time travel and they started traveling all around time, and then they eventually went to Earth before our existence and laid the essentially laid the seeds to our existence, and then we will eventually go and colonize Mars and do all this different kind of stuff, which we never did in the original timeline because we didn't exist. And the primers are supposed to exist on Mars. That's their world. And since we go there and colonize Mars and do all this stuff, we fuck up their existence. So they will be erased from existence if they don't erase us from existence. So they accidentally created us, but by creating us, they endangered their own existence. And the thing about the primers, they want to wipe out all of humans, but they're basically impossible to defeat because when you kill essentially they can travel anywhere throughout all of time and into alternate timelines. And when you kill, like for instance, if you kill, how do I explain this? Okay, so the primers are constantly evolving and getting more powerful, and when you kill them, they are capable of going into the like. Let's say they're from 150 years into the future. They come back, they fight you, they're trying to wipe you out because they don't want to cease to exist. You kill that person. They then go, okay, let's go 300 years in the future and grab a version of that same exact person that the human just fought, but now 150 years later where they're stronger and have evolved more. Now let's put them back. Oh, they killed that one? Let's go 1,000 years in the future, 10,000 years in the future, 200,000 years in the future. We're going to keep doing that until we find a version of us that has evolved enough and has technological advancement enough that it can overcome the humans. And they can just keep doing this forever.
So it sounds like this is another one of those unwinnable ones.
This is an unwinnable battle. Yeah, unless we can
Yeah.
somehow discover time or in some other way like stop their existence, then yeah, it would be an unwinnable battle.
Can we take their technology and
No.
counter do it to like discover it ourselves?
No, we don't have time to do it.
So I could tell
This is
you
Earth Defense Force, right?
this is Earth Defense Force.
Oh fuck! Yeah, we have a very small chance
Oh,
of
if it's
winning.
Earth Defense Force,
This is,
we're
this is
fucked.
Earth Defense Force. Yeah.
Yeah,
So like
No,
the
because
ants.
You need to start the scenario early to win, because
Yeah.
you need to destroy the one, and if you don't do that at a certain point, have fun for the rest of the game,
So-
because you're not winning.
They literally drop in. People who haven't played Earth Defense Force, the weakest enemy in the game is them dropping billions upon billions of ants the size of minivans onto the planet and just allowing them to go ham, just start destroying everything. And those ants are from an alternate future, millions of years in the future, where ants have evolved to be that size, and through genetic tampering by the primers. So not only do they go in the future to grab versions of themselves, they go into the future to grab other things from Earth that has improved as well to come back and defeat us. And before you ask, the way that the Earth Defense Force was able to overcome them is basically they gassed the shit out of Mars and made it completely unlivable, which started a time paradox because it meant that the Earth Defense Force, it meant that the primers could never come into existence, but because the primers could never come into existence, that means that humans could never come into existence because the primers brought them into existence. So they created a time paradox, and time, which in the Earth Defense Force is kind of like a living being, was basically like, look, I'm tired of you guys fucking shit up. Just fight it out. Whoever wins, I'm erasing the other one. So basically, the most powerful primer has to go up against I forgot what it's called, like Team 6 or whatever of the Earth Defense Force, and those two
that you play as.
Yeah, and those two just have to fight each other, and whoever wins, the concept of time just erases the other, and obviously Earth wins and defeats that one primer, and then all of the primers just get erased from existence across all of time, because it gotten to the point that time was so messed up, it literally not only did both of them have to exist in order for the other one to exist, but the other one couldn't exist in order for the other one to exist because of how much they fucked with the timeline. So like shit just got out of whack and it became insane. And time was like, I'm tired of both of you. So
you got another donation. It was the same thing I was thinking of. How if we got time travel, we would end up being in the exact same situation.
We started fighting them until time itself says that's it for you to get the strongest warrior and duel whoever. Yeah, that's exactly what would happen. The only difference is that the Arc Defense Force has insanely powerful equipment that allows them to fight against the primers. If we did the same thing, we would lose. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to fight against the insane shit that is in there. Yeah, they're like it's like second or third most powerful alien invasion species that I can think of in gaming and just fiction in general. They're stupidly overpowered.
Yeah, and the only way humanity get their best fucking weapon with pretty much Jaegers is that they have to save one specific dude that dies at the start of every game from getting eaten from a fucking ant. For some reason, that one construction dude's the only one that has fucking access codes to these Jaegers. What the fuck? And then there's the other thing with the fucking thing you were just saying, where you have to do a specific sequence of events, and if you don't do that, humanity just loses. So if fucking dipshits
Well, I mean, we don't have that, so we wouldn't
you lose.
have to worry about that.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think if they like dropped 1,000 giant ants on top of every major city, we're fucked.
Yeah, because now we can't win. But how badly would we lose? Will it be a quick death, or would it be a very drawn out,
I think this one.
death?
I think this one's an A, because we can't win, but they just want to eradicate us from existence. There's no enslavement. There's no, torturing us after we're already dead, or even desire to torture us while we're dead, while we're alive, or anything like that. It's just eradication. Worst case scenario, we get erased from existence, and I don't think that's a painful thing. I'm pretty sure we wouldn't even be aware of anything that happened, because we don't exist, and the people who don't get erased from existence would just be murdered, like just normal murdered. Maybe if it was like being eaten alive by giant ants, we could be like, yeah, that sounds like it sucks, like hardcore sucks. But
that's also going to be the small percentage of people would be eaten alive.
No, there's a lot of ants. A lot of people get eaten alive by ants. A large, like I said, they cover the world with giant like not minivan, but like truck. Like probably like
the question,
like an 18.
Could we deal with the
ants?
Do you think we could deal with the ants?
By the way,
those were babies. No, those were babies. He's right.
They were babies. They weren't even the fully grown.
No, because later on in the game, you actually go underground and you find the full-grown ones, and they're like 4 or 5 stories tall.
So we just get eaten by ants.
Baby ants.
Oh no, it's not just
baby
ants. It's spiders.
We get so we get eaten alive by baby ants.
It's not just. It's not. No. That's the first step. That's like the first thing they do.
About the weakest.
Yeah, that's the weakest thing. They actually.
Do you think would we get past that?
Probably
not.
We
wouldn't know. We wouldn't know.
I don't think so.
No, humanity's just gone.
Yeah. So the first step is what happens, right?
Yeah, that's the first. That's literally. That's
gone.
The game has about 100 and something levels. That's like level 1 to 4. They eventually they introduce giant jumping spiders. They introduce flying saucers.
Fuck that. Yep.
Flying saucers. They introduce giant toad people with laser guns that are about like 10 stories tall. They introduce
that's the photo.
Oh, they introduce God. they sent God at us at one point. 2 points actually.
Yeah, they're like, God, he's bothering
Well, I mean,
us.
so if we just
So-
don't survive the first level, everyone just eaten by ants, right? And that's it.
Yeah,
We
pretty
can't
Pretty
beat them.
much, yeah.
Kinda.
Technically, we do survive the first level.
Or
'cause the United
spiders.
States defense budget.
You're gonna get eaten alive by ants, spiders. Yeah, I think we're probably done after that point. I don't think we're getting much farther than that. That's
Yeah, that sounds a lot worse
No,
than I
'cause if
thought it
I
was going to be
remember
from the beginning.
Maybe
If I'm-
SD, maybe SD. That sounds really bad.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly in the game, it's just like very vital points are only held by you, the player, while the United States is doing the most damage and holding off the best because, 788 billion reasons why staying in our airspace is a fucking threat. But most countries,
someone
die
fix your mic, whoever
immediately?
that is. I think it's Seraph.
Huh?
I think it's Seraph.
yeah,
Yep, it's Seraph. Seraph, fix your mic or mute yourself.
Oh,
And if you're-
shit. Wait. What's going on?
Seraph, we can all hear you. You've got a bunch of background noise. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
We're gonna
yeah.
have to do it again like we did at the start.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. We're good. Okay. Anyway,
we
continue.
survive the spiders and ants, but after that, when they start bringing in the actual technology, no, we're not winning.
I don't
'cause the
think
only
we're
reason why we
I don't
started
think we're
surviving
necessarily.
after that.
I don't think we're necessarily surviving the spiders and ants, because like what they do is they shoot these giant rods into the ground. And when I say giant rods, I don't mean like 20 feet tall.
Yeah, the
I mean,
pillars.
and then the pillars literally just teleport ants into
Yeah,
the
I forgot
world.
about that.
And
Fuck.
again, they do this all across the world, millions and millions and millions and millions at a time. And then you have giant flying saucers that come. They're like the size of small cities that open up, and then they just start teleporting ants in. Just start falling out of the fucking sky. They just drop hundreds and hundreds of ants, just dump them on top of cities. Yeah, no, yeah. I don't think there's a limit to how many ants they can drop. If they want to just keep doing ants, they can. The reason why they end up going up against the EDF is because the EDF actually successfully fights off the ants, because the EDF has insanely powerful weapons, and an average EDF soldier is not a human being at all. They are way stronger than normal dudes. So it kind of like, they need to go up. But I don't think the primers need to do much more than just send the ants and the spiders and shit at us.
So it sounds like we're going. Sounds like pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, they also have like kaiju
Yeah.
and shit. If they want to send kaiju after us, they can send kaiju.
But I mean,
Don't they just start
if
spamming us with kaijus at one point?
but we're not gonna make it past the ants. So
No.
that sounds like
No,
fucking.
No, it's only
Ripped
one.
apart by giant ant mandibles sounds really bad. I reckon it might be able to do
Oh, no, you're
ants,
just-
'cause we don't get the peaceful bleeped out of existence by the Time Lord. No, because we don't get that far. We just get ripped apart by ants and spiders, and that sounds like it sucks.
Yeah, it's not
We
gonna
don't
be
even
good.
get the
Well,
peaceful ending.
that's why I put them at A. They're an egg. I'm not putting them at S yet. Like I said, I think there's a chance that Xenomorph is going to go down, and there's a chance the primers might go up. But I'm not quite ready to say that they're S yet until we get to the really bad stuff, because there's 2 or 3 on this list that it gets really bad. Like, it gets, like, legitimately horrifying. And, I mean, not to say
The
that
next
that's
one's
not
gonna be pretty
horrifying.
bad.
I don't think the next one's all that
Oh
bad.
yeah, no, the start of it's horrifying.
So the next one is Destroy All Humans, Cryptosporidium. He wants to come and essentially take all of our brain stems so it lets him fuck.
But like they take it out your ass. Like that's actually like one of the arms is like.
Well, no, they can blow your head up too. He can use psychic powers
is
to
that
make your
right?
head explode, and then he can take it out just by blowing your head up. But yeah, the thing that I think this one's gonna be lower on the list is because it's one dude.
Oh, it is one dude.
It's just
Plus,
one
he
guy.
doesn't want to eradicate humanity.
He likes humanity.
per
He
se.
likes having sex with human women. So he doesn't want to eradicate them. He's just gonna come here and like just he want well I think
Others.
he wants control and he wants power, but he also just really likes killing people. It's like his favorite thing to do. So it's basically like having a psychotic, like really powerful alien Rambo who we can't really kill properly. Just like showing up and
Because there's so many clones of him.
yeah, that's another thing
Like-
too. Yeah, his one spaceship can basically take on our entire Earth's military, and on his spaceship is a cloning machine every time we kill him,
which is going to be difficult to do because of all of his technology, he could just keep recloning himself again and again and again and again and keep coming down over and over again, just slaughtering more of us again and again and again. I would say it's going to be pretty low because he can only affect so many people at any given time. Like, he's going to cause massive harm and damage to small groups of people always.
I reckon.
But most of the
D
planet
tier
won't
push
even
aliens
notice.
down to F.
What's up?
I reckon D tier push aliens down to F, but you also do have a donation, so you might want to check that out.
No, stop. Everyone stop. I can see the fucking donations. If it's a while, don't tell me every time there's a donation there. I'm aware. I got the computer screen right in front of my face.
No, alien should probably definitely now be moved down to F, because this guy doesn't sound. He sounds like he's a D, because he won't. We already know he won't really destroy aliens, because they destroy us, because he actually needs us for our genetic material, and so they won't just outright destroy humans. But there's a chance, we could just end up enslaved and stuff like that. So
well, yeah, if it was up to him, he would enslave us. He's made that pretty clear that he wants to kill everybody and enslave everybody, and that's like, he's a real big fan of that. He likes the whole domination of the mind and will and all that kind of stuff. So, I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm pulling this thing up because of the super chat stuff and thing and whatnot. You know this. You know what's going on.
His entire race would probably be.
So, do we even have a chance of beating him?
Well, you can't. Well, if we can't destroy his ship, which I don't think we have any technology on Earth that can. Because I think this ship can. Well, can we nuke the ship in orbit and deal with it that way? Because it was in the game, Cryptosporidium is invading in the 1950s. I don't even think they attempt to nuke his ship, and the nukes that they would have would be a lot less powerful. Actually, I do think they are capable with enough firepower to take it out. It's just very difficult.
In 1956, the U.S. developed the first thermonuclear bomb, and after that, in 57 or more. I'd have to look it up. I'll look it up real quick.
I forget the exact year, but I think it's during the Cold War, so it might be the 60s.
We got a lot better at killing things by now, so I think we'd probably have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That we probably might be able to detect it, like
52. Sorry, Ivy Mike.
Yeah, I would actually argue.
Yeah, no. So we'd
I
have
actually
thermo
changed that.
bombs.
I actually changed that. I think we would probably be able to take him out.
Yeah,
I do.
At this point, we can.
Because every year, the entirety of humanity was building like what, 10, 20 to 100 nukes every year.
You also have the fact that, well, this is something you also have to.
We have 30 something.
Even though the humans in Destroy All Humans takes place in like the 50s or 60s or what. I think the first game's in the 50s. I think the second one's in the 60s. Anyway, even though it exists at that point, the government has like laser weapons and shit. So they're more advanced, despite being in the past. So it's hard to say. I don't think we ever seen crypto survive something like a nuclear explosion or like massive anti-air attacks from the sky, or like an EMP, which we have now, which I don't think existed back then. I don't think we see him survive any of this. So I actually think we should probably be able to take him out. I think we could actually do it. It would be difficult. I think he's going to take out a lot of our people, but I think we can do it. So I'm actually going to say that this is going to be a really bad one. I think Xenomorph does move down to F, because I think Crypto's killing more people than the Xenomorphs are. But that's about it. Does anyone disagree with that?
No.
How many the Xenomorphs one was kind of weird because there's potential for it to kill a lot of people, but we will win.
There isn't really. Not really. Crypto's killing more people.
No, because Xenomorphs are pretty smart, so they won't kill. Crypto will kill more, but
Crypto's
I
definitely
feel like
gonna
if
kill
them
more.
down to F. Low D would be better for them.
Crypto is 100% going to kill more people. Like if you send a bunch of Xenomorphs to attack a small town, that small town is probably wiping out the Xenomorphs after quite a few of them die. If you send Crypto to attack a small town, he's wiping out the entire small town by himself. Like he doesn't need anybody else. I think if you
But
send
again, if you send 3 xenomorphs to a town in England, it's probably going to kill the entire town.
Nah, well, I mean, yeah, because
We'd have guns. A lot of places don't have guns.
I mean that sucks for you guys,
Oh,
but
okay.
we're talking about them.
No.
We're talking about them attacking places that matter, though. You know, like are they actually gonna hurt anybody who like important people? You know,
All everyone knows that all alien movies, all the aliens invade America usually in the movie.
all the aliens always invade America.
Yeah,
obviously.
the most important place on
That's
the
where
planet.
all the
obviously.
important things.
If
are.
they
Obviously.
invade
Yeah,
a
Hold up, we got
It's where
a
like
remember that.
people that can fight back are.
We got a couple of super chats. Hold up. Okay, so from Jordan Meso, it's somewhat easy because it starts off as one and humanity in the game is based in mid to late 1900s America, and if the aliens send more, we would adapted their technology. Did anyone get that? Did you guys get what he's trying to say with that? Did you
I think
I'm
he's
saying
saying
that
just saying
after that because in the game you are playing as a clone. I think he means more like after we kill the one, we would have adapted the technology by the time the next one comes, and then the next. And then
No, I don't think by the
we have more and
time.
more that get to fight back.
It's not by the time. The next one gets sent down instantly.
But
Oh,
I
yeah.
could start researching the other technology. I believe that's what he's meant to be saying.
It would take us a really long time to
Yeah,
adapt.
whatever's left behind.
You're talking about technology that is thousands of years ahead of ours. It
You're
would be like
underestimating how determined humanity gets.
it would be like giving a nuclear warhead to someone who's lived in the medieval era and being like, "Here you go, figure this shit out." It's like, what? like it's kind of it's a big gap. Is what I'm saying. All right, and then we got fishy fishy. If you read this, you must double it.
I
Huh?
don't have $200 on me. Not in US.
Huh? Okay.
JK.
Well, you read it, not me. So
I don't. How am I supposed to double it to myself? I will give myself $200.
just
I
go
promise.
just go into super chat and just give yourself.
No, because that wouldn't
Actively
be.
loses money.
That would be. I would be losing money because
Write yourself an
30%
IOU.
of that goes to the YouTube. So I just be paying
big
YouTube
man.
money.
Dude, all you gotta do is write yourself an IOU.
I think that was
$200.
Rouga's
Simple as that.
alt count. Try to get himself more money.
All right. Sorry, I'm eating a cookie. All right. So
Is it
are
the
we
dirt
all
cookie?
good? Are we all good? Wait, what?
Was that the dirt cookie?
Oh, I forgot about the dirt. Yeah, it's the dirt cookie. I didn't even clean it off.
Ruger's
Well,
never
now
gonna make
you
a
have
video
what-
after this stream. We're all gonna wonder what happened.
We're never getting the Doom review.
It's okay. I got my stomach's like a
Front-
blender. You just
front-
shove shit in there.
Front page news. Rouga dies to the 8th dirt he talked about earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
You said you're eating a cookie, but the only
I
cookie.
Ate the
I-
dust.
I
of the
think they
person
should
who
both
became
be
a pod
D.
person.
AIDS dust. That's whatever. All right. Next up, crap. Okay, so does anyone disagree that crypto should be at D and xenomorphs at F?
Yes.
No. Wait. Okay.
I think they should both be in D.
Why should xenomorphs not be an F?
Because again, if they go anywhere besides America, they could easily wipe out towns.
Yeah, their population would grow up anywhere but America.
I mean,
They would lose, but they'd be a lot more terrifying. Because again,
Yeah.
like an
But they
amendment,
will
right?
lose. That is a
Wait, is that
fact.
the
There's
thing?
no
it
way they
doesn't fucking
win.
matter. Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't. The reason why I can't put them both in D is because you say okay, if you put the xenomorphs in England in a small town, they're gonna do more damage. But if you put crypto in England in a small town, he's still gonna do more damage than the xenomorphs will, and it's gonna suck more because the xenomorphs. I mean, I guess the chest bursters
I don't
and
know
stuff
if it's gonna
suck.
suck more, but
I think it probably would. Like he mind controls people. He makes your head explode. It does not
Well, I
look
mean,
pleasant
they
at all.
they face hug you, and then you have to wait till your chest.
Let's be
explodes.
honest. They're really not going to face hug that many people. I mean, the face hugger is, like I said, the face hugger is one of the least useful ways of making more of yourself that I could possibly think of. You can kill it with a shovel. I don't know. It's weird. I just don't.
It is,
see why
but
these things
depending on how many there is, again, the alien's just gonna hold you. Then they're gonna face hug you. Then you're gonna be stuck on a wall for a day, and you're just waiting to die.
And unconscious.
I don't
until
know
the
about
last
that
moment
because
where you
even-
feel the pain.
even small towns in England have like phones.
Well, we do. Yeah, we do have
They still
phones.
have service.
Right, yeah. Like, they'll have, like, internet and technology and shit. I still think it's not
Yeah,
going to
but-
take a whole long
Xenos
time.
took
We don't
over
have
the Earth.
guns.
Any Xeno can turn into.
There
Let me
isn't
just put
anyone.
that in the chat.
There isn't anywhere close with guns either.
No, but you could phone the military and do stuff like that. You can get people out there to, you know, your military might be coming out with like
yeah.
like little clubs to fight, but
They will get on with the billy clubs, to be fair.
Yeah, there's a comic called Alien Earth where the xenomorphs actually do take over the. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
You could
No,
do
if
the
that, that's what I'm
telepath
saying.
shit
If that
within a
happened
plane.
to like England, a lot of England would probably get taken out.
yeah, like what's the population of England? Like 50
70
million
million?
people? 70 million? On that little island? Jesus. Okay. Whatever.
You know, it's like 2 islands.
Don't look at Australia.
Well, that second island's really yours.
Well, to be fair, most
I
of
wanna step up before I
Australia
get
isn't,
political.
most of Australia isn't even inhabitable. Like, that's not really a fair comparison.
It's
They literally can't live
Australia's
in
the
most
size
of
of
it.
the US with 24 million people though.
It's bigger.
It's bigger
It's-
than the US.
It's considerably bigger than the U.S. Well, that's because you can't inhabit it. There's 2 coasts, and then the entire middle is just deserts with the most dangerous animals you could think of. I don't even know why you
The
would want to fucking
xenomorphs
live
land
there.
at Asrock in the middle of Australia, just the,
The
middle
British
of the outback.
Isles is 71.89 million people as of 2019.
Million? Yeah, that's really small.
Yes, 71.
I would still
well,
say
72 million.
I would say even if the xenomorphs are capable of actually killing the entire population of Britain, they would still only be in like a D. But I don't think they're gonna be able to do that. This is world domination. If they could kill off a couple small towns in Britain, and that's your
But they're
arguing,
saying-
that's an F. That sounds like an F to me.
Well, then there's
It
also
sounds like
the
they're gonna do similar
situation of
damage.
the water. Every xenomorph can swim, and they're surrounded by it now. They're just gonna
Well,
go into the fucking water. What are you gonna do?
I'm
Put
not
them down with submarines?
I'm not concerned about what they can do because they will lose. That is a fact. I'm just saying I think they will do equal damage.
To crypto?
No,
And the,
How?
the deaths are the deaths are also more horrifying.
No. Crypto
No,
could,
they're both.
he could probe
They are
you.
both horrifying, but
He-
Crypto's more
that's just a-
effective, and
That's just a
he's
waste
actually
of
more
death.
destructive than the xenomorphs.
Yes,
Ironically.
he can get not ironically. I mean, he gets in. There's literally parts in the game where you jump into your space shuttle, and you just go around leveling whole cities.
But that's immediate death. That's not.
But that's
Slow
way more people. There's way more
Way-
damage being done to
In a
the
short amount of
world
time.
as a whole than just like a couple of people maybe possibly getting face hugged if they don't have a shovel on them that they can kill the face hugger.
Look at the Alien Earth War shit. I don't remember much about it. Oh, I said that. Sorry.
All right, Crypto was
Well-
able to kill a kaiju on foot. Like the dude's not, like he could take on. He would wipe out whole small towns considerably faster than an army of xenomorphs would, and he's hard to put down. And it's actually questionable if the entire country of Britain would be able to actually take him down because Britain doesn't have the most like advanced military ever. They don't even have
No one does
nuclear
compared to
weapons.
America.
Didn't Britain's
We have
military
nuclear
get
weapons.
downgraded?
I don't think you do. I don't think Britain has nuclear weapons.
I'm pretty sure we have nuclear.
I'm
weapons.
almost positive the only people who have nuclear weapons is Russia, United States, and China. Oh, and
No, Australia has nuclear weapons.
do you?
Yeah, we do.
When
We
the
have like 2 or 3. We have
Oh,
a
that's
couple.
not okay. That's funny.
Well, you
No,
got
'cause
America's
Australia is
got
the
more.
number one exporter of uranium. We have.
No,
the
I know,
most
but during the
uranium in
Cold War, America and Russia were racing to make as many and as big a nuclear weapons as possible, and nobody else was really a part of that. At least not to the same degree
We
that
have
those two countries were.
225.
I feel like you said that like that should be impressive.
No, I'm just saying it like we do because I know America probably has hundreds of thousands
Right, I
wherever
was
they.
muted.
Those
Never
are a lot.
mind. Australia does not have nukes.
I didn't think
was wrong.
so. I didn't think Britain did
England
either.
does, though.
I didn't
You
think
know how
Britain did either.
violently bad that would be for Australia to have nukes? The outback would be burning in a day. You know how soon that shit would be turned on your own country?
You can finally deal with
Anyway,
your fucking
It's
toad problem.
all those nukes. All those nukes are on all those nuclear warheads for the British are on nuclear submarines, Vanguard class submarines.
So stupid. We have all the uranium, but we don't have a single nuclear bomb.
You also have to
Are you
think about the
serious?
fact. You also have to think about the fact of how strong your nukes are. Like y'all don't have a SAR
there is-
bomba. There's no way.
No one has a Tsar
Nobody has
bomba.
a
That
Tsar
thing was-
bomba anymore. Everybody unanimously agreed if we made another one of that, we
If
fuck
you
up too
believe,
much shit.
if you believe that Russia and the U.S. stopped making nukes after they promised to stop making nukes, I think
Yeah,
I think you're a
I
fool.
I don't think they made
No,
more
it's been
nukes on the
confirmed
same
Russia
level as
lied
the
about
Tsar
it.
bomba.
What's up?
No, there's a Satan 3 actually.
I think
That's pretty
America
fucking close.
I think America and the U.S. are still making nukes. I think they've been making nukes.
America
I think,
and the U.S.
I'm sorry.
We're double making nukes.
Yes, I think the U.S. and Russia are double making nukes. They have been for years. They're going to still make them. I think we've gone on to making more EMPs because I think we've realized that EMPs are actually more destructive than nukes at this point because of the way our technology works. But yeah, I think we're still making nukes, and I think we have nukes considerably more powerful than the SAR bomb. But I have no evidence to go off of this. I'm just going off of how, these countries behave normally, and I just don't buy that they just stopped because out of the kindness of their heart, that I think if they wanted
They
to,
did it for the good of the world.
no, not necessarily, because okay, to be fair. The U.S. did make a space force that was specifically designed to fight wars in space. So we at least to some degree are preparing for the possibility of space warfare, which would make nukes way more viable. I think, honestly, this is going to sound really goofy. I legitimately think that there are sections of the United States military that are preparing for alien invasions.
Oh no, we already have a bunch of documents and shit written up to specifically for the idea of what to do during an alien invasion, which is pretty much just reenact Cold War stuff, but a lot more.
I am for sure. I guarantee we are making. I remember when Obama was in office, and he said that he wanted the U.S. to make their own Iron Man armor, and they were working on that seriously, trying to develop Iron Man armor from the movie Marvel. We got a bunch of fucking nerds in the White House that are just trying to build a bunch of stupid shit that we don't need to be building. Just goofy ass shit. Fucking
yeah, the U.S. has got a lot of scary shit in the basement. So Russia has, according to Russia, which I don't fucking believe because of how their doctrine on. Yeah, they lie a lot about what their shit does.
Everyone does.
5,449 nuclear. No, 49 nuclear weapons. No, because Russia's doctrine for intelligence is they say, oh, our shit can do this and that. Well, the U.S. is like, our shit can't do that. Oh no, because we like to be under fucking.
Oh, you're saying that when Russia lies,
information gets out.
You're saying when Russia lies, they lie about having more than they actually have, and when the U.S. lies, they lies about having less than what they actually have.
Yeah, Russia lies about how good it is and how much more they have, while the U.S. lies about how little and how bad it is. We want to be underestimated on purpose.
So Russia says we have 5,000 nukes, probably means they have 3,000 nukes. When America says they have 5,000 nukes, it probably means they have 50,000 nukes.
Double that. Yeah, it's about right.
1/10 of the number of nukes that we actually have. You have no idea.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, your nukes are 150 times more powerful than ours.
Oh yeah.
I would actually think that's an underplay. I would actually say that's an underplay. Well, because Tsar bomb, the whole thing about the Tsar bomba is that Russia didn't know it was going to explode with the force that it did, because
that was at half, by the way.
We do not have the knowledge.
Was its original power.
We do not have the knowledge to know how much destruction a nuclear bomb will go off when we detonate it. That's what made making nukes so dangerous. When Russia set off the Tsar bomba, they thought it was going to be like 1/5 of the destructive power that it actually ended up being. They had no idea it was that big. And in the United States and Russia were like, shit, this is not our biggest nuke. We need to stop. We both have bigger nukes than this. That's just the biggest one we've set off.
Only half the strength that it was originally meant to be.
It's 100 kilotons to 15 megatons.
It's 57 megatons, and the Russians did know it. They actually they overestimated it. They thought
Really?
it'd be bigger, and they wanted to do it as a show of force.
I thought it was the
because they
opposite.
knew the U.S. wouldn't.
I thought it was the opposite. I
No,
thought it
they-
was bigger than they thought it would be.
No, it was
it was
smaller than
half
they thought
the
it'd be.
size
They
they
wanted.
originally planned.
Okay, fair enough. I
Yeah,
might
it was
I
supposed to be
misheard.
100 megatons. Yeah, no, they wanted to show force to the U.S. and say, "Hey, guess
Yeah.
what we can fucking do."
I've heard stories from people who were alive when Tsar Bomba went off, and they said and they're like here, where I am in Louisiana, and they're like you could feel the earth shake when it happened. Like because Louisiana doesn't have tremors, we don't have earthquakes here, but there was an earthquake here, and they're like everything shook, and it wasn't until later. And it wasn't until later they realized that they set off a nuclear weapon. That's what scared people. Like, literally the entire planet shook. And they said it was so much force, it would have vaporized, or not vaporized, but it basically would have turned all of Mount Everest into ash. That's how powerful it was, if it would have been set off on Mount Everest.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Crazy. Anyway,
Yeah,
can we
that's
get
fair.
back to the topic?
He's super, super low volume.
the
I can't
topic?
hear what he's saying. What's he saying?
Oh, right. Well, we technically are on. He said, "Can we get back to topic?" But we technically are.
When we
talking
want
about
to.
what the US could-
When we want to, and not before.
Yeah. We're technically on topic. Hold on.
Yeah, we're talking about alien
what,
invasions.
What the human race can.
How
well
we
would
would deal
England
with the
do?
alien invasion, stuff like that. Yeah, I just let the stream flow whatever direction it wants to go. I don't force it in any particular direction. It just is
I
what it
can
is.
look up the U.S. Doctrine plan for an alien invasion because it's open. It's public information. if I
Let me see.
remember correctly.
Jordan Meso just Russia claims to have the boogeyman. America makes something to kill their boogeyman and beat what they said they had. Just look at the F-22 Raptor. That's true.
Yeah, no, the F-22 Raptor is like 30 years ahead of its time. If I
Ah.
remember correctly, like we
Or
paranoidly
is
went
it-
advanced.
Is it 30 years ahead of its time, or is everybody else 30 years behind? That's the question.
It's 30 years ahead of its time because it's even more advanced than most of the shit we had when we.
But
made
now
fucking
we
sense.
have
just
that. So now it's
Yeah.
it's now.
Also, fun fact: we could have had a more terrifying 22 Raptor. I think it was the 23, and it was like 2 to 3 times more terrifying than the Raptor is.
Yeah.
Because it has more maneuverability, better stealth. It's completely dead silent. So when you send it out, you don't even know where it is, other than hoping it's going the direction you told it to.
Oh man, this is
bigger
homemade
payload,
boudin.
more.
Has everyone ever had boudin? Anyone ever ate it before?
I don't even know what that is.
What is that?
What is Buddha?
Oh my god.
Nobody knows what it is.
No, it's a New Orleans food. That's why.
Then no.
It's
So
cool.
it's a
Shockingly.
coffee.
Just stay fucking miserable. I don't care. All right.
I live in the wrong country for it.
Next. Well, I don't know. Cause
Is it a coffee?
No, it's a coffee.
If I lived
I
in
just
London,
looked up Boudin, and
if
it
I
says
lived
it's a
it- if I lived in
16th
London,
century
maybe.
coffee.
No, you're not gonna get good food in London. You have to go to like a place that makes good food.
You guys exported all the fucking spice in the world, yet you don't know how to use it. I'm sorry.
You're full of shit. There's no place in the U.S. that knows how to use spices better than New Orleans. You're out of your mind that they don't know
No,
how to
I am
use it.
talking about England.
Oh, I was about to say you were out of
Catching
your
strays.
mind. Now, so
yeah,
they
because
actually
New Orleans exported all the spice in the world.
they did a poll. They actually did a poll, a nationwide poll, where they asked everyone what the best food in the world was. I'm sorry, what the best food in the country was, and what the worst food in the country was. Best food in the country, New York City won, which I think is bullshit. I've had New York City food. It's whatever.
Biased.
I lived there.
But the second best food in the country was New Orleans food, which understandable. The worst food in the country was also New Orleans food. And people were like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, that actually makes perfect sense because it's the way we season. I can absolutely see people coming here and they cannot fucking stand the food because the seasonings are, they would consider the seasoning, if you're not used to eating food with a lot of seasonings, which like if you've ever been to say, I don't know, Pittsburgh, they can't season at all. They just don't do it for whatever. It doesn't exist there. The concept was erased at some point. If someone like that comes down to New Orleans and tries to eat our food, I could see them being like, "What the like? I can't do like I could see that being the case." But yeah, no, I actually don't like traveling all that often because I know that when I leave the city, I'm not gonna have good food until I come back to the city. Unless I'm going to like Texas. Texas has good barbecue. Texas has some pretty good food. But yeah, if I go up north or
We
out
use salt and pepper.
or out west,
Yeah, I just found the what we do to aliens if they invaded.
yeah, like if I go
literally
up north in the United
fucking-
States or I go out west, I just know I'm not getting good food. Like all the best food is in the south and a little more up north, a little bit out of the south, but not quite above a certain point. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like all the good food is in this one location. It's really weird. But yeah, it is what it is. Let me see. What do you think is their strongest and weakest super heavy demon? What is he asking me?
Is this
I
Doom?
don't have.
I'm assuming it's Doom, but he didn't specify like across the whole series. I don't know. Specify that question. Let's move on to the thing. Next up, we have the thing.
Isn't it just a worse version of the body snatchers? The thing.
No, because it's
No,
not as many.
It's different.
It's not as many.
It's one thing.
It's one dude who assimilates. Yeah, it's Doom. Sorry. What do you think is the strongest and weakest super heavy demon? I gotta remember all the super heavy demons. You have Marauders. You have Barons. Archviles.
Yeah, the tank dude. You know, the dude who's strong as a whole battalion. Tank battalion.
Oh, Doom Hunter.
Yeah.
What about the bosses though? Wouldn't they be super heavies?
But that's not a super heavy.
That wouldn't be a
that's
super heavy.
whole other class.
That would be bosses. Bosses is their own class. But then also if you're counting
Demons.
if you're counting which one thing I don't like about Doom the Dark Ages is they don't classify their enemies like that in that one. I liked it when they classified them. There's no classes, but I think you could probably argue that a Komodo would also be up there, which is an enemy type in Doom.
Oh, you
the
mean
Dark
like that
Ages.
lizard thing with a spear?
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
I think you
I
could
like
definitely
that one.
you could classify that one. I think you could also classify.
Oh right, that game command. I need to fucking buy it.
It's really good. I think you could also classify.
Game Pass.
What's the other new one that they just introduced? It's not new, but the one with the spider legs.
The Vagary.
Vagary, yeah, that one I think you can also classify as a super heavy. There was no what was crazy. They didn't bring in. Well, no, I guess you couldn't because the Sentinels didn't get corrupted. There was no Marauder in the Dark Ages, which makes sense. But there were also no Barons of Hell.
Well, there was a Cosmic
Really?
Baron.
That is not the same thing. I actually really didn't like the Cosmic Baron, but yeah, like there wasn't like I think this is the first game that they didn't have just a legitimate Baron of Hell with the classic Baron of Hell design. I missed that because the Barons are fun, dude. That pissed me off. Now I do like that they took the guys with the spears. No, I'm sorry, not the guys with the spears. The guys with the spears, not the Komodo, the one with the shield and spear. You guys know what that one was?
The Agadon Hunter.
Yeah.
Agadon Hunter. That was the Doom Hunter before they went extinct.
Yeah.
So in Doom Eternal, they talk about how the Doom. If you read the lore pages, they talk about how the Doom Hunters were that extinct race called the Agadon Hunters, but they collected the corpses of dead Agadon Hunters and created the Doom Hunter. So the Agadon Hunter in Doom the Dark Ages was that race before they went extinct and became the Doom Hunter, which I thought was really cool. That we got to see them, before they got all, fucked up. Anyway, if he had to ask, I have no idea. I would want to say Baron of Hell, but just because for classical reasons. But that's really hard to say. I don't know. There's even strong
demons.
But it's also Cyber Demon's not a heavy.
No, there's more. No, remember Doom Eternal?
No, I know. I know.
Oh.
Well, no, those are tyrants.
Yeah,
They're called tyrants in
Tyrants,
Doom
my bad.
Eternal, and then in Doom the Dark Ages they actually bring back cyber demons. But the cyber demon that you fight in Doom 2016 is a totally different and that's another thing that makes it kind of difficult because there's a lot of different variations of these dudes. When you talk about the Baron of Hell, right? There's the Baron of Hell. Apparently, there's the Cosmic Baron now. There's armored barons. There are. There's the Fireborn Barons, you're right. There's a bunch of different variations of Barons, and different Barons are at different strength levels and different power levels based on different evolutionary things that they go through. But there's also, certain Barons can actually subjugate other Barons underneath them to become the more powerful Baron, because they're stronger. So it's kind of iffy. If you're talking about lore, it could be all over the place. Who knows? It's iffy. I would say I probably like the Barons the most. They're kind of classic. That might be the boring answer. but I enjoy the Barons. Which is why I was kind of bummed out that they weren't in the game. And the Cosmic Barons were so much weaker than like the Komodos and the Aghanon Hunters, and it kind of bummed me out because I'm used to the Baron of Hells being like the strongest things outside of bosses. But it kind of bummed me out. But I don't know. Answer your question, I have no idea. Probably the Marauder, if I had to guess. Just based on like the Doom Eternal and the way they fight and stuff, I feel like the Marauder would probably be the hardest, since they're like trained sentinels that have just the strength, speed, and power of like the strongest heavy demons. Would anyone disagree with the Marauder being the strongest?
I'm pretty sure it's the strongest.
It's probably the Marauder. That would be I think a Marauder could probably take on a Baron of Hell. I think a Marauder could probably take on like a Komodo or whatever.
Yeah, they were the original people who fought against the demons, so they have to have some level of power.
Hold up.
Let's get back to the thing.
Jordan said some stuff. Hold up. The British merely adopted spices. Americans were born in it, molded by it. I didn't have seasonings until I was already a man, but by then it was bland, like its taste. Britons, the spices betray you because they belong to us. Okay. I'm not British. I can't say whether that's true or not.
I strongly disagree on Britain's behalf.
Add the Terran
rule. With the spice.
I will say this though. I'm not gonna say that we had spices first and we were like born in it or whatever.
Not possible.
But yeah, we're not that old. But Spartans didn't exist till 1776. We invented it. No, but I will say this: America has an interesting habit that I actually really like about America, where they take everything that other countries do, and they're like, we're gonna push that thing to the most extreme we possibly can until it fucking breaks. So it's like, like they look at Scotland and Ireland and these places that make super super high concentrated alcohols, and they're like, let's make moonshine that's like 99% alcohol. And
Explain American football then.
What about it?
It's just like cowardice rugby.
How is it cowardice rugby?
You have to wear all that protection.
But people get damaged a lot more in football than in rugby.
No,
yes.
Every other game, someone breaks a leg or gets a concussion.
But so do football players. It's actually a big problem. That's what the movie Concussion was all about. How American footballers die at very very young ages because of the damage to their body that happens over time.
Yeah, that's with protection. What do you think happens in Australia?
That's what I'm saying.
They have protection.
That's what I'm saying. Football players smash into each other in ways that rugby players don't. They can't. If two guys smashed into each other without the things that football players wear, both rugby players would be dead. Like they would both die on contact. They would get brain injuries. They would shatter bones. That's the reason why they have. It's not cowardice. It's a totally different game. They wear all that armor so they can smash into each other as hard as humanly fucking possible. And that armor does not protect them for like the way it should. I mean, or the way it's really even possible that it could.
No, you can't really protect against
not against that stuff. But they do the best they can. But I wouldn't say it's cowardice rugby, because rugby players don't get fucked up like that. They don't smash into each other in the same way. It's two totally different sports. It depends on what you consider dumb. Do you consider entertainment dumb? Because that's what football exists for. It exists for entertainment. Let me see. Okay, wait. Someone wants to add the Tyranids and the Zerg, both of which I don't really know much about. So.
Tyranids. Tyranids from Warhammer. Okay, yeah. No,
yeah.
Tyranids are pretty
nightmare scenario that
they're an evolving species, so they just
With
evolve
Fun
more
fact
you
about
fight them.
Oh, what the fuck just happened to my screen?
I don't know. Maybe you died.
Just shut down.
You're not here anymore.
I think. Okay, no, it didn't.
You're dead.
No, I'm still alive. No.
You're dead.
If I remember correctly, the God fucking damn. If the Zerg were supposed to be the Tyranids, but then something happened and they became their own thing.
Yes, that is exactly what happened. That is indeed the case. Okay. Yeah, they whatever it's called, Games Workshop made a deal with the creators of StarCraft to make a Warhammer game,
and then they pulled out at the last second, but the game had already been started in design. They're like, let's just fucking release it as it. Let's just keep going, and they changed the names of everything and kind of how it works, which is why StarCraft so strongly resembles that of Warhammer.
Yeah.
And some people said that that's not true, but everything I've looked up has said that that is exactly true. That is exactly what happened. All right, let's go. Let's move on to the thing. Let's actually get this. Let's get this ball rolling. These balls rolling.
If we're gonna talk about this thing, has it escaped Antarctica or is it stuck in Antarctica still?
Doesn't matter. A ship crashes down, we're getting invaded by a fucking thing.
The land's not a population center. It's sort of
If
gay.
it's not stuck in somewhere like it is in Antarctica, it's fucking shit up. But if it gets stuck in Antarctica, it's doing fuck all nothing.
How long do you think it would take for a country to firebomb the city where the thing is spreading?
Would it be out with
day.
it by then, though?
Listen, no, I think if it's in the U.S., it'd be within a 12-hour limit because, hey, you're getting reports from all over the city that there's this fucking flesh monster that's just spreading, multiplying, and dividing.
Everybody says
rapidly.
every time I talk about the thing, everybody always says that it's like, no, you don't understand. It can hide, and no one's even gonna know it's there. Bro, the thing outs itself in the first 10 minutes that it shows up in the movie. Like,
it's not very good at
At the same time, the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's very early.
But it gets smarter after that.
Who gives a shit?
After it finds out,
it kills a dog.
But after it finds out, it can't just.
It kills a dog, and then it takes over the dog, and then a bunch of dudes walk in, and instead of turning into a dog and just like making them think it's a dog, it turns into this weird mutated 3-headed dog thing with tentacles, and they're all like, "Oh, that's clearly an alien. Let's get the fuck out of here." And then like they leave, and the thing is just sitting there like, shit, I went about that the wrong way. I should have turned into a dog. I knew it, but I didn't do it. I was being ballsy. And he fucked up the entire invasion. It would have all gone exactly how he wanted to if he just didn't transform into a horrifying, weird, mutated dog creature. He just took the form of a normal dog. Like, he's not that smart.
You did not need to add Viltrums. Because it's already an instant. It's just, can we beat a Superman? It's a no.
Add the Viltrumites from Invincible along with the Brother Moons.
$50. You don't really have a choice with it.
Well, to be fair, the Viltrumites wouldn't actually be bad.
I always have a choice.
Actually, instead of the Brother Moons, you should just do the entirety of the Dead Space markers. Is that what they're called? Necromorph.
Can we beat Superman? No. End of discussion.
Well, we don't need to.
I mean, we
could definitely have a chance against the Necromorph. We have a. Well, that depends.
We see them beat Omni-Man and Invincible in the show. It's possible. It just
but was it humanity that did that, or was that the Viltrumite human?
No, in the fucking thing, they used quantum bombs, whatever the fuck, on Omni-Man, and they just waited Invincible out.
We don't
they
have
did
them.
that in the show.
Grabbing the fucking pictures because he's paid $50 to do it.
I'm doing it right now. Hold up. Just hold your
money buys anything from you, huh?
I was gonna say, if you do Viltrumites, they just take over Earth, and we're just like, cool, you're the boss now. You're invincible to us.
No, but they're a warrior species, so they'll make us fight to the death.
No, they're not.
No, they
Literally
don't.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They don't.
Have you not
That's
seen
not
the
how
show?
they do.
I've only seen parts. I haven't been able to see.
They
the whole
literally
show.
say that they just want to be in
Guys,
charge.
can we still on the thing? Let's get to the thing.
If it is in the right country at the right time, like a third world country that doesn't really communicate with the outside world, it'd be able to spread far enough that when it eventually gets firebombed, some of it's outside of the firebomb area. Anywhere other than that, it's got 12 hours to live, if not less.
Can it spread into multiple parts? Or does it have to stay as one part?
It can split. It can split into multiple parts.
No,
If I
but
remember correctly,
sorry.
in the first movie, it does do that.
But bad wording. Does it actively do that, or does it do it when it's forced to?
I
think
if I remember correctly, in the original movie, it's two separate people. Yeah, because it figures out that humanity has this funny thing called fire,
if
and
it
we
only
can shoot it out of
splits,
a gun.
If it only splits when it needs to, then it's cooked. If it doesn't, it could just separate, and you wouldn't be able to firebomb it in theory, because it would be gone.
Yeah,
well, if it can do it on a whim, I reckon it can do it whenever.
Yeah,
no, but I'm saying, what does it do? I'm
have...
not saying can it. I'm saying, would it actively do that?
I
It
think
would
it will
figure-
depend how much of a threat it thinks humanity is. If it deems it's too big of a threat to do solo, then yeah, it'll probably try and multiply as soon as possible to give itself the largest chance of success.
Wait, I
But
just remember
again, it-
the thing wasn't invading; it was actually trying to escape.
Yeah,
It
it's trying to
did
escape
crash
the
land
Arctic.
on Earth.
No, the ship it was in crash landed.
It was
didn't
trying
crash
to
the
escape
ship. The
Antarctica.
pilot did.
It wasn't just trying to escape the planet. It was trying to
Yeah.
escape Antarctica, which is why the guy destroyed all of the communications things. He didn't want anyone coming out there because he didn't want it to escape that area. Because he said, because the computer in weird 80s technology somehow was able to tell him how long it would take for the thing to actually control the entire planet, which was, I forgot how many months. But I think it came out to like 2.5 years or something like that. It was going to take over the whole planet.
That's a funky computer.
Yeah,
Which
and
I
in the
don't
80s
think
Also
is
a
right at
cheating bitch
all
gets
because I
chest.
think he just put in some calculations and shit. I don't think he had it like figure it out. I don't remember the fucking first movie.
Well, it's not real
but I
existing
feel-
technology that he used in the movie.
Yeah, fair enough actually. Still though, I feel like it's only going off the information it has of how fast it's spreading there. But I feel like once it's out, it's like, yeah, no, fuck you, I'm not holding back at all to sneak out because flamethrower.
I mean, honestly, look. Let's say it gets relatively far and
Oh
it takes
my
over.
god, this is getting worse.
Let's say it takes over a city or
Somebody else
whatever.
was having you at something.
Say it takes over a city or whatever. I mean, at some point, the military is going to find out that there's fire, and they're just going to give a bunch of troops, basically a flame brigade, to go in and just start torching the entire place. After they're done dropping fire bombs across everything, then send some guys in with
But what if
full-on
it's not there?
suits,
Yeah, they're
full-on
going to
suits that are
napalm.
concealed on the inside. They can then just go on and torch everything. And they're just gonna have to
Yeah, they're gonna
monitor the
napalm
area. They're just gonna have to monitor the area and make sure nothing leaves.
Well, there's a problem
The
with that
greatest
because if it's in
quarantine ever.
if it's in the time period that the first thing takes place in, yeah, no, we'd have flamethrowers.
It
If
wouldn't
it's in
be.
modern
It
day,
would be
the US
today.
doesn't have flamethrowers.
Why wouldn't we?
Today.
Have,
Yeah,
why wouldn't
that
we
would
have
be
flamethrowers?
completely different. We don't have. The
Flamethrowers,
U.S.
like,
doesn't
they
have
did.
flamethrower. Actually, we might be making some now
We
because
have.
with
we
the
have
Ukrainian war going
flamethrowers.
on, we
have-
figured out.
We have flamethrowers.
I mean, like the military has.
The
flamethrowers. They'd
military
have to go
has
buy it
They
from
can-
flamethrowers. Well, that's what we're
civilians.
talking.
could
The
get
military.
them.
The civilians have flamethrowers.
Well, first off-
I'm pretty sure I've seen videos.
Yeah.
Civilians do have flamethrowers. I don't personally have one, but my gun store around the corner actually sells one. So they do have flamethrowers.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah.
But-
In America,
Yeah,
The lands in England
Yeah,
were
no,
cooked
that-
again.
flamethrowers is
it's actually a really badass flamethrower.
You
I've
could
thought,
also
I've
buy
thought
and
about
drive a tank.
I've thought about buying it a couple of times because it's like this big, like really cool, like
How much?
like dark cool blue. I think it's like 1,200 or 1,300. It's like
That is not as expensive as I thought it would
it's
be.
not. It's like dark blue.
Dude,
It's like dark blue. It's got flames on the side, and the front of it looks like a shark with an open mouth. And then it's got a big tank that goes in the back, and yeah, it's a flamethrower, and it's pretty badass. Like, when am I gonna use that? Where am I gonna be
Pretty
able?
wild.
I live in a town. Like, I live in a
When the
in a
thing
city.
invades,
You
I'll
can
Kill
use
the
it to like
weeds.
torch all your crops or something.
No, but like, where would I
Just
be able to
kill the
use?
weed.
I live in a city, so if I use it, I'm gonna burn a house down. If I lived out in the middle of nowhere, like out in the woods or something, I'd cause a fucking forest fire. Well, actually, Louisiana.
Actually, no,
Local
you can.
government.
You can't cause a forest fire in Louisiana, generally speaking, because it's mostly swampland. So you can actually set a tree on fire, and it won't burn very long. So you can't really
You
start
can try
forest
going
fires
to
here.
like a designated area to just burn stuff.
The fuck is it designated? It's a flamethrower.
Designated area
flamethrower
to
area.
fire napalm.
It's a flamethrower. Like I mean, I'm sure I can find a giant open field
don't-
somewhere. But then, like, how do you even hide? How do you even hide that? Like you're just like sitting
You
there
just carry it
firing.
underground.
You know, some cops drive by and like, is that dude firing a fucking flamethrower? Like, it's just.
It's not illegal.
you're
They
bush
just
burning.
go over
Yeah,
like, hey,
you're
what you
burning
got
a
there?
shrubbery.
Flamethrower?
No, it's
Cool,
not
can I
illegal.
try?
It would just be weird. Like let's go hunt
Don't worry.
deer. Let's go hunt deer with a
Medicinal use.
flamethrower.
You don't even have to wait until you're home.
Pre-cooked meal.
It's already cooked when you get it. It's
Burn the forest
You
down.
get
it's
trying to hunt
efficiency.
the-
It's all about efficiency.
I want some rabbit today, but I don't want to wait until I get home to get it cooked. I'm bringing my flamethrower.
Gotcha. Okay,
Don't
so
worry, it's from
I would say
So
that the thing is probably gonna get farther than
crypto.
The xenomorph.
I'd say this is probably a C. I think I can go with a C on this one.
You don't
I
think
can see
Or a
two
high
scenarios
or
where
a
the
high
thing does-
D. Or a high D. Maybe. No, I'm gonna go C.
I feel like high D is better because it has to get the right circumstances to be able to spread far enough to not be immediately burned.
True, but I mean, think about
Because if
think about how much of the planet isn't a city or a very populated place. Think about landing in the woods or in a field or like there's a lot of places.
animals.
Oh yeah, it
doesn't just. Wait,
yeah, I forgot about that. Any biomass. It could be plants. It could be a tree. It could be a bush.
Can
it
it be
be
plants and
berries.
trees and berries?
Any.
I think it
any
has to be
biomass.
meat, surely.
It never does in the movie.
Yeah, because
it never
didn't
turns
in
into
the movie
like
they had to
a
burn down all the food stores they had.
I don't think so. It never turns into a banana. I don't remember that.
To be fair,
Well, it doesn't
If I
turn
had to
into
be
stuff.
worried about the
Stuff turns
banana
into
I'm
it.
picking up being a monster, that's fucked. I don't even want to live in that world.
Yeah, no. In the movie, none of the things infected by the thing turn back into their original form. The only thing that happens is that after that original form mutates, it just gets worse and worse and worse and less safe the original, never turning back.
Okay, so who
as
thinks?
far as I remember.
Who thinks D? Who thinks C?
I think low C, honestly. You know, it's not
I
good
think
at
B.
C.
I think
Invasion of
high
the Body
D.
Snatchers.
Someone said B, as in boy.
Who
Yeah.
said B?
I wasn't
I
sure if it
heard
said
body
D or
snatchers.
B. Okay, it said D.
I
All
said
right.
C.
Someone said C. Okay, let's try this.
Yeah,
We're gonna do start a poll because I'm not sure about this one. We're gonna do the thing.
We're not allowed to vote in this, right?
No one in the Discord is allowed to vote in this, and that's going to be C or D. You guys vote.
It's the correct answer is C. Everyone in chat should say C.
Everyone should say B.
People are gonna vote D out of spite now. Shouldn't have done that.
Vote D out of spite and prove him wrong.
He's gonna leave the chat just to go vote for B C now.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no, because it's any biomass for the thing. That's what makes it terrifying.
That's what I thought.
But
Like,
again,
surely it.
the
I don't know how
second somebody
smart it
figures
is
that
though.
out,
How
Doesn't
smart
it
is
gain-
smart. It
isn't
absorbs
smarter by the more
memories. It
intelligent
absorbs
creatures
memories.
It consumes. Yeah, the more it consumes.
No,
the
it's
smarter
not
it
like the
gets.
flood in that form. It's no. That's the flood you're thinking. The thing, it takes your memories. It knows what you knew. It acts how you act. It's just slightly different. Because in the movie, the actors that were infected were told specifically to act a little off. Because it knows how you're supposed to act. It knows how you act. It just has a hard time mimicking it.
It's a less shitty
So it's
version
smart.
of
It
what the
knows-
pod people are trying to do. Like the pod people suck at
Yeah.
it. The thing is a little better, but it's still not perfect.
Would it?
Yeah,
be-
it still has that little.
Wouldn't it
off
just be a
stuff.
better
It's
version
just
of
a
the
lot
pod
harder to
people
do.
then?
No, because the
Technically-
way the pod people spread is considerably better than the way that the thing spreads. The thing has to come
This-
into actual
Yeah, because the thing
contact
needs
with
to
you.
touch you.
But in theory, if the thing touches a
Any
colony
amount
of
of it, though.
ants, it could spread through that.
That's no.
No?
Yeah.
So here's
Yeah,
my
'cause the
my
thing
question.
sells-
Here's my question about the thing, and this is something that always confused me because the whole idea is that this thing is supposed to eventually take over the entire world. But in the movie, it never really takes over more than one person at a time, and every time it takes over someone, it assimilates into one organism. It's not like all of the people slowly start becoming things. So how does this thing spread? Does it just keep assimilating beings into its own person, or does
But
it
can't
create
it
multiple persons? Because I don't remember it ever splitting in the movie.
The head thing came
No,
off
it
and
never-
split, the two bodies split.
Yeah, but that's after. Yeah, but that's after, he didn't split.
Yeah.
It was after the first part was already dead.
Oh yeah.
No, the
fair
first
enough.
part
Oh.
was still alive because
No, they were
because
killing
his hands
it.
went through the chest and
They
then
were-
the head popped
No,
off.
they were killing
and
it.
the chest was still alive.
They were killing it though. Like the a piece of it came off
I
and
need to
crawled
look this up. I need
away.
to check.
A piece of it, the head came off and crawled away while they were trying to kill the whole. So it like escaped when they were killing the main part. But we never see any point where there's two different people both mimicking humans at the same time, and they're both things. Like we never see that. It's
If it-
always one thing
yeah.
they're fighting against. Because otherwise, wouldn't it?
Hold on, I'm
Wouldn't
looking
you
at
have
the
like?
video right now.
Wouldn't you have like you got like 8 people or however many people are at the you know, wherever they are, Antarctica fortress, whatever, wherever they are. You have like 8 people there. There's never a time when there's like 3 of them are the thing or 4 of them are the thing, and they have to fit. Like it's always just one person. So like, does it ever split and become multiple people? How long does that take? Can it choose to be multiple people or to be one person? Because it's always, even at the end of the movie, when the 2 dudes are fighting the big monster thing, and it's like this giant amalgamation of all the people it's consumed. Why doesn't it split into multiple people? Why does it become just one big mass? Like, wouldn't it be easier to kill its opponent if it split into multiple things as opposed to just being one thing that they could just all gang up on and fight? Never does. And if it is capable of splitting and it just chooses not to, I think that's probably an issue with intelligence.
According to online, it can.
But it
I don't
doesn't
see any
in the
reasoning.
movie. It doesn't in the movie. Ever.
Hold on, I'm checking right now. I'm looking to see. Give me a second.
Oh wait, well,
Yeah, no, it
isn't
splits
there
into 2.
movies?
Like at the chest scene we were just talking about, it splits into 2 way before the flamethrower is even used.
No, I understand, but I'm
Like
saying
the flamethrower is used after it's
I
split.
understand, but I'm not saying that they used the flamethrowers before. The head pops up before. What I'm saying is they're about to kill it. Like they surrounded it. They got the flamethrowers. They're preparing to kill it, and then the head pops off and crawls away. And then they kill the main body as they watch the head part crawl away. It did that in order to protect itself and survive.
Rouga, there was more than one
The head
thing.
popped off after everybody started running away. The only person that stayed is the dude with the flamethrower. So I think it does it if it deems the situation.
No, but you guys
to
aren't
be
listening
right.
to what I'm saying.
It
At no
tries
point
to...
does it choose to
I
split
know,
into multiple people.
Actually, it did.
When?
Okay, I forgot the name of the guy that they found one guy who had his who was basically still transforming. He looked like he had Nar claws. They were all outside, and yeah, McCready obviously burnt him. But well, here's the thing. Okay, there was a thing there on that body, but there was still someone else who was also a thing in the group, and they had to do the blood test to figure it out.
Yeah,
And
like
I just
be-
looked it up,
like
and
be-
it
there was
says it
two
never
individuals.
does split.
Okay, fair enough. I
just
mean,
looked
I'll
it
take
up
your word.
online.
I'll take your word for it.
The
It's been a while
the
since I've seen the
creature does not
movie.
split into multiple.
I'll take your word for it. I just don't remember them ever having to face 2 things at the same time. It's always just one.
They never.
Yeah, no, it never.
They
It only
kept
attacks
trying
one
to
at a time.
hide. They kept trying to hide. You're right. They
Yes.
never thinged out at anyone. But technically, yes, there was 2 things. We just saw only one of them because they were all trying to maintain cover. They're not necessarily working with each other.
Oh, I just looked it up online, and it says it never split into multiple distinct entities. The split face guy that we saw, the guy where the head falls off and shit.
Yep.
It was still the same being. It was a single creature, but it just had 2 heads. The creature's ability, it can mimic, but it says it does not have the ability to split into 2 independent, self-sufficient entities. At least that's what it says online. So the answer would be no.
Remember, they literally burnt. They burnt a guy who was, he had like almost these gnarly claw hands, and that was not the end of the movie. They didn't even do the blood test thing yet.
Yeah, and there's the thing at the end of the movie where the dog's running away and they taste it, and well before that, they're fighting the fucking giant monster amalgamation of like 2 or 3 people.
Whatever. I think I gotta watch.
Yeah,
I gotta watch.
They blew up the last thing with dynamite. So it does split, and then at the end of the movie, there's also a hint that one of the 2 survivors, either the black dude or the McCready,
is the
are
thing.
the thing.
Yeah, and in
Or
the original
both of them.
script, it actually straight up said that Keith David was the thing, and that not
Shit.
like it's like in the original script, the idea was that McCready was going to eventually die because Keith David turned into the thing. In the movie, they made it more ambiguous, but in the script, it wasn't ambiguous at all. It was just like, yeah, he's definitely the thing.
So
whatever.
Someone
He's
doesn't
at
know what
sea.
it is.
They voted for him to be at sea. He's
And I
staying
win.
at sea.
I'm so happy.
They
They didn't vote D out of spite. I won.
yeah, I guess technically they did not.
Some dude
I-
said to put Doom demons at F rank. I'm like, I don't think he understands what this graph is.
Well, no, he's doing it
But-
to annoy
Wait,
people.
somebody paid money to do that?
But no.
But after talking about, it, I would actually say
Oh.
they go like
I
A.
don't want to do that. That'd be really fucking funny.
Well, next up we have Viltrumites. So I think the Viltrumites
They'll
gonna be
definitely win. Like we can't beat Viltrum.
No, we can't beat them, but the invasion
Yes.
wouldn't be that bad.
Well, it depends though. Would we say no, fuck off? Because then it's gonna be bad.
Well, no, what are we gonna do to them? We have to say yes.
If we
I think
can't
they would
physically,
just have to
if we're not capable of physically damaging or killing them, then we just kind of have to be subservient, and then that's
We
it.
are though. They do that in the show. We see an alternate
but they-
universe
With
where that
advanced
happens.
weapons.
in the
Technology
comic
better-
book world. The super comic book world with other superpowered
Yeah,
beings,
they have
with
superpowered
magic,
beings. They
and
have
other super tag
robots that could fight back. They have weapons. They
They just
prepare
generally
themselves.
have a high level of.
They never mention in the
technology?
show using superpowered beings to kill Omni-Man and imprison him. They don't do that. At least in the
When
show.
did they
I don't
kill
know about the
Omni-Man?
comics.
What are you talking
What
about?
is
They're
in
not
the
at that
fucking
point.
Omni-Man?
In season 2, we see Ancient League and Omni-Man and who are taking over the Earth. They cut back to it, and Invincible's in prison. And he says they killed Omni-Man with bombs, and they waited till I had to sleep to capture me. That's what happened in the show. So
They use
beat
some like
them
super
without-
bomb what we don't have.
Yeah, but that's not the.
Yeah,
And
they
that's
said
not,
also, they're not
experiments of
like they're
quantum
using
bomb.
normal materials. Like they have a high level of technology.
It's
that
also
they have-
it's also no one ever talks about that. No one ever talks about this, but I don't know why, because it's established in the series that all of these different characters across the different multiverses within Invincible have
different strengths.
different strength levels. So there's like, we know that all the different marks are different strength levels, but everyone assumes every Omni-Man across the entire multiverse is the exact same strength. Why is that the assumption?
It's not.
I don't know.
It is.
The one
It's
in
the assumption
fucking
for
movie
most
we see is
people.
clearly
Everyone-
the stronger one.
Everyone argued with me when I made those Invincible videos. They argued with me that Sinister Mark was more powerful than Mark Grayson because he was able to defeat Omni-Man. Like everyone was making that argument to me, and I always said the same thing. How does that make him stronger than our Mark Grayson? We don't know how strong his Omni-Man was. And because everyone, it just goes under the assumption that all the Omni-Mans are the same power for some reason. I don't know why. We don't even necessarily know if all of the, I mean, according to the multiverse, actually we do know. According to their multiverse, all of the different versions of the Viltrumites don't even behave the same way. Like, the Viltrumites in the main universe showed up at Earth and was actually relatively reasonable and was saying, like, hey, bow down to us and we'll make your society good, we'll cure cancer, we'll do all kinds of great stuff. In the other, with the evil marks and stuff, they just straight up start slaughtering people by the millions and, like, take over the whole planet. Just like, it's just their playground where they could do whatever they want. It's way worse. So, like, obviously, even the ways that in which the Viltrumites run their empire is different across the different universes.
Maybe they're more brutal because they're weaker and need to project more strength.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, that could also
maybe.
be a great
I
thing
don't
too.
know,
But again, we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with
we're dealing with the
normal one.
main universe one, and in the main universe one, if they come over, if Anissa or whoever comes down and is like, hey, we're going to take over your planet. If you do, we'll like cure cancer and do all this kind of stuff. You'll be basically you'll be a what do you call it? Not
Utopia?
Not a pawn.
Like one civilization.
No, like a vassal
Didn't
state, or a city state or whatever underneath our thing, but a planet. And we won't really be able. I mean, we might try and fight at first, but are we really gonna fight to the point that they're gonna wipe out our entire fucking
We
country?
nuke them once and it does
No,
nothing.
absolutely
Like,
not. Eventually there'll be enough people left to just say, "Nah, I don't think I want to."
I feel like if I was the president,
If
I'm
they
sorry.
offer to
Yeah,
make
there's
our
gonna be a
lives
lot of
better-
people that are gonna say, "Go fuck yourself."
If I was the
It would
president,
take a few
If they
nations
offer
folding
make
to
our
make a
lives better,
domino
why
effect.
would civilians fight them if they make our lives better? Civilians go kill them. Like, no, they said they were willing to make it better than what you guys done. So the civilians would have followed the government to say, hey, go try and kill them.
if I was the president, I'd fuck with their ego. I would say, okay, here's the deal. We'll bow down to you without resistance if you could take our strongest attack without any issues. And then you'll have like a Nisa or Thrag or whatever. They'll be like, oh yeah, okay, fine, cool. Because it's not gonna be like, oh no, we don't want to do it. Like, they think they're invincible. So okay, so we launch our biggest nuke at Thrag. He just stands there. this is all under the assumption that he would accept this, but I think he would. He's a warrior kind of guy. He believes he's invincible.
Launch all
Nothing can hurt him.
14,000 nukes.
No, you just hit one. Just hit him with one. Hit him with our biggest nuke. If our biggest nuke doesn't do anything to him, we know we can't fight back. So we get subjugated. But at least there's a chance that we might kill. If we could kill their strongest Viltrumite with our strongest weapon, we know there's a chance we can fight back, and now you'll have a war. We actually have a chance of winning. But otherwise, you know, you might as well just
I feel
subjugate.
like we just make Star Bomb, but it's 100 kiloton.
Oh no, we'd have to go way bigger than that.
We just remake the Star Bomb.
We'd have to like start going into gigatons and shit.
Megatons, maybe?
Well, I mean, it depends, because some people are like, oh, they can fly through the fucking planet. But honestly, they're super inconsistent in the show and in the comics. You know, they got like sometimes they get their asses beat by pretty weak shit, and then other times they're like super. I don't know. It's kind of.
That's everyone in the show.
It's all over the place. Yeah, it's the
Remember
whole
when
series.
Omnimark got killed by a literal yo-yo?
Yeah.
Remember when Yeah, that.
Yeah.
It's all over the place. Anyway, so Viltrumites, because their takeover of us is pretty much guaranteed, but I don't really think it's going to be all that bad of a takeover.
It's better, if anything, if they can cure cancer and shit.
Probably. Honestly, I would say F, because remember we said.
Oh yeah,
F
if they
like
promised
an
all
alien
this stuff
invasion
and they
making us
showed
better
proof that
than
they
what we
could.
are.
I would say
So
I
I'd
would.
say
Give us their, if they even give us their F grade technology, F grade to them, that would probably be a marked improvement in the quality of life too. So it's like just basically crap shitty 2,000 years out of date technology, and if that's what they are willing to give us, I'm pretty sure it would be a marked improvement.
I don't know.
in
This is
life.
a hard one, because this is a hard one. Like, do I put him in front of the Thing, who I don't think will be able to take control of the entire planet, but like arguably less people will die and suffer if the
what's the list?
Wait, this is scaling on how many people are dying, not difficulty.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not difficulty. It's exactly what the title of the video is.
Worst day. Yeah, this is easily the best one to get taken over with. Then.
So I would say
Word.
F tier. 'Cause
Yeah,
it's
no, so this
literally
one would-
the best because it improves our quality of
Wait,
life.
then that.
But we're also being
Wait,
subjugated.
then that would mean that it would be F.
We're being subjugated,
Yeah, but that
but
would need
like.
to be
But
F.
would you rather? But would you
Everything's
rather?
better, and they mostly
would
leave
you,
us alone.
But would you rather be invaded by something like the xenomorphs, which you could wipe out very quickly and will have virtually no effect on our life, or by
But no
the
cure to cancer.
Viltrumites? Yeah, but they.
No, there'd be
Okay.
an absolute effect.
I
Because we're
keep-
like, there's aliens and they want to
No,
kill us.
no, well, it would not really. I mean, okay. He's British,
We'd look at the stars violently.
so like, curing cancer is not worth the subjugation of humanity. That's
Well, I mean, that's not.
We're subjugated by ourselves.
I
don't
mean,
we
obviously
subjugate
not
ourselves?
just that, but that's not the only thing. Obviously, we're gonna get more than that.
but it's okay. But you're still
Yeah.
accepting subjugation.
But we don't know. We don't know how bad the subjugation is.
It's
Well,
subjugation.
no, not technically.
I
Well,
think
no,
it
it
also
wouldn't be
depends on the
accepting
era,
it.
too.
This is why you motherfuckers still have a queen. This is not how. Like, we don't want
King,
to.
Yeah.
actually. We don't. She died. We have a king.
There's no
Yeah,
queen
yeah.
there anymore, man.
Yes, you
Whatever.
Americans over here saying,
I don't know when
fuck
kings and
subjugation.
queens die. I'm American. We don't respect the royal family. I'm sorry.
Bro, that was on the news everywhere. How
I
did
don't
you
care.
not know?
That was
Why would-
global
We didn't pay
news.
attention.
Bro,
But
people,
she
bro,
died.
people in England didn't care. I
There you
don't,
go.
like-
People in England didn't even care. Like, I don't like. I don't know. It's like there's a certain mindset. There's a certain mindset that exists, and sometimes it's cultural, which is why I made the joke about the English thing. But it's not always cultural. It's just the whole thing. Like, are you willing to subjugate and give up all of your rights and freedoms for comforts and gifts, or would you rather the freedoms and the hardships that come with those freedoms? And
It
We have
depends.
already done that.
But
What do you think
what-
a government is?
okay,
we,
okay.
We let them subjugate us like we give them our freedoms in return for the promises they give.
yes, but which is why
Yes,
it's
we
all.
have already done
Yeah,
that.
Well,
which is why it's always
on.
a fight.
Wait, I have an idea.
Which is why it is.
I mean, they
So
kind of have
why
to
are we not
prove
Shut
build
up
the
and let
civil
me
combat.
talk. Stop interrupting me. Let me finish. Which is why there is always a fight that needs to be done between the people and their government of not allowing the government to overstep their boundaries. Certain governments have gone way too far. Like, in my personal opinion, Britain went way too far. You don't even have freedom of speech in your country. That's crazy.
to me. That's
America's
insane.
the only place of freedom of
internet.
speech.
It's not the only place. There's like 2 or 3 other places
Yeah,
that
don't
have
people-
it. But
Is there?
we're the only first world country that still has it. Yeah.
And Australia sadly doesn't.
Canada has freedom of speech.
Canada does not have freedom of speech.
Canada's also.
Do you live
Canadian,
there?
so,
You could be
it's a
you could be
downgrade.
fined.
Yeah.
and
In
you could
England,
you could be fined as well as jailed for hate speech, for all different kinds of speech.
Same as England.
Yes, they don't have freedom of speech either. That's what I just said.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
No, but he's disagreeing.
Well,
He's saying that
technically
Canada has
America's
freedom
Oh,
of
sorry.
speech.
Yeah, okay, sorry, that's my bad.
Okay.
Canada does not have freedom of speech. Neither does England. Neither does France. Neither does Germany. None of these places, Australia, none of them have freedom of speech because all of them you could be fined or arrested for types of speech. The United States is the only first world country that allows you to do that. There's a couple other countries that do still have it, but as far as first world countries, the United States is the only one who hasn't given that up.
those that trade freedom for safety deserve neither. Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, it was a really big
Lizard
deal.
Lizard Lizard
Like
Lizard
the
Lizard.
entire, like the whole reason why the United States was founded in the first place was because we didn't like the control that the royals were doing to, the people who bailed on England and came over to the United States, and we tried to found something that didn't have a monarchy where people can have freedom. And America, throughout whoever is fucking with their mic, please stop. Jesus Christ, it's like you're rubbing it on carpet or something. Okay, you done? Whatever that is. Okay, I don't know what that is, but that was super annoying. All right, but yeah, like that was the whole thing, and the United States citizens are constantly giving up those freedoms as the years go by. We give up more and more and more freedoms, but it's always a fight. You always have to keep pushing back because we don't want to lose that kind of stuff. We don't want to lose the right to speak. We don't want to lose the right to our guns. We don't want to lose all this stuff. It's always a fight. But a lot of countries, and tons of countries in Europe have given up. They've essentially changed. Okay, seriously, whoever's mic is doing that, I'm not kidding. I'm about to mute you permanently.
Marnivore.
Mr. Nova,
It's you might want to mute yourself until you want to talk.
Okay, yeah, because it's like, yeah, guys, you gotta pay attention to what your mics are doing. If your mic's making noises and shit. But yeah, it's like I think that all of Europe's basically given up its freedoms, and it's changed the definition
agreed.
of what freedom even is, to the point where it's like the Canada guy who said that Canada has freedom of speech. What does he define as freedom of speech? Because no, they don't. Like, that's at all. They don't. I mean, comedians have been jailed for jokes in Canada. Like there's all kinds of shitty stuff. There was somebody actually in Britain, and you might know this. There's more people jailed per year in Britain than Russia and China for speech. That was like 2 years in a row.
4,000 people a year.
It was crazy.
Or like
It was
4,000 people.
I don't remember. Someone might want to look up that statistic, but I do remember they were saying that it was Britain was doing it more often than Russia and China. But the China part flipped me. I'm not even sure if I believe
so
it.
crazy.
I don't necessarily believe the China. I could believe Russia though, but I don't necessarily
definitely not China.
I don't necessarily believe China.
Bro, they got
What
millions of people locked up.
Keir Starmer said it's 4,000 people, and he's the prime minister for Facebook post.
That's a ton. That's a lot. That's a lot.
That is
of
a lot.
people.
What year?
And
though?
they're not getting short. They're like getting years, like multiple years.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, dude.
It's not like 6 months.
Canada,
it's like 2 years plus.
Canada. You had Trudeau literally go in when they did the whole trucker protest. He literally froze the bank accounts of people who were helping with the protests and funding the protests.
Jesus.
He froze their bank accounts and did not allow them to get their own money. That is some dictator
insane.
shit. That was Canada.
Well, now we know why 1984 takes place in England.
Does it?
In Russia, 400 people. Britain, 3,300. U.S., 2,000. In the UK,
whoa.
114,000.
Specify that. What do you mean 2,000 people in the U.S. were jailed for speech?
Not jailed. I've been charged with lesser infractions related to online harassment.
That's not the same thing.
Which I guess isn't.
It's not legal. That's not legal. That's not legal.
Okay, yeah. In Yeah, the Russia and Britain one were arrested for things they said on social media.
Yeah, because
Russia would be way higher, realistically.
the only thing that you can be arrested for in the U.S. in terms of as far as speech goes is incitement. That's and it's essentially.
Isn't it also defamation of character?
You could be sued for slander, not arrested, and you could be sued.
Like you're gonna get a visit from the FBI if you say you're gonna
essentially
tweet, you're gonna shoot the president or something.
No, if you lie about someone in a public way that ruins their life or makes them lose their job or something like that, they can sue you. But that's civil. That's between two people. The government cannot come and arrest you for it. But someone can sue you if you said something that was specifically that was a lie, and only if it was a lie, and if it ruined their life. That's what happened between like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, because Amber Heard lied about her doing the thing. So he sued her because he literally couldn't get work, and he lost like millions and millions of dollars of jobs and stuff like that. So yeah, his name was dragged through the mud. So you can do that, but again, that's not legal. That's a civil matter, and like. Police officers can't come to your house and arrest you for that.
It can lead to criminal charges, but as far as I see, it's very difficult to the point where it might as well just not
only incitement can be arrested for, and that's essentially telling someone to go shoot someone, go kill somebody. You have to tell someone to go commit a crime.
Oh yeah,
that's incitement. That's the only type of speech that's not covered under the freedom of speech amendment.
Well, doesn't that count if they do the crime? But if they don't, doesn't it not count? Because I know like the whole thing about arresting for.
I don't necessarily think that it's I don't think that's necessarily the case. I just think that usually no one presses charges unless something happens. But I think that technically you can go to jail if you go out online or on TV and tell a bunch of people to go murder somebody, specifically go kill that person. You can be. I think you can actually be arrested for that, but no one will actually go through the process of trying to arrest you if no one actually gets hurt. Like if that person then dies a few days later, then they might actually try to arrest you. Like I mean, fuck, what's her face? It was Kathy Griffin made a doll that was the severed head of Trump with all the blood and stuff on it, and held it up over her head and essentially like praised people to go kill Trump, and she wasn't arrested and had no legal action done towards her at all. Now, no one hired her for shows after a while, and she lost a lot of work, but she wasn't arrested for threatening the president on live television. She was not arrested, so it's pretty free. It's relatively free. it's pretty good. It's pretty You can basically say whatever you want. Rapper type is banned from Canada because he criticized the government a few years back. Yeah, Canada's like getting really bad. It's getting to the point of being
England's worse.
I don't know. I don't know that.
I've heard a couple cases of England.
Okay, I'll give you one reason. We have a two-tier justice system now. So, if you're like a native citizen, you'll get treated worse and get worse sentences than someone who's foreign, and that's actually legal.
Yeah, I've heard stuff like that. Yeah, that sucks. That's a different situation, though. That's not necessarily that you don't have freedom of speech or whatever. No one's got freedoms. It's just
I was just saying it's worse in Canada in general.
Yeah, it's this weird. Yeah.
For freedoms.
Yeah, it's a weird. Things like that were happening here. Not that exact thing, but yeah, like the fucking illegal immigrants getting put up in hotels and shit. But then, and they were taking money away from the rebuilding of like there was a town that was set on fire. I think it was a fire or it was a hurricane or something destroyed the town, and they did not pay the federal government. This was when Biden was in office. The federal government did not pay to have that town fixed. They did not send any money, but they were paying millions and millions of dollars to set up illegal immigrants in really nice hotels, And everybody was like, why the fuck aren't you rebuilding this town of your citizens? Why aren't you sending us funds to rebuild our town? But you're putting all these people. That was one of the things that was like really pissing people off about Biden. People wonder why the fuck Trump won. Of course Trump won. They were just doing some, like, even for people who don't like Trump were voting for Trump because the shit that other people were pulling was just so much worse. So much worse. Like, the entire West has lost their fucking mind. I hope that everyone goes back to sense. I don't think they're going to go back to sense.
Not just the West.
No, I think the pendulum's going to swing the other way. I think it's going to swing the other way too far, and I think that we're about to see some really fucked up shit, but just going in the other direction. I hope that doesn't happen.
How did we get through again?
What's up?
How did we get to this point again?
Because we're talking
We
and
were
having a
talking about
conversation, and the
freedom
conversation
and-
flows, and that's just how it goes. We just talk.
I stood the whole time trying to figure out.
In every year, the UK.
Discussion.
What's up? What'd you say?
Oh, sorry, I was answering him.
Whatever, doesn't matter. Okay, what's the next one? What we got next? The Brother Moons. The Brother Moons are next. So
we're done.
Could we, instead of the Brother Moons, could we just do the Necromorphs? Because the brother.
It's the same thing.
I mean, by the time we get to the Brother Moons, we're already done.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
okay.
'cause
So
by the time you
I've
get there,
said
it's
this.
already
I've
done.
said
What
this
is the point
before.
getting there?
I've said this before. I think the Brother Moons are completely useless if they don't set up the invasion like thousands of years ahead of time. So, like, if the Brother Moons come into contact with Earth and they haven't already sent down those tablet things that control people's minds and guide our civilization towards our eventual control, they're not capable of controlling someone.
Oh.
Yeah, they're actually really shitty. Like, if we give them the benefit of the doubt that they've already sent down those, I think they're monoliths. What do they call them in the game? I forget.
Markers?
Yeah,
Markers. Thank you. If we give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they've already sent down those markers thousands of years in the past, then yeah, he's right. We're screwed. There's nothing we can do about it. But if we come across,
I mean, there is one on Earth. It's just hidden in the ocean somewhere.
That's in the game. That's in the game. But if it's in real life. But then again, when we talked about the primers, we also acted as if they were the creators of us. But I don't think it matters to the primers, whether they were the creator of us or not. If the primers want to eliminate us, there's nothing we can do about it. The Brother Moons have to have this several thousand, possibly even several million year setup where they put the markers down that guides our civilization into a direction that allows them to invade us. If they didn't send down the markers, or they just come into us, they just run into us now, and they're like, okay, now we're gonna try and invade. I actually don't think there's a whole lot they can do to us.
Do they not have like necromorphs on the Brother Moon? They would
probably
attack us with.
Probably, but if you send down necromorphs down onto the Brother Moon, it's not really. You're gonna kind of have a similar situation to a zombie apocalypse or the Thing, where it's really not gonna be all that hard to deal with. I mean,
we can't deal the moon.
Wait, what's up?
I highly disagree. Have
Why?
you seen what those things, the punishment they can take?
They fire takes them out just like the Thing does.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, you have to shoot their limbs off, and it's noted that the pulse rifle.
Fire?
No, you don't. Fire takes them out. You don't need to take their limbs off.
Not everyone has a flamethrower or fire.
But we
or
just
incendiary
talked. We
weapons.
just talked.
to say something about that.
Just
Using a
talked about this
flamethrower on
thing.
Necromorphs does not kill them.
Yes, it does.
Flamethrower.
Actually, it's
no,
not
it just
known if it ever
immobilizes them.
actually
They don't
kills them or
die.
just immobilizes them. It's a mystery, but yeah, it does.
It just
It's not a
immobilizes
mystery.
them.
Like if you burn their asses to ash, they're dead. Fire kills cells. Their entire concept of what they are is cell adaptation. It's all about the cells. If you can burn the cells and kill the cells, they're dead. You can call it a mystery, but if it's not confirmed that they survive it, then it's not a mystery. They're not.
I feel like we need a real dead space expert.
They're dead until proven alive, not the other way around.
I mean, even if you just say
if I remember
incapacitate
correctly,
them, if they can't do anything, they're not a threat. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, like you're saying like not everyone has a
I need to
flame.
look something up for the
You
US.
say that not everyone has a flamethrower, but we have
do a lot.
there are flame brigades that exist. I mean, when we were in World War II, we were giving our soldiers flamethrowers to fight against the Nazis in their bunkers. And fucking Hitler actually petitioned that it wasn't fair that we were killing so many of them with flamethrowers. He wanted to get rid of shotguns and flamethrowers because the way that their defenses were set up.
That was World War One, but
sorry.
yeah,
My bad.
Germany are sore
was World
losers
War-
when they literally invent chemical weapons.
Yeah, they weren't happy about that. But yeah, we were demolishing them with shotguns and flamethrowers. They were like,
what
let's not
happened?
do that anymore. Well, the way that the Germans were pitting their defenses, that they were digging these trenches and hiding in the trench. It was trench warfare, and we figured out that the best way to fight people in trenches is with flamethrowers with shotguns. You fire a flame into the trench, it just burns the whole thing. You don't even have to go down there. And
the funny thing is, a flamethrower isn't a war crime. It's just not very efficient.
It's a
war crime to use.
No, it's terrifyingly efficient.
It's efficient.
Flames from a flamethrower bounce around.
It's efficient
in modern warfare.
In modern warfare, it's not efficient, but it is efficient in trench warfare, which is what and it's also very effective towards aliens like the Thing, and towards an alien like like the xenomorphs,
Necromorph.
the necromorph. Sorry, and like the necromorphs. It's very
Also,
very
there's
effective.
also the xenomorph.
It's only a war crime if it's on civilians, I believe, are the simplified words.
But yeah, if we know that, again, it's essentially going to be the same issue that we had with the thing. They're going to firebomb the whole city if they can't stop the spread. They're going to
There's a
quarantine,
moon.
firebomb, and that's going to be that. Now, as for the moon up in space, I think we probably have enough nukes to blow up a moon.
What if it's really close and we end up
well,
really
then-
fucking up the planet?
Well,
Wait,
if
at
it's
distance
if it's
all the
getting
way
that
to-
if we let it that close, it's already fucking up the planet because it's gonna fuck with our gravitational pull.
Yeah, like we see that those things can get
Yes.
really close to planets in Dead Space 3, I think.
Well, no, if
I think if we see it, we're
if
just
I
gonna
remember
nuke it into
correctly,
oblivion
every
before it gets
weather
that close.
moon has like hundreds of thousands of markers on it.
Wait, what?
And the markers have like a psychological effect. Even if the marker itself can't turn you into a necromorph, it has the psychological effect.
But we're not on the
of
moon.
fucking
The
with
moon
people
is
who-
like here, right?
Yeah,
Like,
we're
that's
not-
gonna
we're
be-
not about
it
to
could-
land- we're not
it's
about to
able
land
to
on the
shoot
moon.
markers off of it.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
it's able
that
to
many
shoot
markers has
markers
a
off
very
of it.
large
That's how they-
range.
Yeah, but the markers,
no, it's
but the
planet-wide
markers,
range,
but
whereas the
but the
original-
markers are not instant mind control. The markers work over the course of long periods of time, which is why the markers have to be set up thousands of years beforehand to guide civilizations. If
you think about it, they could just bombard the planet with thousands of markers.
Isaac Clarke, no, but that wouldn't work because Isaac Clarke was able to fight his way
I'm not
through
talking
with
about
the
mind control.
markers, being there through 3 games. And while it was starting to fuck with his psychology a little bit, it took years and years and years to do it. They're not effective. It's not like an instant mind control situation.
I mean,
Yeah, it's
I
not
guess
mind
being
control.
fucked
And again,
up
if they
with
just started launching
psychology
them
is
with-
a valid way of
Guys,
fighting
y'all
the
can't
markers.
all talk at the same time. One person.
Wait, I actually remember watching the anime adaptation or
Dead Space
Gishimura?
yes, and it worked relatively fast there.
Yeah, that one worked pretty fast.
Is that canon though?
I don't think it matters.
Yes,
we
it's
see
canon.
it doesn't matter though. We see through 3 games in the actual games that are like the real canon, the solid story where we see tons and tons of markers not working on one dude. And we know based on the setup of the lore that they have to set the markers up thousands of years beforehand to guide civilizations. We know that. That's a part of the lore. If they make an animated movie that goes against what they already established, the way the markers work in the games, should we even count it as canon, or it would be an outlier?
I feel like we should just count the games as canon.
Or
I mean,
maybe
I really
Marcus
think
is
we
the
need an
outlier
expert on this, honestly.
because we see that actually that's the thing. The marker actually relies on people with Isaac Clarke's level of intelligence. Ironically,
No.
yeah, it does the ear fuck with your head, and they do.
No, that is not how it
It's
works.
a lot. It's more. No, it actually.
It relies to begin its spread. It relies on people with low willpower or low mindset because it fucks with your psychology, and it needs people to die to become it. And those who are weak-willed and weak-minded to the most just immediately get overwhelmed and just collapse, and then they become the thing.
Well, no, they have to die, then they become necromorphs.
Yeah, because they get overwhelmed by the shit spamming, the markers spamming into their mind, and then they just die from, I don't know what the fuck the word is, and then they become a necromorph. So it
That or they
relies
kill
on people
themselves.
being both dumb and weak-willed. Yeah, and then weak-willed enough to kill themselves too.
Point
That's why
is,
Isaac Clarke was able to survive so long. That's canon.
they're not-
for him
they're not-
surviving
they're
so
not
long.
on our
built
Earth.
like
Willed
that.
and smart.
They're not on our Earth, and if they launch him onto there, we're not gonna immediately be like, "Oh, what are these things?" They just got attacked by a giant moon.
Yeah,
We're getting rid of them.
shot
we
a bunch
just
of
got
alien
shot at
devices.
with something. We're gonna be like,
Yeah, destroy them,
Let's get rid of them.
and then let's continue. Then let's focus on the fucking moon that's firing things at the planet. And also, like I said, I think that we have enough nuclear warheads that can actually blow up a moon. I do think so.
I think
And again,
14,000 should do the trick.
and again, we do take.
We
do pay attention to things that are flying near our planet. We would likely see the brother moon long before it actually arrived to us. We would see.
How
it
do
coming
those things
beforehand.
move around,
Yeah.
actually? Like, do
Unless
just
they
propel
teleport.
themselves in
Unless
space
they
like-
teleport,
like
I don't think it
squids do?
matters.
It's just
It's
really funny
more
to
like
imagine them moving
psychic
around like an
powers.
octopus does in space.
it's more like psychic powers pushing themselves. It's more like in
So they
unlimited
they push
propellant, they have
themselves.
kind of yeah.
Push
They
themselves
push and
into our
pull
nukes.
themselves.
So I think this one. I think this one.
I think they're.
I think this one is a B. Because I think it goes
what's
up.
the list so far?
I think it goes up with the you got. If
If
you're
it
not
gets
watching the
close,
stream, then I can't help you, man. You got to be watching the stream.
All right.
Look, I'm not gonna keep explaining shit that you should know because the stream should be running.
Close enough for just.
The Brother Moon. Because I think the Brother Moons are somewhere around the pod people type of level. Because the likelihood of them controlling us is there, and them controlling us is gonna suck. I don't know. I feel like the pod people have a better chance of actually taking control of us than the Brother Moon. I don't know. Can we? It all depends. Can we deal? Can we deal with a moon? That's the question. If we could deal with a moon, then we're good.
Because if we're fighting the moon, that means they don't have a marker here. Because the moons would never show up themselves unless there is no marker here. So it'd be dealing with the moon, not dealing with the necromorph invasion. Because the necromorph invasion would be after the moon shows up.
Also, what runs the markers? Are they magic or are they technological?
They're kind of both.
Can they be taken out by like an EMP or something?
No, but you can destroy it. Like if you can just break it.
Yeah, then I don't think there's much of a. I don't think we're gonna have much of a threat here. You could destroy that. We could destroy the markers, and we likely have enough artillery that we can actually destroy a moon. Now, can we destroy all the moons? Probably not, but I think we could probably destroy the moons. Also, are we?
The reason Earth got messed over in Dead Space because the Utahs just so happened to be causing a massive societal collapse in Civil War at the exact moment, so they got really unlucky.
Also, can
no, the Civil War happened because of the worshippers of the markers.
Can necromorphs?
Yeah, the unitologists.
Can necromorphs survive the radiation that a nuclear warhead sets off?
Yeah, absolutely. The only reason why the only thing that can kill them is, like you said, fire. Because how the fuck do you survive all your shit gone?
In the series, do they survive nuclear attacks?
I don't think we've ever seen a nuke
but they survive the radiation.
Because you said yes.
There's a
definitely.
nuke used on a city, I think.
So you said yes, definitely.
I think there was a nuke used on a city.
Well, no, but just think about this for a second. You said yes, definitely, without even hesitating. And then when I asked you if it actually happened, now you're like, well, I think maybe a bit. So you didn't actually know if they could survive a nuke. You're just guessing.
They use a nuke once, and it blows up the whole ship. But yeah, obviously nothing's surviving that.
So you don't know if they. So you don't know if they could survive.
You were asking about the radiation.
Well, no, but you have to.
You were asking about the radiation.
But if they use a nuke and it kills them with the explosion or whatever, where's the evidence that they could survive with the radiation?
The only reason why they stop when you kill them with anything other than a flamethrower is because they just can't move.
Okay, that's not answering. But you see how that's avoiding answering the question, right?
Flame attacks the cells, radiation attacks the cells.
Explanation.
Same thing.
Can the radiation poison something that's basically dead?
Yeah.
No, because then there's the problem of the cells being fucked up to the point where they just melt and then aren't a cell anymore.
That's also another thing you have to think about, and this is actually probably the major killing point. Necromorphs can only turn into necromorphs if the person's dead. You can't turn a living being into a necromorph. You have to kill them first. The Brother Moons don't have.
How long does one have to be dead to turn into a necromorph?
It doesn't matter. The Brother Moons don't actually have a way of killing people.
No, you do have to be dead.
The Brother Moons don't actually have a way of killing people.
Telekinesis.
They have. No, they don't use. They've never
used telekinesis to kill someone. It's never happened.
They've never used it to attack anybody. Just move themselves.
Yeah.
So it's not even a. It's just a movement method.
So I mean, the best thing they can do is go closer to the planet and fuck up our
They can.
Our tides.
Gravity.
And possibly kill us with the
what
shift,
they can
the
do is
tides,
they can throw
maybe?
pieces.
Or push the moon into us.
They can throw pieces of themselves.
Or are they the grave mind?
Wait, I think in Dead Space 3, they did detect the two main characters' mind at the end, and we didn't see any more, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, the one where 3 or 4 brother moons showed up Earth.
No, that wasn't Earth. That was the area with the frozen brother moon above the planet.
No, I mean at the end of Dead Space 3. I mean.
So wait, does anyone think that
Yeah,
we
that
can't,
was at the end of
like,
those history.
if there's no evidence that they can survive the nuclear radiation of a nuke, we don't actually even have to destroy the brother moons. All we have to do is send enough nukes that we radiate it, and then we can just allow the
think we'd be in good
radiation
shape,
to
but we
kill
could
the
survive.
cells. Like it sounds like this would not actually be all that difficult to overcome.
No.
Just
But the
keep
cells would
them
be
far
dead, and the
away.
whole thing about radiation fucking up is because the cell's alive and trying to repair itself, fucking itself up more.
Well, we can kill them. That's all that
But then
matters. We
there's
just
that
nuke them more.
problem, though. Yeah, it obviously fucking throwing the sun at something's gonna kill it, because how the fuck do you survive a sun being thrown at you? But still.
So I think I'm probably
I'd
gonna
say low B.
put this on low B, but below the pod people maybe.
Yeah.
Because I think it'll be harder than the
Because
thing.
if they get close enough to be able to... Oh
Like,
yeah,
this would probably
definitely.
do a lot more damage than the
'Cause it's a
thing would, but I
space
think we
assault.
would survive.
Yeah.
It'd be a lot more damage a lot faster.
There'll be a lot less nukes on the planet, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And so much psychological
Absolutely.
damage to the planet, but we would survive.
And another thing, I don't remember where I heard this, but I'm pretty sure the U.S. is like 700 tons of napalm just in storage. So
That
that's
seems
a lot
awfully
of fire
low.
to throw at them.
That doesn't sound like a lot,
That seems-
to tell you the truth. But I mean, it's
Oh, wait,
hold on.
if we need more, we can make more.
I probably am missing a few zeros. Hold on, I need to look up fucking.
Maybe 3 or 4 zeros.
All right, and the chat's been relatively slow going today. The whole stream's actually pretty slow today. So I'm gonna do the next 3, the ones that people paid for, and then after that, if we don't see any super chats or anything like that, I'll just end the stream there and we'll call it an early night. Let's move on to the next
Who
one.
we
We
got
have
next?
Tyranids.
We're fucked.
We're cooked.
We are not surviving
Wait,
this.
no, there's 4 because somebody paid $5 for the fucking the last one on the list.
No, the last one on the list is
The fucking.
the last one on the list is
Starship
the
Troopers.
flood. That's 3.
Bro.
That's the next 3.
No, it's Starship Troopers.
Yeah, that's the 3rd one on the list right
No,
here.
because. Oh wait, we just did the brother. Oh wait, my thing was paused. I'm fucking
Oh
retarded.
my god.
I don't know what you're doing. There's 3 right here.
I have a functioning brain. Don't worry about it.
No, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Never mind.
Yeah.
So,
Pause way the
Tyranids.
fuck back. I don't know when it happened.
Okay.
Nice knowing y'all. The bugs are gonna eat us all.
So what? They're just gonna eat us?
The question.
We
No,
do
the
not
question
get a
would be
chance.
like. No, because we
Oh,
had like
yeah.
20,000 years to prepare for this shit, but at the same time, how the fuck do you prepare for that?
You can't. You might as well
If
just
the
blow
fo-
up the planet, take as
because
many
the
of them with
40
you as you can.
If 40k can't deal with it,
Because-
we're not dealing with it.
Well, to be fair, there's a
Yeah,
lot
no.
of shit. There's a lot
No,
of shit
'cause the-
40k can't deal with.
There is, but I'm saying if they can't deal with it, we're not dealing with it.
I actually think that we
Like
could
high-
probably kill 40k
Though they're
soldiers in real life.
That's not even debatable. I completely agree.
Yeah, we would absolutely be
No,
able to
I
kill
agree with
40k
that.
'cause
soldiers.
But I'm just saying, in a head-to-head
Even
war,
84.
I'm not debating we can't kill them. I'm just saying they're way more powerful than we are. 'Cause
Yeah, I would assume
Like,
they have
are
more
we talking
numbers.
Yeah, they're way
High
more
fleet?
powerful, way more.
I would
Do you
assume
mean
our,
the entire high fleet?
Pretty much how they invade, yes.
If it's no, we are done. A high fleet is so big it gets mistaken for a literal nebula.
yeah, this
And-
one was just overkill.
I mean,
Just
here's
like
the
the
thing.
flood. Like
They
we are done.
the thing is
Goodbye.
they reproduce really fast, and ironically, killing them's not gonna do as much as you think it would.
so like they
'Cause they're
don't
just
they
gonna
don't
take-
they don't evolve individually, right? They evolve as a species.
Yep.
Yeah, but
They
if you
evolve
freeze that-
individually because they're
But-
technically a conglomeration,
literally-
a
But they can
group of species.
reproduce in like half an hour.
No, I'm saying like if we send like I know they're probably immune to nukes. I'm just using this as an example, or like a toxin. Like if we find a toxin that can kill them, we just like pollute the entire planet or whatever. It's gonna kill the majority of them, but then their next of kin or whatever are gonna come out with a immunity to that toxin. It's not like the It's not
Yeah,
like I'm
just
gonna
a few
poison
hours
it.
Yeah,
will be
like-
immune.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm about to poison that
You
one.
can shoot them with a nuke.
And then they're gonna eat their own dead and then use that as biomass for the other waves.
Gotcha.
You could
Yeah,
shoot
they-
them with the nuke. The nuke
Also, the
radiation will
Tyranids
so-
fuck them
do
up,
orbital
but then the
bombardment
next one
sometimes.
won't
The
do it.
the question for this one isn't if they're going to invade and take over Earth. It's pretty clear that they are. It's the question is how bad is it going to be? Is it going to be worse than being invaded by the primers, where we all get eaten by spiders and ants?
It's probably about the same, right?
They're
Wait, hold on. The
they're
dude
just
that paid for it
To
sent a
put it in
message
perspective, the only thing worse than this would be the flood, in my opinion.
Wait, imagine being eaten alive by piranhas, because that's literally what they're gonna do. No, they literally have rippers, and
You're
that's
getting
their
eaten alive
primary
either way.
purpose. They just
No, but the piranhas are the size of cows usually, or a car.
No, I mean they're kind of almost weasel size. Like,
The
okay,
Comrade
remember
Yosef there.
remember that
You got these, like,
flamethrower mission in
zergling
Space
though
Marine
that-
2? Those
Oh
are
god,
rippers. Those are the
the
those are the
rippers.
things
Oh
that
god, those things
just
would be
eat
the
things.
worst to be eaten by.
Yeah, that's mostly what's gonna be eating everything, and
Yeah,
then
just
they.
kill me at that point.
So, Comrade Joseph says, but when I sent it, I meant more like an advanced humanity to do something, not just modern day. Well, the entire tier list is about modern day Earth, Comrade. That's not really like you're going against what the actual tier list is about. It's going to be modern day Earth. Well, it wouldn't even make sense for me to talk about a future version of Earth because I don't know what future version of Earth is going to be capable of. I have no idea what the Earth
I'm
can do
pretty sure
20,000
the
years from
invasion
now.
of Space Marine 2 would be enough to take care of Earth.
I don't know what you want me to do, comrade. Like I'm not really. He said because he's saying, but when I sent it, I meant more like an advanced humanity to do something, not the modern day Earth. So you want me to speculate what a possible future version of humanity might look like, and then speculate on what that speculation would mean for Tyranid? Like I don't really know exactly.
Speculationception.
Yeah, I don't really know what you want me from, but as far this whole list we're talking about modern Earth and how much it would suck to be currently invaded.
That's
Imagine
the
being
ironic
some
part.
poor bastard in a tank and a Carnifex just runs up and just swallows the
guys.
tank.
Are we still doing the moon dude?
No, the moon
No,
dude's
no,
over.
we're on the Tyranids now.
We finished it.
Yeah.
Oh dang it! Who are we on right now?
Tyranids.
I can't tell.
Tyranids.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
End
we're
of those
cooked.
dirt.
All right. So
they're ironically just behind the other A. They're just set behind the A guy.
So you think they're not quite as bad as the primers?
So I think it's the same.
I mean, we haven't
I feel like they'd be worse.
Worse. The Tyranids will literally eat everything on the planet. They even like
Not to
consume
mention-
the atmosphere in a way.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
like
not to
with,
mention,
with the primers, humanity has a chance. Like if you
No,
put like
humanity doesn't have a chance.
fucking-
Humanity does not have a chance with the primers.
no, because in the game, humanity does have a chance to do it. It's
Humanity
very
isn't
difficult. It has to
us.
follow a very specific
That
sequence.
that doesn't make sense because you can't say that the EDF has a chance in there, but the EDF is a lot
Yeah, that's right,
stronger
the
than we
EDF,
are.
sorry.
You could say just as easily that well we stand a chance because the Imperium of Man stands a chance. Like it's not really, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, the primers
Yeah.
we don't stand a chance
And
against.
let's
They
be
can
and
go
let's
as
be
far into
clear.
the future as they want.
Let's be clear. The EDF would fucking destroy a Space Marine, and the primers would destroy the Tyranids. It's not, that would not even be a close
An EDF
match.
Ranger.
Yeah,
You're not
that would not
wrong.
be
I mean,
close.
physically, the Warhammer dudes are stronger than any EDF, but they have more weapons in
Not
EDF.
We have,
really.
like 800 weapons of high explosives in EDF. I'm
Not
pretty sure
really.
Yeah,
that's
The-
what
the-
they
the
are.
like, I'm
weapons-
talking about weapons-wise.
The weapons in EDF are
Weapons-wise-
stronger. The average EDF soldier can outrun some of the fastest vehicles. I mean, they're not human beings. They can get
superhumans.
get into a fist. Not the way we're.
You can
human
get grabbed by
beings.
a giant ant, thrown into a building, and
Yeah.
then just get up a few seconds
You can
later
have
completely
You can
fine.
have a skyscraper collapse on top of you and survive. You can get into a fist.
Literally
You can get into a
point-blank
fist
rocket
fight.
explosion.
You can literally go up melee to death an ant that is the size of a 5-story building. You fight giant mechs and kaiju on foot. The EDF soldier is significantly more powerful than a Space Marine.
Their mechs are literally so good that the construction mechs were kicking
Actually,
ass
you're
even
right,
without
because the
guns.
Warhammer, in the new Warhammer game, the guy literally fights a giant insect and almost dies to him.
Yeah, no, it's
Titus?
And he wasn't that much bigger than an ant either.
one EDF soldier can wipe out like an entire city's worth. Like the guns in EDF, there's a gun in EDF. It's not even the most destructive gun, but it's the most destructive gun that I had in the last one that I played. He shoots a missile into the air. The missile splits, basically becomes that fucking thing that Tony Stark released in Iron Man 1, and then
Oh,
just
I've seen
lays
that.
waste to an entire city in a single shot, and that's just one
A
weapon.
shotgun can send the ants flying. The
Yeah.
same ants that are 5 stories tall.
Wait, does that mean they could beat Helldivers?
Oh yeah, that's not even that's not
Absolutely.
even questionable. Yeah, the only
Think
issue with
not.
EDF is that they're stuck to one planet, and the Helldivers.
I'm just waiting for them to find a way to launch their hammers with guns and just use them as nuclear weapons.
But like, yeah, no, the
I mean, EDF has a giant colon laser that just burns everything in its path.
Yeah, the
it's
EDF
crazy.
has giant, several 100-foot tall mech machines that you could, but not that it matters because an EDF soldier on foot is capable of destroying a skyscraper-sized alien mech with just a basic bitch handheld weapon. Like, no,
And, you know,
the
killed
EDF are
God, fought
stupid.
time.
Yeah, you fight God on foot with a gun, and you kill
And
him.
you know, time itself, I'm
Also
pretty sure.
fight time.
You don't fight
Break
time,
it.
but you break it. You don't necessarily fight it, but you do break it. Like, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
No, the
thinking
primers as so far out of all the people that we've gone through, the primers are the strongest. I would say the primers would also beat the Viltrumites.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, the
I don't know
Viltrumites
anything, so I'm
are
just
pretty
gonna
strong
agree.
and could probably like beat a giant ant or maybe a kaiju, but like
No, I think a
just farther
Viltrumite.
and
No, I
farther.
think a
Find
Viltrumite would
something.
take on a kaiju, and I think a Viltrumite could take on a ton of ants. But as a whole, the Viltrumites cannot overcome the primers, because the
is true.
primers theoretically have infinite strength because they can keep going farther into the future. That their species just continuously evolves very rapidly.
Wait, what are the primers from?
EDF.
Are those the ones we fight in time travel in EDF 6?
Yes, that's the
they're
one.
in EDF 5 and 6, the primers. Yeah, before
It's
that,
the one where they go EDF.
yeah, before that
Oh, yeah.
before that the aliens that you were fighting in 1 through 4 were the Ravagers. They were totally different species.
Okay.
5 and 6 are the primers, and they're way more powerful than the Ravagers.
Isn't that also the one where you literally have to play the game like backwards to do the time travel?
Yeah.
God,
you know
those
what would
games
be a
sound
fun
chaotic
addition
as
to
hell,
this
and I
tier
love
list?
it.
Comrade Joseph put a.
Well, you don't
put-
have to play them backwards.
Wait, Comrade Joseph put a super chat. As an apology, also to make you keep going, not skip. I mean the stream. Oh no, dude, you don't have to apologize. It was just I just didn't exactly 100% like. You were basically asking me to. I don't know. It was just too much fabricate. I could do a little bit of fabrication. I could fabricate the possibility of a Tyranid versus a certain person. I can't fabricate what that person might be in an alternate timeline in the future. Like, that's kind of like, okay. At that point, you might as well just make your own fan fiction. But no need to apologize. We're still doing the Tyranid.
Actually,
We're
about
still
the
going to do
Tyranids.
Zergs. We're still doing the
They,
Zergs.
they have like big
Are we gonna get to
powerful
the Doom?
striker units too, so
Uh,
one of which can wipe out an entire Ultramarine squad.
That's gonna depend. That's gonna depend on the super chats. I mean, Comrade did just do a super chat, so we'll be going a little bit farther than what we were originally doing. We're gonna continue for at least another hour or two. But yeah, it just depends on how the night goes. That's usually how I do it. How the night goes. Like if it's a really slow night, there's just other stuff, more productive things I could be doing. But if it's going
I
well,
think we have
and
a
there's
pretty
super
a
chats,
good night so far.
Yeah, it's a decent. Yeah, no, this is a perfectly fine night. No, I'm
It's a lot
not-
more active than like last time.
No, last time was super active. Are you kidding me? Last
Really?
time we
What was the last
yeah.
tier stream? Last
It
tier
died
stream
at
was
the
best race.
end.
That
right?
was yeah, but it always
I mean, it did
it's
start dying towards the end.
It always, but yeah, but they always die towards the end because these fucking things go
I mean,
on
that's
until like
true.
3 in the morning. But
That
no,
is true.
the last one I thought did really good. It was the fantasy races. What fantasy
the
races
fantasy
would you want to
races.
be easy?
X
races
That
be
one went
reincarnated.
really good. We had at least 60 people throughout almost the entire stream, and there were a couple
Anime
parts.
always gets people
Yeah.
going.
There were a couple well, we weren't even talking about anime. That's the funny part. Like the anime wasn't
Oh.
really the focus. We were talking about fantasy tropes and fantasy races, and the idea was like, if you were going to be thrown into a fantasy world, what race would be like the coolest one to be forced into if you went over there? You know, so like and we at first like
What was the best
we
one?
we kind
By
of
the way, just wanna say-
we kind of started jacking off orcs by the end. Like hardcore
Yeah.
jacking off orcs.
Like it was always the orcs, bro.
about
Like orcs are the
necromancers?
best, obviously. I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie. Don't hate me for this. I think it would be pretty cool to be an earth elemental.
I'm not gonna hate you. I just wouldn't want to be made out of rock.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to be
no.
rock.
I wanna
You
be
can
the
have like
fucking
dirt and
lich.
stuff.
That's not That's not
That sounds
better.
worse.
It's not better. I don't want to be made of.
Yeah, we just missed the Dragon Man talk.
Yeah,
Like, if it rains, it's gonna mess you
Anyways,
up.
this isn't about the races anymore. This is about alien invasions.
Yeah, getting back to the invasions.
Whatever. Regardless, we're talking about race. This is a very racial channel, apparently. So that's all this being very racist.
All right, boys. So how long do you think we would last against this invasion? I say less than a week.
Less than a day.
I actually think we could probably do very well.
I don't think.
I mean, let's think of
other
it.
than
They fly on these
other
weird,
than
like
We would absolutely die, but how long would it take?
I don't know.
A
not
day?
that long. I'm telling you. I feel like with enough nukes, we could probably like carpet bomb any major area full of these guys. In Warhammer,
They literally
all they
land
did was, like,
across the
send in
entire planet. They land across the
No,
entire
no, no.
planet.
in their universe, they already had control of that planet.
No,
No,
they
no,
do
in
that every time they invade. They
Warhammer,
land across the
it's
entire
actually
planet.
Doctrine. In Warhammer, it's
We're
actually
cooked.
a doctrine to use nukes during
We're
a
cooked.
Tyranid invasion.
Yes, but
to play
this is
as
the
much as
universe
possible.
where we regularly might exterminatus our own planet if needed, and Tyranids are one of the things that definitely warrant exterminatus. Sorry,
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's
Are we
not like
just excluding the
exterminatus thing, though.
fact
It's
that
trying to
when they
set up
show
plans.
up, are we just
What?
excluding the fact that when they show up in a giant, like moon-sized flesh thing? Like we would detect.
It's not the size of a moon. It's the size of a continent.
But
Yeah, no,
again,
we
we would
see it like
detect that.
way
We
But
could
again-
detect
World. I'm
meteors
pretty sure-
smaller than that.
Okay, so
I'm
wait,
pretty
wait.
sure the
Put a
biggest
meteor
Tyranid
on its way
ships are like
right
this.
now,
Hold
and we know it's gonna hit.
Guys, give it a second.
The biggest
we have
Tyranid
to
ship.
we have to we have to
I don't
narrow
think
we have to narrow
generally
this
you
one
have
down.
to-
We got to narrow this one down. Okay, so because we can't really figure it out. So Tyranids, are they above
A or B.
or just to lessen the confusion? Is it
Say A or B.
worse? Is it worst to worse? Not T, worse. Okay, is it worse to be invaded by the Tyranids than the primers, or is it better to be invaded by the Tyranids than the primers?
I don't want to get eaten alive.
I feel
so.
but you're gonna get eaten alive either way.
You get eaten alive either way.
You're getting eaten alive either way.
No, because with the primers, if you survive long enough, they're just gonna be like, fuck it, I'm gonna go back in time
We're not
and do this shit
surviving.
again. So you would never know that you did anything. But with the Tyranids,
Yeah,
you only
that's
got
what
the
they
one
do.
chance, and they're not giving
not
you
s-
another. So
But you're not surviving
No,
the
the primers
primers.
are actively going to kill you regardless. But the Tyranid, you can
yeah, they're just gonna
probably
use
hide
their
away
time
or
travel
kill a
'cause they're like, I'm
bunch.
sick of this shit.
That is until they, start
No,
draining the
I mean-
atmosphere.
I mean,
No, the
ironic-
Tyranids ruthlessly check every single inch and corner of the planet. They even grab all the minerals and shit. So even if you hide, you're gonna be surrounded by minerals called the walls. So you're gonna get eaten either way.
matter of fact, the Tyranids are called Tyranid because they were named after the first planet that they completely devoured. I mean, everything
Tyran.
was gone. Yeah,
An
Tyran.
ocean
Literally
world.
just a barren rock.
Yeah, they turn
that's
an
what it is.
ocean world into a
Yes,
barren
you
rock.
could
There was
probably say
no
they're better to be.
fortification.
I mean, worse, but
At least you don't have to deal with time
It could
travel.
be worse
shit.
because they
Yeah.
use psychological warfare.
you don't. And you really don't, though. If you in our current timeline, if the primers showed up, we don't have any method of time travel, so it's not like we can really deal with any time travel shenanigans.
And well, we can't deal with the Tyranids either.
No, we
either.
could.
Yeah.
Like I said,
No.
they
So which
show
would
up in
have
a
been
We will
giant
not.
spore.
more careful?
Not by
Guys,
much. It's
Like I said, they show up in a giant spore or whatever that flesh ship is. We would detect it. We could throw a bunch of nukes at it and bomb
If the
it. If they're in a
Imperium,
specific
Well,
area,
if the
we can
Imperium
carpet
of man
bomb
can't
Yeah,
do
but
it, we
if-
can't do it.
It's
there's
thousands of
usually a
ships. It's
usually
thousands.
But they're never in a specific area. They're everywhere. It's not
Yeah.
thousands.
That doesn't mean we
millions
still
of
can't go.
ships.
We still can't like fight against them. We have tanks. They don't
Oh,
have
yeah,
we
tanks.
would.
Unless we're
Does
talking
he
about
know?
like, the
yes,
big
they
guys.
do. They have
They do.
biological artifacts.
do have tanks.
They have biological.
They have biological tanks.
atrocities.
And
They
and,
have literal
actively in the
titans.
heat of
and the
battle
man
made
and the
that
Imperium of Man.
adaptation.
The Imperium Man have way bigger things than tanks. Like way bigger.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And they struggle.
Yeah, fair
Also, the
enough.
Tyranids sometimes
Yeah,
like to use
they have
psychological
Bane
warfare.
blades, and the Tyranids made adaptations.
Psychological
to
warfare
fight the
doesn't matter.
Bane
We're
blades.
just gonna get devoured.
Maybe we
Yeah, I
can
know,
they just like
maybe
do it
we
sometimes
can
to fuck with us.
befriend them.
No,
Befriend them?
Tyranids. Actually,
Never
they
gonna
no.
happen.
Ha.
One, they want to eat us, and two, when the hive mind does think of humans or any other sentient life, it has malicious hate. the hive mind is actually hateful.
That's
and
what you.
despised.
I
That's what
say
you
we
do.
let Ruga try.
You kill one. You
Oh,
kill
no, it's-
one. You kill one Tyranid, and then you eat that Tyranid, and then you're like, I have one of you. And then you
Exactly.
become a part of the.
Works.
What happens if you were to eat a Tyranid? Would you adapt to
Well-
the Tyranid abilities?
No,
Absolutely
you
not.
wouldn't
You'd probably
be
get poisoned.
Tyranids are kind of
Actually, wait. No.
You know
Because
what?
the
If you
Imperium
think you
Man
can
does.
go beat the
not
Tyranids,
DNA
go
works
fist fight a
anyways.
Carnifex.
No. Because the whole thing about eating them, the Imperium of Man does actually eat Tyranids when they win. They just have to go through a whole process to be refined.
Excuse
But
me?
again,
So yeah, you could eat them.
They're generally toxic.
Okay,
Yeah, you just
so,
have to get all the
that's
toxicity out, and then
nice.
you could eat them.
And
if
then
remember
I will
correctly, they're
adapt to the
actually pretty
toxins,
tasty.
and I will become a human
Exactly.
Tyranid.
Toxins.
Also, Gene Stealer.
Well,
you won't
the
become a human
Tyranids
Tyranid.
eat
You just be a
themselves,
guy who
too.
can eat Tyranids, I guess.
Yes.
There are also human Tyranids called Gene Stealer.
My
cults
name
where
will
you just
spread
eat
throughout
them.
the Tyranid ranks.
Yet again.
Their fear,
Those things
they
can
will
probably
fear
take over
me.
the planet by themselves.
The only thing
What are
they
you gonna
fear
become
is
basically
him, the eater of Tyranids.
Are you just gonna become this version of Doom guy?
That's right. He's got to eat all the Tyranids.
Nice.
Just
Load
become,
a shotgun
all
with a
until it's
large
done.
can of rage.
just become some fat fuck.
Ironically, I don't think the Silent King is helping us here.
Wait a minute,
Bro,
Trin,
the
hold on.
Silent King, God himself can't save us.
All right,
Dude,
so people are saying that it's
am I-
worse to be invaded by Tyranids. I kind of figured that was going to happen because my channel is filled with a bunch of Warhammer fans,
Warhammer
and
fans.
nobody plays
I'm a
EDF.
Warhammer fan, and I don't think they're worse.
Nobody
Like,
plays
I play
EDF.
I mean, it's bad.
It depends if
I
you want
played
to
it,
do a
but I
time
still
travel
like, if
shenanigans
there's
or
a no-
not.
Bad.
EDF
Let's
is
be
so
real here. We would all
EDF.
die.
Well, if it's time
EDF is
travel
so frustrating.
shenanigans, you wouldn't even know there's time travel shenanigans.
Look, guys,
so that's the
whoever,
problem.
people who are watching this, or even people who are in the stream, if you haven't played EDF, go play EDF. It is free on PSN. Go play EDF. It is so much fun. It has
PSN.
no
What is
business
PSN?
being as fun as it is. It's so fun.
I played it one. I played a
So
game of
stupid,
EDF.
it's fun.
I haven't tried any other games yet because I don't know where
You
to find
can
them.
destroy any building in the entire game across the whole thing. You fight kaiju. You pilot giant mechs. You fight against giant mechs not being in a mech. You fight like
You could shoot a giant
bugs
stink bug.
and you could shoot a pistol at a bug that's like 12 feet long and like the size of like a van, and you shoot him with a pistol in the face, and his body ragdolls into a building that then explodes and collapses. It's so
They put
cool.
the
There's
Halo
a
CE
game where you
pistol
can play
in
with a
EDF.
hammer.
What's up?
Hey, talking Ruga, I remember when I'm 8 playing with my toys and the weird scenario I'm making. You're basically just describing that,
Yeah,
apparently.
that's what EDF is.
Wait,
You're describing
They
your
put the
Lego
Halo
action
CE
figure.
pistol
You're
in
just
EDF?
describing your Lego lore.
Yeah.
Lego
Oh my
lore.
God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
so this
So I have a
boils
question.
down to if you want to deal with time travel shenanigans or not, really.
We're not gonna deal with
Uh,
them
the
because
problem
we're
with
not gonna
time
get to that point.
Personally, I don't
Even
want
if you
to deal
do,
with
you
that.
wouldn't even know you got to that point, because the whole problem
Yeah.
with it is,
Guys-
how the fuck you gonna know if it technically
Ugh.
didn't happen
It
yet?
doesn't matter. The
Yeah,
poll,
time travel
guys.
sucks.
The poll's over. Everybody falsely believes that the Tyranids are worse than
Yeah.
the primers.
Falsely
So it's
believes.
fine. We'll put 'em there. Whatever. It is what it is. Oh, before we move on, I do have a little bit of news.
The other way.
It's not super exciting, I don't think, for anybody but me, but I find it really exciting. For the first time since I made the channel ever, I was contacted by a game company who sent me an early
Okay.
review copy of a game, and they gave me a massive collector's edition, which came with a statue and an art book and a bunch of really cool freebie shit. It's like a $300-400 collector's edition they sent me in the mail, and an early review copy of a game that isn't supposed to release for like another, I don't know, week or two. And it's on my PlayStation. I was playing it today, and I'm like, it's so cool. This game hasn't come out yet, and I'm fucking sitting here playing it. This is a cool feeling. It's like
Like full release of the game.
You know
the
you made
entire
it, bro.
thing?
yeah, it's not out yet. Yeah, no one can play it. It's not a like, oh, if you buy the collector's edition, you get it early. No, this game will not release for anybody for another week or two. And it is currently on my PlayStation right now, and I was playing with it earlier today. It's pretty fun.
So you know you've made it, bro.
Huh?
That's how you know you've made it. Just starting to get div.
Well, it's the only
was it early access?
Well, I don't
Yeah,
even.
good
Well, I
job,
don't even.
Ruga.
I don't even
Good
make.
for you.
Well, I don't even make reviews. So it's like I don't really know. I might start doing reviews on my other channel. the Rouga's Real House
Well,
channel.
you could actually try doing playthroughs, so like, or like
Nope.
series playthroughs if you.
No.
Nope.
Fuck that. No.
Hell no.
Okay. So
Yeah, I think that's
There's already
Let's
so many
Plays.
people that do that.
I've explained this before, and
yeah,
I'll
that's true.
explain it again for people who aren't aware. I like video games. I enjoy them. I sit there. I don't say anything. I play the game. I get immersed in it. I enjoy it. I am not going to sit there and try to entertain an entire live stream group of people by making stupid comments that I would not normally make and ruin the gameplay experience for myself. I'm not ruining my fun time by trying to entertain a bunch of people. I just want to play through the game. And then I'll talk about the game afterwards. You know, we'll discuss it or whatever, and that'll be fun. Or if it's a game like I've played 1,000 times and I'm not like trying to get immersed like Helldivers. I've streamed Helldivers a couple of times because it's just like an open online game, you know. There's nothing I'm trying to pay attention to. But a game like this, by the way, for people who aren't aware, it's called Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon. It's like a it's like a Skyrim. It's like a really dark, fucked up, twisted version of Skyrim. If I had to describe it, it's pretty cool.
Perfect.
It's like based on Arthurian legends, and you're like this dude who there's like this like red plague that's going across killing people, and like everybody is super fucking dark and awful to each other. I'm like, oh dude, this is like grim dark Skyrim. And then you just go around, you got magic, and it's first person, and it's RPG, and you level shit up, and it's pretty fun. I'm enjoying it. I only played it for 2 hours earlier today, so I didn't get very far. But I'm enjoying it so far. I think it's pretty fun. And I don't know, maybe I'll make a survival challenge on it or something, or I don't think I'm gonna beat it in time for the review embargo to go up, so I don't think I would be able to review it even if I could. But no, it's fun. I just thought it was kind of cool that I got a bunch of free shit sent to me. They sent me this giant statue, and the statue's really cool. It's like this dude standing on a pile of corpses while holding another half corpse in his hand, and he's just like...
You should show like an image or something.
Nice.
Yeah, I could do that. Hold up, give me a second. I'll take a picture.
What's the name again? I'm gonna look it up.
It's called
Tainted Grail,
Fall of Avalon. It's pretty fun. Like I said, it's not out yet, but I was playing it earlier today, and it was kind of cool. So give me a second. Hold up.
Avalon. It's you can buy it right now. It's $44.99.
Let me see. Yeah, it's a AA game. It's not a AAA game, so it probably won't be the $70 or whatever.
Double A's. Sorry, I don't have those batteries.
I like AA games.
Yeah, it's 50.
Yeah, I like AA games. I mean, actually, my favorite game this year so far was a AA. My game of the year so far is a AA.
What's it called?
That's not full price. Expedition 33.
Oh, I heard that game's actually really good.
Dude, it is fucking amazing. I'm loving it.
You know, I love turn-based combat games. I'm not gonna lie. I always thought that, like, if done well, it can be really good. And there's a lot of turn-based games that do that really great, especially mobile games for some reason.
Let me see. I'm gonna show you my.
Good at it.
Here you go. Here's a little statue they sent me, along with other stuff.
Where?
But it's on. It should be on the screen.
Are you showing on screen?
Yeah, it is on screen currently.
Oh! Would you look at that? That is.
It's like a dude.
Oh,
he's
nice.
he's holding a body, and he's standing on a pile of corpses, and there's like a.
Oh,
I already know he's gonna be a cool survival
this
challenge.
looks like something from Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah, well, that's no. Well, no, because Well, I can't say not everything is fucking Warhammer.
Ironically, he looks like he came out of Doom: The Dark Ages.
I don't know. I was thinking more Trench Crusade.
Yeah, he's like well, I think this is Arthur in the game.
Or Magic the Gathering card.
Arthur
looks like that?
Arthur Pendragon. Yeah, this
Sorry,
is
we're just remembering our own references.
Like I said, the game is like super. Well,
I know it's its own thing.
The game is super dark. I don't want to spoil anything in the story because, like I said, that it hasn't come out yet.
Don't, because I would like to play it for myself.
It's pretty cool. I've enjoyed it
Everything
so far.
you said earlier is just you find out on the
Well, when it
start
comes
of
out, I might check it out.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, you basically the game kind of like the game starts off. You create your character, and then it starts off at a prison. Well, like there's like an opening narration at the start of the game, and the opening narration talks about how 600 years ago Arthur had to basically abandon his home in Camelot because it was hit by a red plague, and there's this mystical force called the Weirdness, and
the Weirdness.
It's not spelled.
I think it's like weird as in fate and all that.
It's WYRD,
Yeah, like
Ah.
the weirdness.
That's
like the
okay.
weird sisters.
Yeah, and
Kind of
it's
fate thing.
yeah,
Oh,
and,
Alright.
and
So this is basically
they're
based off of
basically
Camel-
like
this
they
is basically an iteration of Camelot.
they're kind of like a really dark, twisted, fucked up version. Like if Grimm Tales drew the made the Arthur story, but like, yeah, like Arthur
Makes sense.
in this story, like Arthur failed. You know, he
He didn't pull out the stone.
he pulled it off the stone. He left. He left Camelot when it got hit by the Red Death, and then he went over. He went to a totally new country of like native people, murdered all of them, and took it over because he was trying to escape the plague and he needed a new place for his people. He settled there.
Oh.
He eventually just died, and then 600 years later, the plague came back. So he didn't actually succeed in doing it. And then, like I said, all of this is within the first hour or two of the game. Your character is escaping prison after he catches the Red Death, and you open up in a prison of a bunch of cultists who are experimenting and brutalizing people, trying to come up with a cure to the Red Death. And the experiments are fucked up. Like, the experiments are super fucked up. Like,
wait, what is like the gameplay like?
It's like it's
Like,
it's like I said, it's kind of like Skyrim. I would say it's a little more simplistic.
Okay.
You basically L2 controls your left hand, R2 controls your right hand. You can have a sword and a shield,
Alright.
or a sword and a magic item, or two weapons. And like I said, I haven't gotten that far into it, so I haven't gotten really into the. All I did so far is I like how the character creator works. The character creator is not too in depth. You just make your character by like picking basically what does your face look like, what does your hair look like, what color is it, your eyes, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty simple. It's not like you
They
change.
get a mohawk.
I don't remember if a mohawk was on there. I don't think they had cornrows. I don't think they had a mohawk. I don't know. Maybe.
Cornrows.
I don't remember. It wasn't like it wasn't like Black American cornrows. It was like Viking kind of braids on the top of the head that was sort of like a cornrow sort of thing. Because it's like Arthurian legend. Oh, also, I found this. I don't know why. It's so crazy that we've gotten to a point where I found this interesting. When in the character creator, you pick male or female. Which I was like, oh shit, I haven't seen that in a game in forever. Like, cool.
Oh yeah, sure. Totally isn't in games.
No, it's very rare. I haven't. It's always like body type
It's
or
really
something.
not.
It's like
It's really not though.
male and female
I don't know,
picking in a
yeah.
game. I can't.
I've seen it in many games.
What's the last?
Recently nowadays.
What's the last?
Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate did not have male and female.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
No,
They call
yeah,
it
there's
Oblivion.
Wait.
Maverick,
No,
it
yeah,
was
you can
like-
play as a male or a female.
No, it isn't. It doesn't ask
Well,
you
you-
male or
that's
female. It says body
what it
type.
is.
It also
Yeah.
says male, female,
that's
other,
what he
then
meant.
adds 4 body types.
I don't think it says
Doesn't say
male
male.
Yeah,
female.
no, he
It
does.
does.
It
It
doesn't
says
say male
male,
or female.
female, other.
Minecraft.
There's 3
has a male and
options.
female
Minecraft.
option.
No,
Minecraft.
No.
Did you just say Minecraft?
Well, Minecraft is
Ain't no way.
Minecraft
So,
is an older
that's
game.
it.
No, I'm almost positive because I'm almost positive with Baldur's Gate it allows you to pick your pronouns as male, female, or other. But body type it
I
says
think that was
type.
Starfield.
I think it says type A or type B. It does not say male, female body type. In that game,
Okay,
you
fair
could pick a female body type, but it's not called female. It's called like type B, and then you could pick a female pronoun. But you don't.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
That's
But
what I'm
you
saying.
can pick male, female. Oh, okay, so yeah.
Okay.
In the
that's
tainted
fine
in the
now.
tainted grail, there's male and female. If you pick a male, you're a male with a body of a male, and if you pick female, you're a female with the body of a female. There is no pick your body type and then pick separate pronoun. That's not in this game, which surprised me because it's been so long since I've played a game that didn't have
I'm
that.
pretty
I see your
sure
point.
in Baldur's Gate you select your you select like whatever
You
one
select
you want. and then it'll-
gender separately from body type in Baldur's Gate.
What I meant is, I think you select that first, and then it gives you that. Then you can change it freely.
I don't think so, but I mean maybe. But my point is that pronoun and body type are separate in that
Yeah,
game.
they are.
They're not separate in Tainted Grail, which I found cool because I haven't seen that in a while, and like
Yeah, I see
it
your
always amazed me how small of a percentage of people even bother with pronouns, and yet it's in all of these games where it's like 99 or whatever percent of people are just like women or men, and they just think of that way, and they don't think about fucking pronouns, but all the games are doing the pronouns. It's like, why when there's such a small percentage of people was actually doing it. Anyway, point is Tainted Grail didn't do
ESG
it.
scores.
And
That's why.
I found it interesting when I was making the character. Anyway, you create your character, and then after you create your character, you go into the game and you're in prison and you're being interrogated, and the guard is asking you different questions, and based on your answers, that determines your stats. So you don't
nice.
So like you don't go in and like pick all your stats. Like
it's not like a Fallout situation.
No, it's interesting. It's like they'll ask you.
It's like a.
Like they'll ask you they'll ask you like what were you doing when we what were you doing when we picked you up and arrested you, and then basically like if you say, oh, I was on my way to join the army, you'll get like, you know, a +3 in one-handed sword skills, and, you know, a +3 in heavy armor or whatever. And then the second,
that's a pretty creative way to interpret
skills.
as well.
So like in mine it said like okay, well, where were you going when we went arrested you? And I said I was going to join the army. So that gave me like a +3 in single-handed, +3 in two-handed weapons, +3 in shield, +3 in armor, and I think something else. And then the second question was like, oh, well, what were you, just out of curiosity, what were you going to do? And then the answers were like, I was going to join the infantry, I wanted to be a battle mage, I wanted to be a healer, I wanted to be this, I wanted to be that. There was like 4 or 5 options.
Class selection.
Yeah, and then basically based on which ones I picked there, that gave me a totally different group. But like, I'm curious if I played again and I didn't pick the join the army, I picked one of the other ones, if the second question would be totally different. Because like the first question was join the army, then the second question was what did you want to do in the army? If I would have picked,
I like games that do that.
Yeah, like one of the questions, one of the answers was like, oh, I was hunting, and if you pick like I went out for hunting, then you get like archery skills and like stealth skills and stuff like that. If I would have picked hunting, what would the second question have been? Like would I have not had the option to pick?
What kind of game do you hunt?
Maybe. Like I don't know, and I'm like I wonder if those second stat things that I could have picked would have been totally different if I would have picked a different first question, you know. And that's kind of how you build your character. Also, it has that thing which I kind of have a soft spot for because I just find it cool, where you level shit up by doing it. So like if you want to upgrade your heavy armor level, you have to get hit wearing heavy armor. If you want to upgrade your athletics, you just run. You know, like you just run a lot or jump, and you'll upgrade your athletics. And like everything, you do things. So it's like your character, you don't level up your character. Your character just levels up based on however you play and what you decide to do with the character. So like literally, it just like you don't even have to worry about classes because there's no picking classes in the game. You just play through the game. However you play, that's what's going to get better. And I kind of have a soft spot for that. I always have. I just think it's interesting and cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it so far. There's also one thing I actually like the gameplay a lot better than Skyrim because it has a dash mechanic, and it's a really good dash that feels good to play. There's also a parry mechanic, which I'm not. Did
hey, good. You were playing Doom.
Was there?
Dark
Yeah,
Ages.
yeah. You parried the fuck out of. Well, no, I got a lot of practice in Doom. That's all you fucking do is parry. But no, but
anyone?
Was there a parry in Skyrim? I don't remember.
I think you just.
Yeah, I don't think there was.
Blocked.
So,
I think there might have been a parry-esque skill, but
Yeah, so the game just feels a lot more intuitive because I have a shield and a sword. I want to eventually do dual wielding, but I have a shield and a sword, and you know, it just the movement feels good. I can constantly dash and parry, and like it feels like kind of feels like an action game at times. But again, it's an RPG. After Avowed came out and it was a shitty Skyrim, it's just kind of nice to play this. That's like kind of a pretty decent Skyrim clone. I'm a little worried for the game because it's coming out like 2 or 3 weeks after the Oblivion remake came out. So I don't know how well it's going to sell. I personally would probably prefer this over Oblivion because I just like the tone. It's super, super dark. But then again, I was when I got out of the prison, the first dude I met was this merchant guy, and he was goofy as shit. Like, he was funny. And I was like, oh, okay, so the game's got some humor into it. Like, the dude was clearly not human, but trying to pose as a human. And he was like, it was like doing this joke where he didn't quite understand humans. He's like, "Oh yes, I am a human, and I live in a house that has holes in the walls." And it's like, what the fuck? Like, this guy's weird. He's like, "You're totally not human." He's like, "No, totally, I'm human." And I'm like, okay, this is funny. So it's super dark and stuff, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna get so dark that I'm gonna get depressed by it. Like it seems like it's got some humor in there, but I don't know. Grim dark fucking Arthurian legend first person RPG. I'm enjoying it. Again, only played 2 hours. Maybe when I play more into it, maybe I'll talk about it on the channel or do a survival challenge or something with it. But I'm enjoying it so far, and I was just super excited that I got essentially a free review copy sent to me for the first time ever, and it just made me really excited, and I wanted to talk about it. So I'm sorry I stopped the stream to talk about it, but I thought it was cool. Made me feel good in my ball area. That's yeah. So sorry about that.
Wow.
Can I?
Yeah, what's up? What were you saying?
Sure. I was gonna say. I don't know. I'll do. I'll help just make the Tyranids fast. No, we're done with Tyranids now, right? Basically.
Pretty much. Hold up, I got some people sent some stuff. Okay,
we're
so
done.
So Chris Johnson says, can you make a character like Skyrim, or is it an OG character? I mean, you make a character. It's probably not as in depth as Skyrim. Like I said, it's a AA game. You need to realize that going in. That it's a AA game. The character creator is pick face, pick hair, pick eyes, pick build,
I think he meant like
the color of things.
Does the character have a story? Like their own pre-background and stuff?
Oh, well, it's not, okay, so it's not like, it's not, you pick your character, well, your pre-background is the questions that you're asked at the beginning of the game. That's your pre-background. As for if that pre-background is going to affect how you speak to people, I don't know. I have no idea. But as of right now, it's me going around, I talk to people, I have different conversation options that I could say. You know, I say the things I want to say, and it affects the story in different ways. I have noticed this, though, that I found very interesting. I'm not going to spoil what the story is, but originally there's a very, like, right after you escape the prison, you have an option to talk to this guy where you could basically continue on with the mission that the story is very clearly building towards you doing, but it's completely okay for you to tell him, I don't want to do any of that, and he just leaves, and like and you don't talk, and like that's it, he just leaves you, and that was the main plot of the game, and I'm like, oh shit, what's gonna happen now? Like, that was the plot of the game that I just said no to. It gives you the option to say no to the main plot of the game that you no longer have to follow. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know how much freedom they give you and what decisions you can make and what decisions you can't make. Like, there's one section where you escape the prison and you have to get off the island. And the guy who helps you break out, he's like, hey, I'm going over to this place. Let's, go, come with me. Or do you want to stay here and be killed by, the red cult people? And you could just tell him, no, I'll stay here. And then he just leaves you. And then you could, just stay on the island. Or you can go with him from the island, and then when you get off the island, then you're like, okay, hey, you ready to go do this mission that was set up in the opening prelude of the game? And you can just be like, nah, I don't feel like doing that. I'm gonna go off. And he's like, what? And it's just like, you could just fuck off and just completely ignore the storyline that the fucking story is going down. And I found that hilarious. And I wonder how badly I could fuck this story up by just not doing any of the things that the game, like, the game doesn't seem to be putting me on any kind of rails at all. I could just kind of go wherever I want or do whatever I want. In the prison, like, for instance, in escaping the prison, which is pretty common, there's actually a prison escape at the beginning of Oblivion as well. You could just go through the normal path trying to escape. Like, escaping the prison in Oblivion is a very linear thing. Escaping the prison in this game was not linear at all. Like, it seemed like there were several different ways that I could have escaped, and several different outlets I could have taken to escape. It also, I went off the beaten path a couple of times in the prison, and I fought 2 bosses in the prison that were completely optional and skippable bosses that I only found because I went off the beaten path. What's up?
What I miss?
We were all jacking each other off. It was awesome. You missed it. Yeah.
That's great.
Damn, I wish I could have been there.
Yeah, I know. It was terrible that you missed it. Let me see.
Damn.
Rapid size
I'm always
shield.
late to the parts because I'm Mexican, ain't it?
Yeah. No, I don't like Mexican
Hey man,
penises.
I was getting the food.
I don't like
Hey,
Mexican
I was
penises,
getting the
man.
food. I have to bring out the extra food.
They're shaped funny.
He's getting fucked.
It looked it looked like God left you in the sun too long. I don't like it.
Nice.
All right. Okay. Anyway, let's continue on. We're
POV conquistadors when talking to Aztec.
Conquistadors. Yeah. Conquistadores.
Yeah, hey, Trip, I have a question. I keep on trying to ask Trip. Trip, are you there? He's not. All right, let's move on.
Okay, so
he's dead.
Next up, we have the Zerg, who's the
we win.
We're dead. We're dead.
We win. It's fine.
We are not beating the Zerg.
Nah, I'd
The
win.
Zerg are just as bad as the Tyranids, but
well,
they
because
just
they were
adapt
originally
faster.
supposed to be the Tyranids.
Yeah,
I
but
keep
they
hearing that,
adapt
but is there
faster.
actually proof of that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The history
Okay.
of the creation
They were
of the game.
supposed to be. Yeah, they were supposed
Okay.
to be.
Like I literally
They just made
remember.
the
I
thing.
literally
That's why they're so
remember.
similar.
I literally remember when they were talking about a Warhammer 40K game coming out, and then it was changed, and they're like, "Oh, it's no longer coming out," and then StarCraft came out instead. Like it
the same
doesn't
company
need
that
to be
said it, yeah.
proof. The history of it
And
tells
South
you.
Korea found its most popular pastime.
Wait, what's up?
And South Korea found its most popular pastime.
It's not
because
its
the
most
game came
popular.
out.
It's not its most popular pastime. It's its official sport, right? It's the country's
Yeah,
official
a
sport.
South Korean politician once referenced it. I don't know the context, but he did say this is not a game of StarCraft. Something along the lines of we need to take this seriously.
No. But I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but I have heard that it is the official sport of the country
true.
is playing StarCraft.
That would not surprise me.
That is.
Yeah, that is. That's,
Can you
that's true.
imagine the pride that the creator of that game must feel? That an
Oh,
entire
so much.
country,
Unimaginable.
an entire country made it its national sport. Oh
That
my
would be-
god!
I actually would be pretty hyped for that. I'm
I
not
would
gonna
be
lie.
more-
If I was him, I would be like, wow.
I would be more hyped of that than if I made Grand Theft Auto. Like I would be
Like
like,
GTA
yeah,
6.
Grand Theft Auto broke all the records. Like literally, people shut down and don't go to the office, and there's like world records being broken of production not getting done at work because people take off to go play.
I think they're
GTA.
scared of that happening for the 6th game.
But is it a national sport? No, StarCraft it is.
No.
Cool, I win.
Yeah, the Zerg
It's a
eat us.
permanent
We're
national
done.
sport.
I mean,
Yeah,
they're
no, the
basically
Zerg
just
adapt
Tyranids
faster.
square.
Well,
Yeah, no, 'cause all it takes is-
Comrade added Zerg and Terminids back to back. I don't know why you'd add the both if they're the
What?
same. If they're the same thing. Yeah, I didn't put them on the
Bro, we
list.
can't handle the Terminids. We cannot handle the Zerg.
Well, he also he thought we were gonna do some like future.
You think the Zerg is
doing
more
it.
powerful than the
He's the-
Terminids?
Oh,
Oh,
absolutely.
that's probably what he was talking. That's probably why.
Wait,
he
we
did, 'cause
wait.
he wanted
You
to see if
keep
we
saying
figured
you
it
keep
out.
saying Terminids, Tyranids.
Wait, I thought you said Terminids.
No, you said
Tyranids.
You said
No.
Terminids.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
my
said
bad.
Terminids.
No,
Yeah. My bad.
Terminids are from Helldivers.
Terminids.
Tyranids.
Yeah.
Do we have are Terminids on this list?
No, Terminids are not on this list.
You should put Terminids on this list.
We
That'd
all-
be even
Please
worse.
don't.
Fucking fungus
It would probably
infecting
just be
your
the same
lungs
with the
shit.
Well, can
Terminids
you
and the
actually
Zerg
add the
attack.
Death Angels?
No.
Yeah, somebody keeps spamming that in chat. I'm not spamming it, but it's like every like.
No, spam
The
it.
person just said
I've
it.
seen it like 7 or 8 times, but it was the
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 person
guy who
just
just
asked you about it.
yeah, the guy who said it in the Discord. That was the person who was spamming it.
Oh, that's one who. Okay.
Yeah, he wants to be cheap. He knows the rules, but he keeps asking. He keeps asking for me to break them for him, but I'm not going to.
You got money, spend it.
Yeah, that's he knows the rules.
Gamble.
Tyranid. Anyway, for Zerg, I can't add anything to this conversation because I don't know anything about the Zerg.
So the funny thing is,
Right.
unlike the Tyranids, Zerg units can actually transform when they evolve. So
Like
even the
Pokemon,
smallest ones can become really big.
That's specifically how they do it. They all start off as small. and then
So we're
become bigger.
fucked either way.
Okay, so we're gonna be okay. So we're gonna lose
Plus,
no matter
they,
what.
They can infest people and change them and turn them into monstrosity. So if that added body
So it's not
horror is
great.
scary to you,
Is
they
it
might be
worse?
scary
Crystal
than
of
Okay,
Terran
so
Marines
hold up, hold up,
will
hold up,
rail
hold
okay,
up,
guns
hold up,
and they
hold up,
can
hold
But
up.
is it
resist.
worse?
Stop talking. So we're gonna lose no matter what. Is it what makes it worse or better than the Tyranids?
I would say it is not worse than the Tyranids, in my opinion.
How do they take
saying-
over planets? What do they do?
well,
They-
I say
Zerg Rush.
They land on the planet and then they just start taking it over from there. They don't do what the
basically
Tyranids
the
do,
same
and it's
thing
the
the Tyr-
entire planet. No. The Tyranids do the entire planet at the same time. The Zergs just start off at a spot and then spread like wildfire.
How do they kill us?
Like wildfire.
The same way the
it's a
Tyranids will.
fucking
The same way the
giant
Tyranids
city,
will.
eat
so unless
us.
you saturate, bombard an entire area with a bunch of fucking nukes,
They just eat
they're
people?
just gonna keep coming back. They
Yeah.
eat people, multiply rapidly.
Okay, so they're the exact same
Also,
as
their
Tyranids.
ships
So
are
what
11
makes them?
kilometers long.
So what makes them worse or better? They sound like they're the exact same.
There's a
Take
there's a few
longer.
differences. Like they have like a humanoid hybrid-ish leader. I think I don't know the specifics.
Yeah, I'll take it from here. I'll try to. They can also infest. They don't. The Tyranids don't exactly have some kind of mold people into some kind of Zerg form like things that the Zerg do. Ironically, they don't have that. They have Dean Sears
Yeah,
as a
they do.
different thing, but they're not gonna mess with that. But if you want body horror where they are changing people into monstrosities and possibly even using them, so there'll be other new avenues of horror other than just being eaten and clawed and all that. So it depends on if you
I'd
think.
rather just get eaten by a xenomorph.
We're not talking about
Bro,
Xenomorph.
it's
We're talking about Tyranids.
Yeah, with Tyranids, but
I
yeah.
know, but
Okay,
in
so we're
terms
just gonna
of,
we're just gonna do
like,
we're just
which
gonna do
one
this.
I'd rather be invaded by.
Look, we're just gonna do this. We're Zerg. I wonder if they're
Put 'em
called.
right next
I wonder if
to
they're called
Tyranids,
Zerg. I
honestly.
wonder if they're called Zerg. Wait, Zerg Rush was that created by StarCraft?
Yes, by them. That's
Yes.
that's basically it. That's their
Yeah, that
they're
was
the
created by the
originator.
community.
It was
Rush
it was a
was
strategy
created
we
by the
had to
community.
just
Is it
bum rush
official,
them
though?
in, like the first minute of
I mean,
the
it
game.
became
just bum
official
rush.
because
Okay.
of how yeah. Because
Christian
the
has the
Zerg are
Wikipedia
the best
page.
in the game to rush.
Then Tyranids. Okay.
Honestly, I think they should go right next to each other. There's not enough differences in how they kill you, honestly.
Then
One
Yeah.
takes longer than the other because the
primers.
Tyranids take like
Is there an
days,
instant death
not a
option?
week.
Can I just get like my
Better
head lobbed off?
Too
Then
many instant death options.
One of the lander
Primers.
pods slamming into you. There you go.
all right, just made a poll. Some people.
Okay, then I would just stand under it.
Some people vote on poll. Do the poll thing. Get your poll on. Got the poll.
Get your pole. Get on the pole.
Get on that pole. Shake it on the pole. Okay, I just killed the metaphor. Oh, and also Chris was saying, no, there was a weapon/shield bash which stunned enemies, especially if you timed it right, but there was no parry system in Skyrim. That is a bummer. Yeah, no, in this game there's a parry
Yeah, you
system.
could just block. I mean, but like that's it, really.
No, in this game there's all the weapons have a parry system that you can parry.
Nice.
Yeah.
Everything can parry.
Yeah, as far as I could tell, everything can parry.
Wait, you can get parried?
I haven't so far.
Can you parry it with your fists like it's ultra kill?
I haven't tried.
You should try that.
But
Just
swords
Do it,
can,
no balls.
but swords can and shields can and small little daggers can and yeah, it's all parryable. But no, I haven't
you
tried
can
with my fist. There is a whole tree, in the level up tree. There's a whole tree devoted to unarmed combat. So I wonder if there's a viable build for just punching people and not even using a sword.
Nice.
You should.
Nice.
If you
Imagine
do
just
another
being
run of the
boxer
game, you should
and
just
lose
fight
time.
everything
Speed run.
best. You can punch King
I will say
Arthur
one
to
thing.
death.
I will say one thing though. The music is fucking cool. Hold up, give me a second. Let me show you this
Do
because
you have a sample?
yeah, because they released a trailer for it, and I thought it was a trailer. It's not a trailer. This is actually a scene at the beginning of the game.
We're not gonna get copyright, are we?
Nice.
I hope not. It's a game. I don't know.
Well, I mean, copyright is very, very strict.
Can I get
sometimes,
copyright?
so,
Can I get
if you-
copy? Well, I'll try not to show. I
Roll
mean,
the
the
dice
music
and
it's
see what
on.
happens.
It's
But
on
I don't
YouTube.
believe it's on a trailer.
So yeah, like there's
Oh.
a section of the game. Let me see if I could find it. Yeah, this is it.
I say we roll
We've
the
got
dice and see what happens.
It's not
Just
your
like the
it's not
first
your
5
money.
seconds,
Yeah.
and if the stream doesn't get like strike down,
I would say
you
just
better
tell
just
everyone
keep
where it
going.
is.
It's not
Let them
your
look.
it's not your money, asshole. Okay, hold up. Give me a
What
second.
happened?
I'm trying to show this song. I like this is like kind of what the music sounds like. And like I said, this is the trailer, but this is also a scene taken directly after the prologue. This is something that really happens in the game. and this exact footage plays. So I thought this was just a trailer. I didn't know it was actually gonna be in the game, but it is. So listen to this. Anyway, I don't want to get copyright struck, but that goes up, and then it builds more and more and more, and then he just kind of goes off, and it's like, that's like, I don't know, I thought it was cool. That was cool music. I don't know why. It's just...
the scene looks cool, but I didn't hear the music, so.
Oh, no one could hear it? Oh, that's a bummer, dude.
No,
I didn't hear it.
Did you remember to unmute the stream?
I didn't.
Oh.
I
didn't mute the stream.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't mute
well,
I just ruined it.
Whatever.
I guess
Anyway,
I'm the odd one out.
Did everybody else hear it?
Yeah, I heard it.
Okay. Yeah,
I am literally the only one who didn't.
Yeah,
hear
it's a simple scene where it's just like some dudes chanting some shit, and they're just like saying like Muspelheim, Dr. Heim, but I'm like listening to them like I'm kind of jamming to this a little bit.
The Norse realms.
Yeah,
They're
it's
talking
like,
about the Norse realms.
Well, that's the thing that also throws me off because it's Arthurian legend. So why are they stating the Norse realms? And I'm thinking, oh,
maybe the Saxons never dipped.
Like I don't know, dude. Like maybe it's gonna blend in some Norse stuff in there. I don't know.
Every mythology is real in this universe. Everybody just hates each other because of it.
I don't know, but the Arthurian legend is real. And I don't know. The guy was saying Muspelheim or whatever. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe the Norse gods are the demons of that world.
That'd be cool.
Odin
is just
like
the
Odin's
devil.
the devil. Yeah, that'd be fucking cool.
I didn't. Anyway, did you guys like the music? I feel like I was the only one who liked the music.
Yeah, I totally
That went
did.
hard.
I thought it was cool.
He liked the dead silence.
I was well. Okay.
No, he liked
bobbing
the
my
dead
head to the silence.
Oh, speaking of which, I know for the people who haven't played Doom: The Dark Ages yet, the music was trash. The music was trash. Yes. Oh
It
god.
is?
No way.
It's trash. It's so bad. They need to go and apologize to Mick Gordon immediately and get that motherfucker back because that music.
Oh, right, they didn't have Nick Gordon for this.
No, that music sucked, dude. For most of the game, I realized there's only 22 chapters in the game. There's 22 levels. I was on level 12, and I realized as I was playing, I have not noticed any of the music in this game. I haven't noticed it at all. So then, like, I started trying to pay a little more attention to the music as I was playing, and I was like, oh, that's why I didn't notice, because it's the most generic bullshit music you could possibly think of. Okay, that's why. I remember when you got into battles in Doom Eternal, you could not, ignore the music. Like, the music made it.
Yeah.
Like, scenes that
Like,
would
you
have
know
been...
ripping.
Yeah, like scenes that would have been fun initially were just like, oh my god, you just get so hyped and you get into it and the music just like makes it so much better. This game, none of the music does that shit. The game's fun. I like playing it. It was enjoyable. There was never a time where I was like, yeah, this music's just making me like really get into it. Nope, never happened because the music's.
If you're gonna just play
And
the
the
game, you might as
combat
well just
also
throw in the
makes the
Doom
music
Eternal
better,
soundtrack on
too.
like headphones.
Okay, I didn't hear either because you were both talking at the same time.
Sorry, you go first.
The fucking gameplay also goes really well with the music. So it's both of them are meant for each other. It's like they made the music and then we're like, let's also make the game, and then they're like, okay, let's mix them together as much as we fucking can.
I still think, and I know a lot of people would disagree with this, I still think that Doom Eternal is the closest. It's not possible to make a perfect game. Doom Eternal is the closest thing I've ever played to a perfect shooter.
Yeah.
It's not perfect.
Nice.
I have issues with it, but it's the closest I've ever played to a perfect shooter. I still think it's the best shooter ever made, and I don't think the Dark Ages surpassed it. I think the Dark Ages was not as good. But
problem is that it's also very subjective.
Yeah, I said it's a good like
You think it's perfect?
dab.
no, I don't think it's subjective. I don't think it's subjective. I think that the way the mechanics and everything works together in Doom Eternal, the way it plays, and how the music, the feel that it has you do, the enemies, the combat system, I think it is all objectively makes it the best shooter. I can't think of a shooter that even comes close. I have played a piece of Ultra Kill, not enough to really get into it, but does Ultra Kill in any
I think
way...
You should really try playing Ultra Kill more often. It's pretty good.
It has the same movement as the movement is inspired off of Quake, if I remember. kind of, not entirely.
Quake doesn't move like Doom Eternal.
I mean, in
like
Ultra, you can literally
when you
ride
get
on
moving-
a rocket like a skateboard.
Cool,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
that
like, the
it
fast
doesn't.
when it
It's
gets
not because you
fast.
do. I'm not saying the Doom Eternal is the best shooter because it has cool shit you can do, or because of the mechanics. I'm specifically
Yeah, no, I'm
saying
not
the way
saying-
everything works together as a perfect package. Doom Eternal is the first game that I've ever played that has a legitimate requirement that you need to use every single weapon in the roster. Roster's not the right word to use, but like every single weapon has its purpose. And
Arsenal.
What?
Arsenal.
Sure, whatever. Every single weapon in your arsenal has a specific use and purpose, but it does it in such a way that you don't feel forced to use anything that you don't want to use. There's an amazing balance, and just the gameplay loop and how you have to constantly while you're doing all this, like every combat section was like a puzzle that had to be solved, but you could solve it in a bunch of different, very free flowing type of ways, and the resource management system along with that puzzle system, like it's just some of the most engaging combat I've ever had in a shooter. And I think that Doom Eternal is still the best shooter. I don't think the Dark Ages beat it. Yeah, and also I always laugh when people say things like Halo has like such a great shotgun and stuff like this. Like every fucking weapon that is in Doom Eternal, if you put that weapon in another shooter game of equal or close to equal quality, that would become the best gun in that game. Like if you look at the Halo series, everyone loves the shotgun in Halo. That shotgun does not come close to either of the shotguns in Doom Eternal. And Doom Eternal only has 2 shotguns. And they're both better than the shotgun in Halo, and everyone praises the shotgun in Halo. It's just like all
Nothing
of the
like a super shotty.
not even like the combat shotgun. Like a lot everyone praises the super
One in the
shotgun.
Combat Evolved is a literal sniper, so I can get why people like it.
Well, it's not just the combat shotgun. The combat shotgun is a sniper.
The Combat Evolved shotgun, that thing is a damn sniper.
It has a longer range. It's not a sniper. It is
like the bomb, I guess.
No, it's a fully auto. It is a fully auto shotgun that lights enemies on fire and explodes. That's pretty cool. Like that. Like it's a really cool shotgun. But then you can turn off the full auto or whatever. Anyway, this isn't a Doom conversation. Sorry, I just got off on Doom.
Not yet.
Because I was just thinking we were listening to music and it reminded me of the Dark Ages and how much of a letdown the music in that game was. There's a lot of things in Doom: The Dark Ages that I really really like, and there's a lot of things that I like even a little more than Doom Eternal in certain aspects. I would probably say that the bosses are better in Doom Eternal.
They say that a lot of people say that.
I'm sorry, not in Doom Eternal. Not in Doom Eternal. In the Dark Ages, I think the bosses are better. I think the pacing is worse, and where the bosses' placement are within the story is worse. But I think the actual boss fights themselves are better in the Dark Ages than it is in Doom Eternal. I think the bosses are pretty weak in Doom Eternal for the most part.
I think you would.
Isn't there a fight with Cthulhu in the game?
There is. Without too many spoilers.
I think Andrew Herschel did a good job.
Don't be spoiling this shit. I only just started playing, bro.
Yeah, the game, like most people haven't even gotten to that portion yet. But yeah, that was in the trailer. To be fair, the fight.
I don't watch trailers anymore.
The fight wasn't in. Well, the fight wasn't in the trailer, but you see Cthulhu in the trailer. I mean, it's Doom. You're gonna fight him. Like it would just seem, why show him in the trailer if you're not gonna fight him? Yeah, you fight him, but
exactly,
and it's pretty cool. So yeah, it made sense that you would fight him. I kind of assumed you would fight him when I saw the trailer. I mean, I guess you could call that a spoiler, but I wouldn't have called that a spoiler. But anyway,
I mean, Doom is a game where if you see something, you're gonna.
We should move on before we get to spoilers.
Yeah, eventually I will say something stupid that's that is it is. Oh, I will say this. You know how I'm not gonna this. This isn't a spoiler. It's just something to look out for. I'm not gonna spoil it. There is a character in this game who's, you know how like Doom likes to base a lot of its characters off of other characters, like the designs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There is a character in this game that is Devilman. from Devilman
Devil-
Crybaby
Oh my
and Devil.
fucking God.
He is Devilman.
I know which character I'm. I
You
know
know
which
what-
character I'm
I see what you
eating
mean
the
now.
most.
Oh yeah.
It's Devilman, right? Am I out of my like? The moment I saw him, I was like, Devilman.
You're right. Yeah.
It's absolutely Devilman.
Yeah, and he'll. Yeah.
Yeah,
I got the toy of that character. in
I
the game
literally
already.
I literally couldn't think of anything like the moment he transformed. I was like, "Come on, dude, that's
Okay,
Devilman."
but I didn't want to say the T word, but yes.
Yeah.
He looked like it from the start, and then when well,
Dude.
as you said,
Yeah, don't spoil.
completely
Like I
looks like
said, it's just a character that looks like Devilman. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say anything else. But just watch out for him. When it happens, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, Devilman!" It's really cool. But
All right, I'm gonna watch over that.
yeah, it's a cool thing. All right, let's see. God damn it! I've been waiting for the Zerg thing to not be a tie, but it's been a tie for a long time.
Yeah, most people agree those two are pretty evenly matched.
It was at 42% for a long time, and then it went down to 38% basically immediately.
You know what? Rock paper scissors. Rock paper scissors.
Let me see. Do you think that Andrew Holshut did a good job with the Ancient God? With the Ancient God?
Yes.
You talking about the music?
Yes. The
Not.
music,
I mean, it kind of sounded like a dollar store version. I think it was better than the Dark Ages.
I wish you can edit super chat.
It was definitely better than the Dark Ages, but did I can't remember any of the tracks.
I love the swamp theme personally.
I'd have to re-listen to it. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't hate it. Like, I remember playing through the problem with the Ancient Gods is that it's a part of Doom Eternal. So even if it's really good on its own, if it's not as good as the Mick Gordon soundtrack, it's going to be negatively judged, and I probably negatively judged it at the time. I don't remember it being bad, and I don't remember it necessarily being like a forgettable thing. I just remember it trying to be Mick Gordon and not quite succeeding. Whereas in the Dark Ages, it didn't even seem like it was trying to be Mick Gordon. It was literally just generic metal music in the background. Like, you could have got this shit off of like Microsoft, Tunes or whatever fucking app that people use. Like, it was super whatever it is. It was super just like nothing type of music. In fact, in Doom Eternal, they always made sure to make the music way louder than the action, just by default. If you wanted to change it, you had to go in, but nobody wanted to change it because the music was awesome. In this game, it seems like the defaults are changed, where the music is less than the action. So, like, you're hearing the action almost always more, and the music's like this kind of light background thing. Because if you turn the music up and actually listen to it, you realize, oh, this is generic bullshit. Okay, that's why. So, yeah, but like Doom Eternal, the music was always louder than the action. Because it was worthy of being louder than the action. Let's see, Reclaim Hard.
Funny enough, I've been listening to a specific song from Doom Eternal, the Icon of Sin song, for some odd reason.
Okay, for some reason, people are saying that Zerg should be worse than Tyranids. Apparently, they're the fucking same.
Maybe it's
They're the
infection.
same, but I can see that.
I
Because
think it's the infection personally.
No,
as far
because the way the Zerg is they adapt significantly faster than the Tyranids.
But that's not really
Tyranids
relevant
take,
to what
like,
they're going to do to
hours
us.
to minutes, while the
Where
Zerg
there was
are
a debate about
instantaneous
this
with
once.
seconds.
The Tyranids also take hours, but I see the point.
Yeah, no, Tyranids take hours to minutes, while the Zerg are seconds to instants.
It's not going to
No,
be
it takes
relevant
seconds
to
for them
us,
to
though,
take the
in
DNA.
this
It doesn't take
situation, is it?
seconds to evolve.
No, because for the Tyranids to get the DNA, it has to go all the way up to the Norn Queen, which is all the way up in the sky. So if that doesn't get there, they don't have that, and they can't do the perfect adaptation against what the fuck you are. The Zerg, any
Do they
one
really
of them
need to
fights
adapt to
you,
us,
they
though?
all have that adaptation. Well, I mean,
That's what
if
I'm
you punch
saying.
harder, if you punch hard enough to be able to crack their skull, they're gonna be like, okay, I don't like that. Let's not.
But
All right,
that's not going to be relevant.
Can we do that? In the
guys,
first
guys,
place?
everyone's
Do they
guys,
need to adapt?
everyone's already voted. Everyone's already voted. Zerg is going ahead of Tyranids. We were already talking about Zerg for like a half an hour. Let's move on to the next person.
Well,
yeah.
didn't it say it was worse than Tyranids, though?
Next.
We'll
Is that what the vote said?
moving on. Don't. All right. So next up we have Arachnids from Starship Troopers. I feel like these are gonna be
Move
really
your
cool.
book.
You just shoot them.
They are a hive mind, though, and there's a shit ton of them.
Yeah,
Well,
but
they're-
like, even in Starship Troopers, they're pretty capable of killing them, and then they were
Yeah,
able to
those-
destroy all of them very simply.
But
too.
they're capable of destroying them. But the actual Starship Troopers aren't like that competent.
They just have numbers.
Like they just stand there and shoot people. Like they're
I'm
not
doing
really
my
they're not really that
interplanetary,
skilled.
I think they would just keep throwing meteors at us.
Yeah, they're not even. I don't even
but
think. I'm not even necessarily sure they're capable. Well, no, they have to be able to travel to new world. Well, no, because they're stated to only have that
They
one
do.
home world. We don't actually ever
No,
hear
they
if they
travel
have
to
multiple worlds. At least not in the first movie. I know there's more
Actually,
movies.
they do have multiple worlds.
Okay, so they do
did
travel.
build a- Yeah.
So-
in the first one, there was more than just Klendathu.
Well, then I think this one will probably be. No, the first movie they only go to Klendathu.
No.
Yeah, they only go
started
to
at Klendathu, but then they
Klendathu,
went
but
to other
there's more
planets.
than.
When did
No,
they
there's more than just.
When did they
Klendathu.
say? When did they say that there's more in the first movie?
I don't remember, but I remember.
I don't
being
think
a
they
hint
do.
somewhere about it.
They
Well,
now
they hit a
now
a-
I
they
think
shoot an asteroid at us.
yeah, but from Klendathu. But I think it is implied because I believe at some point a character says Klendathu space. So I think
Yeah,
that
Klendathu
implies
space.
that there's
That might be-
multiple. But you could also
Yeah.
have Klendathu space could also be just around one planet or one solar system. It doesn't necessarily
Because
mean
don't
that you're
forget, they do have
multi-planetary.
Because the anti-space-
interplanetary bugs that can shoot those artillery shells into space. That maybe that's what they're referring to. You know, because they
Yeah.
could shoot down the ships from the
Maybe.
planet.
Anyway, I think this was gonna be
This was
relatively
terrifying.
simple. I think this was gonna be relatively simple since like I don't think an invasion would be very good, and all of our basic guns can kill it. There's a lot. They have a
they're
large.
like
Slightly better than ours. It doesn't really matter though.
Yeah, but they can't get trillions of their bugs to our planet, so it doesn't matter.
But they multiply.
Our
the
soldiers are
trillions
also more
rapidly.
competent, so.
Yeah, I like
Oh,
they,
yeah, makes sense.
they don't have a proper way of actually getting here in large numbers, so they're only going to be able to get here in small numbers, and then we're going to have to deal with them before they get too
Multiply.
large. But I think this is going to be. I would say this is pretty high because of because we don't have the technology to actually go to where they are and stop them.
But they can keep
Oh,
coming
so
here.
like
Yeah.
and they can just keep coming here over and over again. So
just
Yeah,
the
and
meteor.
eventually they're just gonna figure out that.
I'll say
sending
this:
one at a
our
time isn't
technology
working.
is going to have to adapt really, really fast, and we're going to have to eventually
Oh, yeah.
come up with a way of defending the planet from their attacks, like immediately.
I mean,
Wait.
hey, they did it in
Hey,
Starship
I've
Troopers.
had
We can do it.
years
Wait, we're
ago.
talking about the arachnids, right? From Starship Troopers.
Yeah.
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 Wait, wouldn't we be able to like just see? If I remember correctly, don't they like travel through space through like asteroids and shit?
Yeah.
Can we just shoot them down before they even touch
They're
the planet?
big ass asteroids.
Yeah, but they're
Well,
big.
the
They're
problem with that is
asteroids.
they hit.
They're asteroids that hit that they're big enough and they hit hard enough that they could take out an entire city. So they're not small.
Buenos Aires.
Buenos Aires.
I
Yeah,
mean,
they take
Yeah,
out.
the-
all
Yeah, they
of
take out the
Buenos Aires.
entire.
They literally wipe it off
Not
the
like
map.
okay.
So it's not. And
Well,
if
I
they,
mean, even if that is the case, we could still nuke it to even at least like reduce their numbers.
sure, it's like
when they-
it's like
Yeah,
I
but
think
that's
this one's
actually
gonna
the
be
problem
fine.
Is because
I think they're going
what
to be a
happens is if we nuke
consistent.
it, it's just going to cause a radiation
I
storm.
it depends on how close it is. I think it's going to be
enough.
a consistent irritation, but I don't think they're ever going to be able to take over our planet. At least not
It's
from
pretty
what I
much
remember
decent, but
from
aliens.
at least as far as I remember from the first movie. I haven't seen. There's 4 of these fucking things. I haven't seen the other
I
3.
watched
Yeah.
this
I
one.
watched
I only
one.
know the 3.
I think there's 4, but I haven't seen the other ones
I've
because
only
they're
watched the one.
trash. I've only
There's
seen the
anime
first
Yeah,
one.
they are.
Yeah.
Second
Yeah,
one is the
low-key.
worst.
There
one.
is. There's
The
a
third one
eventually
gets
lead
kinda
to
better,
have
but
the
it's still
nutrition?
shit.
So because of the consistent irritation factor, and that you really can't put them down, I would say they're probably low C, maybe below the Thing.
Wouldn't they eventually win though? 'Cause
Yeah.
it only takes one time
well-
of us fucking up and not getting them straight away for them. To
No,
be
but
able to
as they
get
keep
them more
trying, our
qualified.
technology will keep getting better and better and better.
Yeah,
Every
but his
year-
fun of us fucking up
Yeah, it
once
only
is
takes
all that they
one-
need.
But
mistake
but
for
we're
us
gonna
to
but the
lose.
like but it doesn't matter because at like how long is it gonna take us to fuck up that badly? And are we gonna fuck up before we completely solve the issue?
That's
Yeah.
true.
We
though.
Honestly-
didn't even-
Depends on where we fuck
Honestly,
up.
if it's honestly, I think my biggest concern would actually be it not being a big enough of a problem for like everyone to like try and come together to
Oh
solve
yeah,
fix the
It's
issue.
definitely an
because of
issue and
how
a
it would
problem.
be, everybody might not come together, so it might just be like some countries dealing with
Well,
it.
most
alien.
well,
Yeah, but if
well,
everyone does
the
come
country.
together
it could be
to
we
fix
would all
this
team.
issue,
To
yeah,
be
no,
fair,
it's,
to be
there's
fair,
no
guys,
way
y'all
we
can't
lose.
all talk at the same time. To be fair, our world never all comes together for any issue. Generally speaking, it's usually 2 or 3 countries that take on the brunt of Earth's problems on their own, and all of the other countries ignore it. So let's be fair. This is going to be like the U.S.'s and maybe Britain's problem.
I think
Maybe China or
And then
Russia might get involved if they care, but for the most part, this is
they
not
might
going.
do it on their own.
They would use them as biological weapons.
This is
actually,
not
if we
going
look
to
at-
be
Yeah, no,
the
Russia
world's
absolutely would
problem.
buy
This is
electrical
going to be specific countries' problem, and everyone else is just gonna not give a fuck. So,
So if they land in
Unless it hits
Africa
their
and the
country.
U.S. can't get there
I
fast
reckon
enough,
they're gonna
shit's gonna
fucking
get
dominate
fast.
like them, and we just quarantine off Africa until we get it solved.
Well, they can dig underground though, so it's quarantining Africa won't do much, but just fucking make
They
it
could
take like
travel.
an extra week.
they could travel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could just go underground. They specifically live underground in like a massive continent-sized fucking
Okay,
nest.
you guys,
right?
you guys have kind of sold me. I think I might put it. I'm gonna put it above the thing. And see.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the controller bugs they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fucking brain bugs too, where if they eat your
No,
brain,
no,
they
no.
know your
No,
tactics
these
and
are
shit.
bugs that go into your body and puppet your body.
Oh yeah, from the second one. That's actually pretty
Oh, that's the
terrifying.
second
The
one.
second one
Those
was
ones were
shit, but that's actually
That
pretty
sounds
terrifying.
horrible.
Wait, is there like
And then the
is there like any
fucking
signs
scorpion
though?
ones from the third one, which
No,
are
it's
Yeah, it's
weapons.
literally inside people.
Yeah,
It's
no, they
a
go inside you. They
fist-sized
go.
bug.
They eat your fucking spinal cord and replace it, and they just control you from your spine.
Fun.
Is there like
basically.
is there any signs of like their
No.
control? Or...
No, they perfectly mimic you. Actually, it's kind of like the thing where they're like a little different. They're trying to, but they're not good at it. They know how
Okay.
to, but they're not good at it.
It
I
would
mean, some
definitely
of
be a
them were
problem at
pretty.
first,
Some of them were very convincing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
some of
they
them are,
just
because
need
they're all
time to
dependent
learn
of each
and
other,
adapt.
so they're all
I mean,
they all have their
okay,
own like personalities and shit.
I think after a while, I think it would definitely work at first, but after a while, we could probably figure out like some kind of scanner or whatever to like detect
Oh yeah.
them,
Oh yeah.
and then
like
just
if-
like just scan like every important person every once in a while to make
yeah,
sure
no,
they're
because
not. Yeah, or
in the
whatever.
in the second one they used fucking like a basic like a fucking X-ray scanner, and they just like, oh shit, that's a fucking bug in your brain.
So,
Oh, okay, so yeah,
do
no,
we-
it would only be a problem at first.
Does anyone have an issue with C in between the Viltrumites and the thing?
Pretty good.
They're not
That seems about right.
I think that's accurate.
Okay. So the next up, we'll move on since we kind of got that. The next one, this one I think is going to do horribly on here. Mars Attacks. This is like the worst. This is one of the worst ones, probably the worst one. I would actually put this one probably below a Xenomorph.
They
Yeah, actually, yeah.
What's that?
If it wasn't for their such obvious weakness, they would probably.
It's not
be better, but...
take away their weakness. A professional boxer beats the living shit out of one with his bare hands.
But they have the disintegration rate, you know. That
Sure, but their armor and their helmets aren't bulletproof. So what does it matter?
Some versions are.
No,
But I mean,
if you're talking
No, I
about
don't think one of them is.
if we're talking about the Mars Attacks film, they are not bulletproof. A dude punches through their fucking face shield and kills him. Their armor is not bulletproof, and since their bodies are so small, your bullets will be doing more damage across a larger area of their body. Like a 45 is gonna do way more damage to a dude that's 3.5 feet or 4 feet tall than it would to somebody who's 6 feet tall. Like it's gonna blow a fucking hole in them, super massive. Like you're like, yeah, they'll disintegrate you when they hit you.
One buckshot is all I need.
They'll disintegrate you when you
Yeah.
hit them, but your guns will kill them.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they aren't wearing
And
any
also-
body armor at all.
Yeah,
It's just a fucking face
and the
suit.
fact that you can kill them by just playing super loud music and basically wipe out everybody on the planet if you really wanted to. That's it's a crazy easy way of getting. Like, yeah, no, they're trash. They're
Like, it's
absolutely
hella
trash.
embarrassing
Haven't they
to die
already
to
developed
unfortunate.
sonic weapons that like can deafen like people.
Oh yeah, the U.S. military has that. It's
So
a
yeah,
very
you
high
invite
specific
everybody and
frequency that makes you
Wow,
dizzy
wow,
and
wow, wow, wow.
vomit.
Yeah, we can have whatever we
Sounds
want.
like below xenomorphs to me.
We have fucking dog whistles. Like, we can make dog whistles, we just have to...
Dog whistle fuck them up?
No, not a dog whistle, but we could slightly change the frequency.
Yeah, that's true.
That's all we would have to do is just
And then
alter
that'll
the
fuck 'em up.
frequency, and then that would
just
fuck
give
them
one
up.
of those to
Fucking-
everybody, and then problem solved.
Yeah.
Just get a really fucking big fucking boombox. Just play Fortunate Son on max volume.
Some countries
Yeah, we
like
have
some
stuff to
countries
do
like
that.
some countries or some cities, I suppose not countries, but some cities like you know, like Hong Kong and stuff, they actually have loudspeakers on many street corners so that they can communicate with the population. They could just play it like across the whole city. Yeah.
Oh
like,
yeah, just play
There
fucking.
goes the Martians.
yeah, I think this is probably the trash. This is the shittiest one for sure.
Take 'em- I
That's
think the
awesome.
same thing would happen in the movie where you just get fucked up for a bit and then we realize, oh hey, loud sound works.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then we just win.
Wait,
M
Hold
Porky,
on, are we, like,
hold up. M Porky said, "What is this? It's the Mars Attacks. It's the movie Mars Attacks. It's the Martians."
You should watch it. It's really fucking funny.
I can't stand this movie. I'll be honest with you. I hate it.
That's why it's funny because it's so fucking stupid.
But I don't find it funny.
Okay,
I just find it bad. I don't like this movie. Like, I know
I
some
watched
people.
it when I was a kid.
I know a lot of
Love
people
it.
have a soft spot for this. I don't.
Well, I mean, I
You know
did
we
see
should
when I
add
was
to
a
this
little
list?
kid, though, so
Yodeling kills these aliens.
that's
I just
probably
looked
why
it
I
up.
thought it was
I was
funny.
trying
I
to
should
find the
rewatch it.
sound.
I mean, you can
decibels that
enjoy
kills
it.
Yodeling.
Guys,
I
hear
was
me
watching
out.
my
Yodel
phone
in
as
front
a
of them, they
kid.
die.
Hear me out, guys. What if we added the aliens from the Monsters vs. Aliens?
What if you put
What the
like
fuck are you?
$5 on that, and then you can get it?
Oh, that guy.
Monsters Inc.
I know who you're talking about.
Think about it. That would be funny.
What? What are you talking
I
about? You
think
talking about the
we're fighting,
robot?
honestly.
Is that Nano again?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Nano.
I knew that was fucking Nano. It's always Nano trying to get shit for free. Always
What are
Nano.
you talking about? I'm just recommending
It's
stuff.
always
Uh,
Nano.
I'm-
Every time.
Okay, so you don't think it's funny then? That's fine. You just had to say that.
Cheap bitch. Don't gaslight me, asshole. You know fucking damn well what
At
you're
that
doing.
point, just do the Monsters Inc.
No,
because they invade.
Gaslighting.
I'm literally
Even
just
a
saying
word.
that it would be funny to have it on this list because like
What was that
there's one
gaslighting
alien
ass
dude
tactic
who
that you
calls
just tried?
himself-
Oh, so you're saying it's not funny? No, I'm saying you're a cheap
No,
piece
no.
of shit. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? No, Fruga, you know what you should do? You should just get a picture of it and put it straight on the fucking F.
No, because then that would be giving him what he wanted. No. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
I really don't care. I'm
The
just
argument.
saying.
Okay. I knew it was Nano. I knew it was Nano. So next up we have. I mean, I had the Geth here, but I guess it would be the Reapers. It would be the Reapers with the Geth.
We're dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say 'cause somebody earlier said if it's without the Reapers, it'd probably be a low C.
No,
we
we're
are not
cooked either
being the
way.
Reapers.
Wait,
No,
who's next? Wait,
without
what are we doing?
the Geth.
Oh, the Geth.
Reaper?
Well, it would be the
Do they
Geth.
have
It would be
Reaper
the game.
support?
It would be the well in the game. It was the Geth invasion involved the Reapers. So I mean, we'd basically be having an invasion from a group taking out like something that was a part of the invasion that they were, and like we would have to use the Reapers, I would assume. So yeah,
I mean,
We
we're
don't
not
have
winning
to.
either way. Even if
If
it's
the
just the Geth,
Reapers-
we're done.
You could do it like a situation where they first rebelled, where they just rebel against us.
I'm not really. I don't. Well, why would they rebel? That means they were. That means they'd be here. That wouldn't be an invasion.
Well,
That would
you know
be a
what I mean?
rebellion.
Like how they fought the
Quarians.
Quarians?
Yeah, but that's not an
Yeah.
invasion. That's a rebellion.
Also, they use biological warfare, so that's like even harder to say we win.
Wait,
Well, we're cooked either way. This is like a spacefaring
Are we sure that we're
race.
how? Are we sure that we're messed up and that we can't overtake the Reapers?
We cannot beat the Reapers.
No,
Why not?
we could
We
fuck
could
them
beat the Nids.
up.
We could
No,
beat
'cause
the
the whole
You
thing
realize how
about the
big those things
Reapers-
are.
They're not that
If
big.
we
You
can
do realize that
They're about the size of
wait,
buildings.
wait.
They're about the size that we see them. When they drop in on the city.
Like a
it me-
skyscraper.
yeah, they're about the
The
size.
official
Isn't
supposed
that the
to say the
landers
smaller
one?
ones are 160
Wait,
meters, the
wait,
big ones are
wait.
2 kilometers tall.
Cool.
Skyscraper,
Wait a
yeah.
minute.
So
If we could beat the Nids, we could probably beat. Wait,
that's shorter than
Hold
most
on.
skyscrapers, by the way. 2 kilometers. That's shorter than most
yeah,
skyscrapers.
that's shorter than a lot of them.
Their
The Nids
skyscrapers
are
are
I
only
think the
taller.
fucking needle
the
here is
tallest
about that
skyscraper,
tall.
Burj Khalifa is barely 2 kilometers.
Well, it doesn't matter. The whole idea is that can our weapons get through their shields? That's really the basic.
Well, their
I don't
shields
think
only
most of
protect
our
against their
weapons
own
could.
technology, which is what the fucking everybody in the universe uses.
Well,
Their
they were getting
technology.
blasted by like loads of ships in like the first Mass Effect game.
By the way,
That was
From
one
fu-
Reaper.
skyscraper in the
Yeah,
world,
and
the
there's multiple now.
is only
Guys, there's two dudes talking at the
800
same time. Y'all really need to stop doing that. Whoever the quiet one is, if someone else is talking, wait until they're done. Say whatever you were saying.
Yeah, if we like they had so many ships from orbit blasting a Reaper in the first Mass Effect game, and I just don't think we can replicate that on a mass scale. If we're going to be dealing with a whole invasion of Reapers.
To be fair, I don't think the Earth had a ton of them invading.
Oh, that's
there was a
actually
lot
good
of them.
question.
I mean, that was
Are we
like
talking?
They
4 in
beeline
one
it straight
city
to
at
Earth.
least.
You also have to look at how long it took, because I mean, the entire course of Mass Effect 3 went by, and they didn't take over the planet.
They did. They just didn't kill everyone yet.
No, they
'cause
didn't
were still
take
working
the
on it.
They didn't take over the planet. They had destroyed
There's
a lot of
a-
shit, but
somebody-
there were soldiers fighting on the surface of the planet at the beginning of the game that then met you at the end of the game when you showed up with reinforcements that were still alive, still fighting.
But they're also like more advanced soldiers.
That's true. I don't disagree with that, but I don't know. Are they immune? Okay, how about this? Are they immune to EMPs? I don't think they are.
I don't think EMPs would work on them.
Why?
I don't know if the
because
EMP was ever used on them.
No, they're not used on them, but the in the Mass Effect universe, they have the I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's like the electric shot, starts with a D, something
You mean
ammo, disruptor
I
ammo.
remember.
The
Disruptor
yes,
ammo.
the disruptor ammo are tiny EMPs.
Oh,
That's how they're
look
described,
up.
and it gets through the shielding.
Little fucking camera.
It's designed specifically to get through shielding, though. It does
But
work
it's
on
an
organics.
EM
Just more
but
like
it's, but it's an EMP.
a more dangerous taser for organics.
But it's an EMP. It's
Kind
described.
of.
It's
That's how
described.
it's
It's
designed to get through
described
shield.
in the game to be an EMP to get through shielding. So if that is the case, that means that the shielding doesn't have defense for EMPs, which means we could technically, if we fought against the Reapers, use massive EMPs, which we have.
Thing is, the
Wait, do
Reapers
we
go
even-
after stuff like nuclear weapons, forts, silos, that kind of stuff. They go.
that
They
just,
have hacking
that just-
abilities. They
that
figure out
just-
where they are.
that just means they'll bring themselves closer to where we could shoot them. I don't see how that helps the situation.
They're not
Are we
electric because
assuming
they
every
rely on
single
element
Reaper's
0.
attacking?
No, we're assuming it's roughly about the same as how it was in Mass Effect 3.
Well, we don't really have a concrete number on that, though.
No,
That's the
we don't have a
issue.
concrete number. But we know that major cities were heavily attacked, but and we see a couple of images of like farmlands and stuff being attacked by one person. But it doesn't really matter. because
EMPs have been used against them. I'm looking more for a click.
I don't recall a time where we actually see humans fire like a full ass EMP at them. But I do know that disruptor ammo is shown working against shielding, so I don't know why it wouldn't work against the Reaper shielding, unless you want to say that the Reaper has some kind of different shielding, which I don't think there's any evidence for.
I mean, also their size. A regular disruptor ammo won't do much against something that big.
Chris Johnson says disruptor ammo doesn't work on the Reaper enemies. What Reaper enemies?
The ground troops, the cybernetics, and the husks.
The husks aren't.
But
The husks aren't machine.
Yeah,
Well, the
husks,
husks
we
are
got cannibals
biological
and
and they
all this
don't
stuff.
have shielding. So why would it?
But no, the husks are cybernetic because they're infected with a fucking robot.
No, they're
whatever
not.
the fuck.
They're cybernetics
both?
with they're manipulated by technology, sure, to become some sort of cyber hive, but they were human, or they were not necessarily human, but they were different creatures. But it doesn't matter because we're talking about shielding, and husks don't have shielding. Reapers do.
But the Reapers are also like hybrid biological cybernetics, so surely they'd work the same.
But they still have
Like-
shielding. Husks
They
don't
do?
have. We're talking about shielding.
Okay, it goes through the shielding, but it doesn't do anything to them.
But we're not trying to do anything to them. We're trying to get rid of the shielding. Once the
Okay,
shielding's
let's get-
down, you can hit them with whatever the fuck you want. They're no longer protected.
There's only a few thousand Reapers too. We have more nukes than there are of them. About 5 to 20 nukes for every Reaper.
You would send the EMPs to take down the shielding, and then once the shielding's down, you could take them down with any number of extremely high explosive rounds or anti-air rounds or whatever. Fucking rail cannons.
You mean the regular Reapers?
We have rail cannons.
I feel like we need a Mass Effect expert.
You keep saying that for everything.
Because I don't go into the intricate details for every single stuff.
I
Like
do. It's my
Halo,
job.
That kind of stuff.
I like learning about it randomly, so I know a bunch of random knowledge.
Reapers would use their own tactic, full control and full consumption when they finally consume
How
a species.
I don't know how durable the Reapers are to our weapons.
Well, the Reapers can take 3 dreadnoughts, each of which can fire a slug that's 3 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima.
That's not a lot. We have bomb. Well, the Hiroshima was an extremely small. No, a Hiroshima bomb was extremely small compared to even our normal explosives now. We have
those like every 3 seconds.
We've surpassed.
We'd hit them harder.
We've surpassed that with our non-nuclear weapons, like significantly so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would hit them so much harder. They'd be have flabbergasted.
We can hit them harder than that. And that again, this is once their shielding's down.
I mean, the Reapers do also have point defense weapons too, so.
Meaning?
They can.
I mean,
do you know what a points defense weapon is?
That's why I said meaning.
Yes, it can shoot stuff down. It's like lasers that can intercept stuff.
So?
Point defense can be kinetic or.
Do I need to explain how shooting something destroys it?
Keep being a smartass and see where that gets you in this stream.
What are you trying to get?
He's saying we can't nuke it, but you're not going to hit it with the missiles because it's going to get shot down.
I know what he's saying.
The Reapers don't have that many fucking do they even have point defense? I don't think I ever saw them use point defense in any of the games.
We never see them use. We never see them use
count.
point defense.
Unless they're gonna use that fucking giant laser that comes out their eyeballs, point defense. It's fucking stupid.
I don't think that would be very effective.
This is anime. You can't just slice into the air and everything that isn't in that straight line isn't gonna die.
No, the Reapers are not anime protagonists, thank God.
No, the Reapers do not have a point defense system. Yeah, they don't have anything to deal with anything small enough to be like a missile or rockets or bullets or anything like that, let alone infantry. They only are ship to ship.
All right, sorry, I had to bail for a second. Anyway, I'm back.
The Reapers do not have any point defense at all whatsoever.
No, I don't think they do. Which is the point I was getting at before somebody wanted to be a fucking smartass. No, we see the lasers they have and the things that they have. We never at any point throughout all of Mass Effect 2 or 3 see any like massive attack towards them ever. I mean, the only time we see it is the satellite lasers that hit in Mass Effect 3 against the one small one, and it doesn't do anything to defend against that. Like again,
the targeting laser?
Huh? Yes, the one with yes, the one that you use when you're on foot with Shepard.
Yeah, the one ran on it.
That was a single Reaper. Yeah, but at the same time, fucking the Reapers are good at defending against their own technology, and everybody's using their older technology left behind on purpose for everybody to use. So their hacking only really works against their own shit. So would it even? I mean, they'd probably do stuff to us, but we'd probably be able to counter it.
That's an important distinction is that the Reaper's entire plan is that they can disable all of the biologicals, whatever you fucking call them, the fucking organics. They can disable all of the organic stuff because it's technically Reaper technology, because all of their technology spun off from the mass relays, which the Reapers left behind. That won't be the case here. They won't be able to hack into any of our shit or really do anything because it's not the same. It's going to be a totally different type of technology.
Well, there's also the thing of they're fucking hyper advanced robots. They'd be able to do something, but not enough to do anything.
Well, a lot of our technology. This is something that people don't really go into, but a lot of our military technology isn't really capable of being hacked into because it's specifically made on closed networks on purpose for that sole reason.
Yeah, the fucking Yeah, I forgot about the closed
We don't
networks.
keep
It's a
things on
whole
open
different shit.
networks because of that, and because people can hack into them. So, and if it's on a closed network,
much against that.
yeah. So, what's
Well,
up?
then there's the problem with the satellite.
Your
though.
Omni tool won't do much against that, is what I said.
I don't know. I don't think. Well, they don't go into it in Mass Effect of whether or not they're closed network, open network. They don't really go into it. But
I think they
I mean, we are using military grade stuff, so maybe it works differently.
maybe, I don't know. They don't go into what closed network, whatever. But I mean, is there anything within Mass Effect that you can't hack into? Like, is all technology capable of being controlled?
I don't think you can hack Reaper enemies in Mass Effect 3.
Yeah, because Reapers are also biological.
They're not
so
they're not fully technological. Yeah. You can hack like Geth, and you can hack like stuff like that. But again, Geth are they're not a closed network. They are an open network. That's how they're capable of communicating and shit. So, yeah, I don't know. That's iffy. But I think we're capable of winning. I think if we can EMP their shields, take their shields down, and then we can launch a lot of different shit would likely damage them. At the end of the day, they're still just made out of some form of metal. Which we have weapons that could destroy. We have rail cannons. We have nuclear warheads. We have weapons that are more effective than nukes against specifically armored targets. Like I said, that's why I kind of talk about rail cannons more than I'm going to talk about nukes here. Nukes can damage metal, but we actually have weapons in the military that are specifically designed for armored targets in a way that nukes aren't. So I actually don't think that will be the most effective thing. We're gonna have more effective.
I mean, we do see the Kane destroy a smaller Reaper.
Yeah. It's weird to say that we can win, but I actually think that we may actually.
Yeah, it feels weird saying it, but it kind of makes sense if you get what I mean.
I don't think we can. The funny part is, I don't think we can win against the Geth.
Yeah, no,
we might
we're done.
Be
We're
able
done.
To, though, because they're an open network.
The Reapers, we can use massive military weaponry to blow down. That was weirdly worded. But against the Geth, we just have our handheld weapons. And we're basically going to all need, like, high velocity, armor piercing, large weapons to fire in order to get through the metal shells of the Geth. Like, basic pistols and shotguns and automatic rifles that are smaller caliber aren't going to make it through their armor. Or shielding, for that matter. Yeah. So, like, it's actually relatively arguable that we're going to be able to fight against the Geth because specifically handheld weapons. Our handheld weapons,
like,
I don't
imagine
think.
Seeing a Geth Prime. Like, those things are 12 feet tall and have basically miniguns.
Yeah.
Absolutely horrifying.
Yeah, and I don't and like I said, I don't think it's specifically. Yeah, I think the Geth are gonna fuck us. So funny enough, we were asking at the beginning, hey, should we do Reapers? But I think it doesn't matter if you take the Reapers out. The Reapers are going to be an extra problem we have to deal with, but I think we're going to have an easier time with like, if we had to send just the Reapers after us or just the Geth, I kind of hope that they send just the Reapers. Because I feel like we have a better chance against the Reapers than the Geth.
They do have the ability to manipulate our mind, but I don't know how strong that is.
It's not. It's a very, very, it's a very, very slow corruption that takes years and years and years to do anything. The invasion will be over before it actually does anything to us.
Indoctrination is complicated.
Yeah, it takes forever. But
it takes too long. Yeah.
Like the Elusive Man was under the influence of the indoctrination for like 2.5, 3 years before it actually started affecting him in a noticeable way. It's very slow going. And Shepard was around that shit for like 5 years total, and it never did anything to him.
Maybe Shepard dying kind of reset it in his brain.
But either way, that'd still be like 3 years. So it didn't affect him before, and it didn't affect him after he came back. So it's fine. There was the whole indoctrination theory, but they never actually.
Oh Lord! Don't even get us started on that.
One thing I will say though, if we can manage to kill some Geth and take their guns, we can then we can then start mass producing their guns.
Oh no, we'd absolutely be able to steal some of their guns.
But it just depends on how the invasion goes. If they attack us with the intention of taking over the planet in a couple of weeks or months and not years, then we won't have enough time to mass produce the weapons and give them to people. And we'll be wiped out before we have weapons that can actually damage them. So overall, I think the Geth win. As far as how bad it would be to be invaded by the Geth,
It's your typical It's your typical
It's
AI
worse than the
stuff.
moon.
Yeah, because I think we can deal. We might be able to deal with the moon.
At least you see your enemy when they kill you with the Geth.
Yeah, I think. I don't want to fight a bunch of. I mean,
feel like you should.
At the end of the day, all they're gonna do is shoot you.
The high velocity piece of
It's worse than the body snatchers.
And if the
right?
and if the Reaper and if the Reapers show up, then they're just gonna take them and bring them up into the Reaper ship, and then they're gonna like turn you into the biofuel or whatever. But I mean, that doesn't take that long, and I mean, it's not as bad as like, you know, being eaten alive. I'm gonna say I'm gonna put them above Invasion of the Body Snatchers for sucking more. Because at least in the Invasions of the Body Snatchers, you just turn to dust, and it's like not a big issue. So I'm gonna say Geth are up the top of B. Does anyone disagree with top of B for Geth above Invasion of the Body Snatchers?
Not really.
Yeah.
I
Sounds
feel
good.
like you should have the fucking Reapers be their own thing because of how different they are to the game.
Well, they're different, but they're a part of the same faction. So Chris Johnson said a lot of the Reaper/Collector type enemies are not affected by Disruptor ammo like the other enemies because the Collectors are not machine and the Reaper are not machine. The Disruptor ammo is 8 EMPs. It affects shielding and it affects synthetic enemies. The Reaper enemies and the Collectors are not classified as synthetic enemies. They're organics. That's why it doesn't work.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on.
What?
He just said another thing about the Reaper's target prioritization. How they prefer targets like nuclear silos and plants.
Okay.
First.
Like I said, I don't think that.
I don't know if it's.
It doesn't matter.
You said that it
I
happened in
don't.
the game with the Troopy.
I don't remember that happening in the game, but it doesn't matter because I don't think nukes are going to be our main weapon against them. I think our main weapon against them are going to be anti-armor rounds and things that can actually blow through their hull, which won't be. I mean, it could be nukes, but it won't necessarily be nukes. I think we're gonna be using we're gonna be using EMPs, we're gonna be using rail cannons, and we're gonna be using anti-aircraft, specifically armor-piercing large cannons. That's really gonna be what we're gonna have to use against the Reapers. Very, very large cannons.
Well, there's the type of nuke that we can make. It's what a shape charge is, right?
A what?
A shape charge.
I can't hear what you're
Do
saying.
you know how
a shape charge?
A shape charge?
Charge.
I heard charge.
It directs all of the a shape.
I think you said
charge.
shape charge.
I think I'm pronouncing it wrong. It directs all the explosive potential into a specific direction.
Okay.
A shape charge.
We figured out how to do that with nuke, and it's specifically designed to burrow through shit.
Interesting.
Well,
If I remember correctly, in Stargate they have one of these. It's called the howitzer, the Kavasa howitzer. I don't know, look it up. It's an actual name of the thing. It's the Kavasa howitzer, which is like the name of a watermelon or whatever.
I'd have to look at it. This is new to me. New
in real life, the Kavasa howitzer is real, but in Stargate it was a thing that was important for it, which is how I remember it.
Nice. So it is real, or is it just Stargate?
It's not made, but it's actual real documentation about an idea about it. They didn't build it though, because what the fuck are you gonna use a nuke like that for? We already have bunker busters that can go into nuclear silos. There's no reason to waste nuclear material on that, which is why it wasn't made.
That's not good.
There's also a piece of lore where people managed to sneak inside the Reapers by pretending to be prisoners and just detonated massive
Are you taking a
explosives they had
shit?
strapped to their thighs inside the Reapers.
Are you taking a shit?
No.
Okay. It sounds like you're in a bathroom taking a shit. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I sound like when I'm taking a shit. It's exactly what I sound like when I'm taking a shit. Okay, so
Wait, what the fuck? This is for space warfare idea? That's what they...
Space warfare? What?
What?
Why are they talking about Project Orion for the Kavasa howitzer?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Project Orion is a nuclear pogo stick. Sorry, I'm learning out about real life ideas.
We'll do. The stream's kind of slowing down. We'll do two more. and then or one more. I don't know. We'll see. However, I feel after we do this one, if there's no more super chats or anything continuing the stream, we'll end after the next one or two. All right. Next up, we have Independence Day aliens, whose name I'm forgetting. What's the name?
Harvesters, I think?
Harvesters. Thank you. Okay.
Harvesters?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Wait,
So
didn't
we
Yeah, they
we
are
literally
called the
beat them
Harvesters.
in the 90s.
we beat them in the 90s,
yeah.
but then they came back, and they were better when they came
Yeah.
back. So if we're doing
The problem is when they come back.
Yeah, because if we're doing the 90s version, they were beaten by giving a virus off of a floppy disk, which is so embarrassingly stupid that, like,
I completely forgot that.
they would be an F, an
Yeah,
instant
and,
F. Immediate.
And not only that, it was the thing that basically was more hazardous than the weapons they had. Those things kept catching on fire.
Yeah, that
the
was
computer they used.
That was absolutely pathetic that we could beat them with a floppy disk. So that's
It did turn their shields off. Everything else was susceptible to missiles.
Yeah, but
Yeah, the only thing we could do was the fucking virus off of a floppy disk. But when we try to do a virus the second time, nothing fucking happens. So
the sequel, however, was a little. It was a little. Who watched the sequel?
Yo.
Me, unfortunately.
Okay, so there was some changes, and they got more powerful, and floppy disks didn't work anymore. How do you guys think we would be able to survive a second go around?
do you mean
They brought
realistically,
us to the
or do
moon.
you mean like in the actual movie? How would we do?
If they invaded, but they had the same power and ability that they did in the second movie, how would we do?
We'd be in trouble because the only reason we got stopped of the first one was because we were able to take down the shields, and these things are just better in every way. This is. It was kind of like we were. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it was like they were going to war with us from. Oh, jeez. I don't know.
Very
What's
very
exactly
insightful
older than
trip.
World War
Thank you.
One. What?
Very insightful trip.
Mike-
Thank you.
I'm
My
sorry.
question-
I was trying to say what's older than World War One because that's like
What?
I was saying there.
You're
they
being
were
told to
using
keep going for it. We got you.
The Napoleonic era?
I guess so. It's like
Rome's older than World War I.
no, not that old. Not. I meant just older than that. Not,
Okay.
Not that far.
You realize how vague older than World War One is?
I meant
Like, there's a
just.
lot of things.
We could say-
World War One.
We could say
There's the Holy
Just as in
Roman Empire. There's fucking.
we could say Jesus.
Like, you mean like Revolutionary War?
You know, we could say cavemen or the Jurassic period.
I said just, as in like just a step behind or below.
The guy who got shot
Like
that
the
started
Spanish-American
World War
War?
One. That guy who was shot in
Ferdinand?
Belgium that started the World War One. How about that?
Franz Ferdinand?
Yeah.
I was trying to. Okay, well. Okay, I'll just be quiet. I was just trying to give the point of.
Was it an American
first-
war?
Wait, we're just fucking with.
Wasn't like the Revolutionary War right before?
What I
like-
was trying to say was they were basically like using completely out of date technology. Like
Wait, hold up. No,
Like-
we have to make fun of him. Did you just say the Revolutionary War was right before World War One?
Can you please? I have.
Yeah, we have to make fun of you for that now.
Ain't no way.
No,
No.
not right before. Not right before. I mean like.
They're like
the
5 years
last
apart.
major War before it.
It was 1776 when that was the Revolutionary War, but they, that was just funny. Go ahead, Trip. Continue. We will not make fun of him for you. Go ahead. What were you saying? We've angered Trip. He no longer wishes to speak. Okay.
Yeah.
You've broken it.
Uh, when I was asking about the realistic part, I meant more along the lines of like, are we talking about like a realistic, like 20 years after they do that, like what actually would be happening to Earth?
No, now.
Or
Modern
you mean like
day.
everything
Current.
modern
We're just doing.
day?
We're not doing. We got their
invasion.
technology for 20 years and reverse
No,
engineered.
just the
It's
harvest.
us.
Just
That
the
would've
harvesters.
never.
It's just the harvesters show up as they were in the second movie to invade this version of Earth as we are now. How much would it suck for us?
Oh, horribly
Very
we'd
much,
lose.
even if we win.
the only reason why they were able to do anything is they had fucking spaceship fighter jets and bombers that were able to go
And
up into the
lasers.
fucking upper atmosphere to
We
go
have
into
we have
the ship to begin with.
we have ships that can go in the
Only-
upper atmosphere too.
Yeah, but it's only
They
the
did have
but
a
it's
ship
not-
the size of the moon.
stratosphere.
Not a lot.
Just the stratosphere.
Not a lot, to be fair, but we do have them.
They do
Yeah,
have
but
a
the
ship the
fucking
size of the
Seattle
moon in the
Fortress
second
game?
movie.
Fun.
Oh yeah, off that alone, we lose.
And we still can't get past their shields. Like,
Yeah.
we don't.
If we can't get past their shield and they have the ship
Did
beside,
that big
the
thing
ship beside
even
the
have
moon,
a
we
fucking
lose off
shield?
that
Yeah, it
alone.
did. Never mind.
Yes, their queen even had a shield.
Do
You know,
AMPs
Yeah, she has her own
do
personal.
are EMPs shown to work or not work against them?
They launched
don't
a
think
nuke
that
in
they-
the first movie. Remember,
Not
it
a,
didn't
not a
work.
nuke, an EMP. EMPs didn't exist. EMPs
what?
are relatively new
I mean,
technologies.
nukes are basically EMPs. They
They're not.
interfere with technology.
They're not.
Nukes create an EMP pulse, but it's not as strong as a dedicated EMP pulse.
No, a nuke can disrupt technology within a small city. An EMP can disrupt technology within the entire eastern coast. Like, you could take out half the fucking country with an EMP in the proper location.
I just realized I said EMP pulse, so I said pulse 2 times. I'm kind of fucking retarded.
It's fine. It's okay. There's a lot of
Anyways,
there's a lot of rereads. So are they shown to
Yeah.
be affected or not affected by an EMP?
I think an EMP a dedicated one would probably work.
I don't think we
against
ever
them,
seen it used on them.
But it'd take a really strong.
That's
one.
crazy that they wouldn't even try it. Like, I get the first movie because they didn't have the technology, or if they did, the technology was extremely new. So the
I
movie
do not
probably
remember the
wasn't
second
aware.
movie very well. To
But
be
the
honest.
second
Well,
movie,
wouldn't that send us back into the Stone Age, and they'd probably have ships somewhere else?
no,
They have to
not if
EMP
they
the whole planet.
not if they send it to them when they're in the sky and don't send it and
Ah,
don't
okay.
hit like our country with it. I mean,
Well,
the thing's not fucking landing.
Well, even if we did take down their shields, like reading said, they have a ship the size of the moon.
That
They
sucks.
need-
No, it's not. It's bigger.
It's bigger. Okay, then we're even more
Oh, yeah.
cooked. All of our
Yeah,
entire
no, it's
nuclear
straight up just
arsenal,
lands on the
arsenal wouldn't
Earth,
make a
and
dent.
it's like 1/2 of the planet it covers.
Our
yeah,
entire
just straight up
nuclear
covers.
arsenal wouldn't make a dent in the ship.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Looks like we're just
You
gonna
could hit
blow up
that
from the
thing
inside
with
out.
the asteroid
Did the
that
ship
killed
like
the
when the
guy.
ship
You'd have-
came near the Earth? Did it like disrupt our gravity and fuck with our tides?
Oh yeah,
definitely was gravity
everything started to
fuckery.
fucking go
There
up
was
into the air.
there was gravity fuckery.
But then they did really stupid shit and everything fell back down because for whatever reason they decided to continue to fuck with the gravity and just keeping us from doing anything wasn't good enough. So they turned the whatever the fuck they were doing off and everything went back to normal after they landed on the fucking planet. Which is stupid as hell, but that's what they did.
Okay.
So
It
the
sounds
only
like
reason
you
we
guys
won
are
the
not
second
digging
movie
this
was 'cause
movie.
they were dumb.
Okay, so okay, we're
The
gonna go.
second one was shit.
We're gonna go under the assumption that they're gonna dominate us. Okay. Now, how much would it suck if they dominate us? What do they do when they dominate you?
Oh, in the second one they just straight up
we probably
mined the
hope they
planet
kill
and
us.
blew it up from the inside out.
They're gonna steal
They
our
won't.
iron.
Oh, so instant planetary destruction. That's super simple. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Everything
pretty
just
easy.
dies.
So
they want the
That's
core,
not
so they blow up the planet to
solid.
get it.
That's probably like a solid
Makes no fucking sense.
low B, high C.
Eh,
so
Isn't that
it's
just
instant.
stupid? Like, wait, you have to go to an inhabited planet. I'm pretty sure there's.
Yeah, they could have gone to
Yeah,
Mars.
it's not worth the
I'm gonna
effort.
say-
I
Then we-
suppose it would be because there's not
We
much we
beat
can
them,
really
so
do.
they came back to spin it back.
Probably
I think it's
under the pod people, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
If we use the first one, it'd be a lot better.
I thought the pod people was better.
Maybe.
Surely.
It'd be trivial. if we
Well, the
used
bod
first
people,
one.
Beetle's
they
better.
completely control you. You die, and they control you, but you turn. No, they don't control you. You die by turning into dust.
They replace you.
Yeah, they replace you,
Yeah.
and you just turn into dust. In this one, it's instant death either way. The difference
Yeah.
is that is that the pod people you don't even notice, and with the
Independence Day,
with
you
the
gotta pay.
harvesters, there's a whole war you have to go through, and then they eventually blow you up. So you kind of know the end of the world is
Oh
coming.
no, it's not even a full war.
Or
They
I
just
don't think they
land
would
on the
blow us
planet
up, they
and
would just-
immediately begin. That's what happens in the movie. The second they land, they immediately begin to drill into the planet, and
Yeah,
they
but
make
there's
a
still
giant fucking.
Yeah, but there's
hole.
still a fight. The fact that there's
Yeah.
a movie that exists means there was a fight that happened. You know.
It takes like 12 hours, I think, to reach the core.
Also, I didn't say this earlier,
yeah.
and I feel bad. Comrade, thank you for the $10 super chat and forcing me to continue the stream for
a little bit longer. Yeah, whatever. Okay. All right.
Well, at least the next one's interesting.
Yeah, we get to talk about Doom some more. Also, let's try to not spoil Doom: The Dark Ages too much, if we can attempt to do that.
Exactly. I haven't played that shit. I hear a single spoiler, I'm gonna tweak the fuck out.
Yeah, man.
I just bought it. I don't want to spoil it either.
Yeah, it really sucked whenever. No. Know what the funny part was? I was about to say something, and I'll talk about it to you later, Trip. But I was about to say something as a joke that was like so ridiculous he wouldn't believe that it was true because it wouldn't be true. But then when I was about to say it, I stopped myself because it actually did happen, and I forgot that it actually happened to the game. So I was like, oh shit, never mind. That my non-spoiler that was supposed to be a joke to make fun of the fact that he doesn't know and just sort of like mess with him was actually going to be a legitimate spoiler. So I stopped myself at the last second. As you might actually be able to.
Good. I would have tweaked out.
No, well, like it's kind of like when you're like, oh, don't spoil the next, I don't know, Die Hard movie or whatever, and I'm like, oh, don't you hate the part when John McClane dies? And then you're like, it's obvious it's not true, so it's like, oh, okay, but seriously, don't spoil it. Yeah. Well, I was about to do something like that, but then when I was about to say that, the ridiculous thing I was gonna say, I remembered, oh shit, that actually did happen. So I was like, let's not say that. so I stopped myself.
What are we doing?
It's fine. Jesus Christ. We're doing Doom, Mr. fucking rushy, not liking conversations with other humans. We're doing the Doom.
I love conversations. I'm just asking what was going on.
No, okay. Is that
bother with this one?
Is that fucking Nano again? Is that goddamn fucking Nano? It's goddamn fucking
Nano. It is.
What's wrong? What's wrong with asking the question of what's happening? I can't get a refresher.
I am fucking changing your
just
name.
pay attention. We don't need one.
Man, you were. Hold
up.
I walked into y'all's talking about like John Wick or something. I'm like, oh, we're talking about John Wick now. That's cool.
No.
So like, what?
Oh, that must have been before I showed up because I've no.
There you go. you have a new name now.
Wait, what did that say?
Wow.
Okay, you know what? What the hell, man?
Goddamn fucking crazy Nano. That's what it says.
That's
goddamn fucking crazy Nano.
Oh god, what is this?
Goddamn fucking Nano. All right.
Why did I ever come here? I don't even know.
All right.
Anyway.
So next up we have Doom Demons. Can anyone make an argument whatsoever that it's not S tier?
It would be easier to just offer self than fight back.
Honestly, if a Doom invasion started, I would just straight up off myself.
Yes, gone.
Well, okay, so let me just. I know no one's. Okay, so no one's arguing against it, but I'm still going to make some sort of argument towards it. The reason why they should be S, and the main reason that I'm going, it's not because we can't win or because they're impossible to win against. None of that. It's because even after you die, they start fucking with your soul.
Torture you.
Even death is not an escape for you in this. They're the only characters. Being eaten alive by Tyranids suck. It really does. But once they eat you, you're dead. You're done. Well, you don't get demons. There's no evidence that demons eat people, but even if
really?
But that's weird. No, I don't think we ever see a demon actually eat somebody.
I think we saw a Pinky
It wouldn't surprise me if they could.
But
I mean, there was.
aren't
pinkies originally cattle to them?
Like,
yeah, they're like.
It's not common. Even if it does
So do the
happen.
demons just like not ever eat? I mean, I know they don't have.
I don't think they require any form of sustenance. They don't require. We know they don't require air. I don't think they require food. They don't get tired. They don't sleep. We know that.
I mean, but like, think about it. It would. I mean, you'd figure that they at least do something of eating, even though they don't need it.
I mean, just like this.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe. But if you had the option of not eating, would your choice be eating like raw flesh? Like, I get the idea that you would want to eat.
They eat pinkies.
Well, I mean, from how hot the fucking bodies of the demons are, don't they just technically cook it the second they touch it?
I mean, you're not wrong. They
I don't think they're
margin in their blood, so
I'm not 100% sure how hot they are on the outside, though.
Yeah, that's their blood that's hot, not their skin. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
I'm pretty sure.
like
I
if they
mean,
ingest it, it's already gonna be like cooked, like slow.
I mean, I think you
steamed
could
when think
assume that
about
their
it.
skin is definitely hot. It's not like the 97.6 or whatever degrees that human skin is. I'm sure it's hotter than that, but we don't actually know how
Oh,
hot
no
it is.
doubt.
Yeah, it's
Probably
not like
hot enough
it's
to
not
burn
like
Do you
the
have an idea
it's not like
how
the
tough their
limitless
skin is?
levels of heat that that Argent Energy is. Because Argent Energy is
Yeah.
actually hotter than is physically possible in our reality. So it's like
Yeah, but it runs
stupidly
through the
fucking
demon's
hot.
blood.
Yeah, it
though.
goes up.
Yeah, but we
Dude,
don't
I
know.
was-
But we don't know how it works, right? Because
It's
like
also
if something was genuinely that hot, then you wouldn't be able to be anywhere near it. You wouldn't be able to be a mile from it. Like it would be so hot.
you
So
wouldn't even be able
and
to
we
be
know
in the same
and,
damn
and
solar
we
system.
know that Argent Energy, or not that just Argent Energy, but like Argent in general, does not follow our laws of physics. That's one thing that I always get annoy me when I talk about this. I always say these two things back to back. I say that Argent does not follow the laws of physics, and it's so hot that that it is a heat that is not capable of existing in our universe. And then I say what that is. It's like, I forgot what the number is, but it's like fucking 30 something zeros, Celsius or whatever, or Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's almost the complete opposite color of what that is.
And then people always, and the people's answer is always the same thing, or a lot of times it's the same thing. It's, oh, if it was that hot, it would like melt people, either even go near them, they wouldn't even be able to exist here. They would like it. And then I'm like, did you not hear the part where I said that it doesn't follow the laws of physics, and you're trying to compare it by using the laws of physics? It doesn't fucking work. Like I literally started by saying it doesn't follow the laws of physics. So yeah,
I
it
guess
does.
if you were to touch it, it'd basically act as like molten lava rather than like a heat sort of.
I think it's
thing.
one of those
Like, if you
things. No, I
really
think
miss-
it's one of those things where if you touch it, you're feeling the fucking heat, but it doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily radiate that heat to things around them.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
meant.
it'd probably be like a laser. Like it's not. It doesn't radiate heat.
Well, no,
it's
dude,
just
even a
the
laser
thing
radiates
is the heat.
Well, like there's a lot of
to a certain degree.
There's also a lot of stuff that like just doesn't make sense in terms of how it works. Like for instance, we know that we actually, there are sections of the game where you go to hell and the demons are walking through lava without any issues, but yet your flame belch, the flamethrower ability, actually, can you stop? That's like the second or third time you've yawned in the mic. Just mute yourself if you're gonna yawn in the mic.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
but like the
I
thing
mean,
about the
isn't,
flame
like, all
belch
his
is that it's being
weapons-
used by Doom guys, so
Yeah, like all his weapons are like.
that's what I'm
enhanced
saying.
by his
Yeah,
shield.
that's what I'm
probably
saying.
why.
Well, yeah, but if you go, but that's the thing that makes it kind of weird though, right? Because if you go into,
I mean, he has an ice gun too.
if you,
so.
true, yeah, but if you go into the codex of the flame belch, it actually gives a specific temperature. It says that it's like 2,000 degrees Celsius or something like that. That's not that hot. That should not hurt the demons. Lava and the magma that they're standing in is hotter than the 2,000 degrees Celsius that the flame belch
That's funny.
produces. But the flame belch still damages them. And he still uses fire weapons in Doom Eternal and stuff like that. They're still fire-based weapons. It's how you get your armor. So it's like, how does that even work? So the only way that would make sense
Just
is
sheer
the,
force of Doom guys will, I guess.
And it's Doom guys. They will
yeah,
empowerment
he
mode.
wants it to burn them, so it just does. Like, even though it's not
Yeah.
hot enough to do it, like it just.
That's basically what it is. There's no real
Was
other
he Chuck
explanation,
Norris?
especially since I don't think. Yeah,
Kind of.
basically.
We
he's just
should
Chuck Norris.
we should start a meme about that. Fucking.
He's a supreme version of Chuck Norris.
Gaming Norris.
Gaming Norris.
Game
Doom
version of
player
Norris.
is just Chuck Norris in his final form.
Oh, that would be.
Yeah,
that would
Chuck
actually.
Norris is
Chuck
final
Norris
form.
is secretly Doom confirmed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They should fucking remake Doom Eternal and just replace his face with Chuck Norris.
Okay.
What if
We
you
never
just
seen-
mod,
we never seen
just
the Slayer
mod Doom
Roundhouse
Eternal
kick
to have
people.
Chuck Norris's face, and then have David's face be like another version of Chuck Norris.
Okay, so
Yeah.
someone in
Or,
the
like,
someone in the comments just said the flame belch is 5,000 degrees Celsius. Lava is usually about 1,200 degrees Celsius. Did it say
Okay, that's
5,000? I
not
thought it said
that
I thought it said 2,000. That's better. But it doesn't matter because
Well,
it doesn't
even
matter
if
because
it is 2,000.
it
Lava's
doesn't
still
it doesn't
1,200.
matter because it still doesn't make sense with the Argent, because the Argent still says that it's hotter than what should be able to be possible in our universe. It is beyond the absolute heat that exists. Like that's what it
Yeah.
says.
I mean,
And
it's
Yeah,
kind of
makes
funny.
sense.
Still,
and
but
Argent
yeah.
flows through their blood and it's used in all of their weapons and they're fine. They're not burned. So a flame
Yeah.
belch should still not
And-
work on them. Is what I'm.
And
So
then
if I
when
use
you're
a
shot
normal
at by their weapon-
flamethrower, it's not gonna work. Because I'm not Doom guy.
So it's just because
It might though. That's the thing.
That's funny as hell.
It might though, doesn't? I mean, I have a feeling if like you use the flamethrower, right, and it sticks to them, it's on them, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's doing damage.
Sticks to them.
Yeah, because that's what the
napalm is
flamethrower is. It's made of oil. Oil makes sticks to whatever it's put on, unless it's like
napalm is
snuffed out by like.
sticky, flammable.
I thought you were
jelly
talking
that
about.
burns for
about
hours.
fire. I was like, "Was fire sticks to them? Flame belt
Wait,
sticks to
Rouga,
them?"
No, I'm talking about a
bro.
flamethrower, not like just fire itself. I'm not just gonna like toss a campfire at them and hope it sticks.
I created sticky fire. That would actually really fuck people up. I would imagine.
Napalm. I think that's what he's talking about.
It does.
Napalm.
It's called napalm.
Napalm. Well, napalm's not sticky fire. It's
Yeah,
sticky
that's what
subs.
flamethrower
Yeah, it is.
is.
Napalm
though.
is a
Flamethrower
sticky
is the
jelly.
same thing.
It's not
as a
sticky
napalm.
fire.
It's
It's
made
not.
of oil.
It's not sticky fire. I know what you're saying. It's not sticky fire.
It's not sticky.
It's not
in a sense,
fire
like it just
that sticks to
them.
you. It's not. I'm saying sticky fire would be interesting.
Yeah.
But napalm is the closest thing we have to sticky fire. I'll give you that much.
That and a flamethrower.
But sticky fire would be funny. Okay.
Just have a
So
a
if
bomb
no
that
one
you
has
throw.
any disagreements for Doom, for the demons being at S, and
They're the worst
I
ones.
don't want to keep talking about Doom as to not spoil for people who haven't played the Dark Ages. Is that it? Should we move on, or does anybody want to argue that he should be lower?
No,
This isn't
no,
an
I say we're
argument,
good
but this
here.
is something I just remembered. The Tyranids do eat souls.
You piece
That
of
was
shit.
only one thing, and that's because of the Infinity Circuit.
I have a
We
feeling
don't-
he's
that's
just
not what
pulling
they
that
normally
out of
do.
his hat.
No, because there's an actual
No
Tyranid
one
that ate
did.
like 1,000,000 souls in a craft world that's like the size of a continent.
Yeah, but that was a
and then
very
just ate the
specific
rest of them.
Okay, but hear me out. Can they resist the Doom corruption?
We're not.
Oh God, are we
doing
seriously
discussion.
doing
It's
that?
the thing. Let's move
I
on,
mean,
please.
the Doom corruption
move
is.
on.
I hate that shit for a reason. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, we're
It's the
clearly
I
gonna
win
all
'cause
die by a
fuck
Doom
you.
invasion, and then we won't even get the pleasure of dying. So worst invasion ever, S tier.
Yeah, not good.
You don't get your choice and advantage. You just no fuck you.
I just don't want to look.
Like
I
the
just don't want to
max-
become
the max
possessed.
demon I could fight is an imp.
I just don't want to become possessed. Like that's my whole deal. Like
I
if
don't
I'm
want
gonna
to either.
if I'm gonna become a demon, let me become like a cool demon. You know, let me become like.
Well,
like
you better hope to
you're
become like
just
a
one of those
baron of hell.
shambling husks.
But I
No, you're just one of those shambling husks. Like
I
the
don't know,
rest
man.
of us.
If I do like a lot of
no, I feel like
push-ups,
Rouga could end up like one of the little imps that throw the fireballs and
yeah,
stuff.
like that'd be cool with that. Just something.
Yeah, you do a lot of push-ups. Yeah,
Could it be
and
a
then you
giant
can
And
do
then-
them.
Honestly,
and
I
then-
wouldn't mind just being a Kako demon. Like,
And then demons
they
can
aren't all
and,
that crazy.
and then demons can evolve and like become better and
That is
adapt to
true.
their environment.
Wait,
like
if,
like
hold on,
what
if
Even become
someone
an empowered
someone
demon,
Your
like
environment's a fucking gym.
what if you don't require like okay, like what if the demons invade and you don't require any sort of corruption? Like you're just like, oh, the demons are here, we're fucked. Okay, hey, can I just join like right off the bat? You know, let's skip all the corruption thing. I don't need it. That's my mom. I'll kill her. I'll kill her right now.
Wait, do you think if I could just walk up to like a demon and just like shake hands with it?
Be like, bro, can I join you
just be
guys?
like-
Because I'm
Yeah,
totally.
I'd be like,
Surely
hey,
they
bro,
kill you
this
like
is-
the cultist, right?
Technically, what happened in
Well,
the
wait, didn't Olivia Pierce
2016?
basically try working with them?
She was
yeah,
corrupted,
because that
and she was
Yeah,
No,
self
she was
before the
eventually
corruption.
became
And-
corrupted at the end, but
and she wasn't just like average bullshit person. She was
I mean,
actually
think about it.
she was actually like
all you really have to do is not get possessed and not like.
she had
turn to a
value.
zombie.
No, but she had value. She was like bringing
No.
them into the world, which is not the case for like your average asshole who just live it. Like there's like what value do I give to the demons?
Except being
Other
fodder.
other than
I don't know.
other than a heightened willingness to murder members of my own family for their entertainment. What other value? I'll kill anyone.
Revealing something
I'll
here.
kill you guys. I'll be like, hey guys, I'll join. I'm not. What do I want my soul to be ripped to hell forever? Like no, it's done. We're
No,
done.
I mean, I would do the
They'll
exact
make-
same
they'll
thing.
make
Let's
us
be real.
fight- they'll
Doom
make us
invades.
fight-
I'm
they'll
sorry,
put it all
guys.
in
I'm
the arena,
betraying
make us
all of
fight
humanity.
they just
I've
turn the
never
entire
seen
Earth
them,
into a giant gladiator ring.
I'll be like demons. I will punt this baby off this building for you guys. Like, can I join? Like, like what?
Yeah, like,
what,
can I join you guys?
I
What
don't
do I
think
gotta
I've
do?
ever
Last
seen them
human is
hold
to
their end
be
of the deal
fucking-
nicely.
Yeah. What do you want? What do you get? I will skin this infant and hear its cries. And then just get progressive.
After the giant planetary battle, it gets to be a fucking baron of hell.
And then all the things I just keep doing worse and worse stuff, and eventually the demon's just like, dude, this guy's fucked up.
I'm gonna strive to become a super heavy.
Oh, we were bad.
Be like this.
What would you have to do for that to happen?
Be like, Jesus Christ, this corruption is really potent. It's really working on this guy. He's like, no, he hasn't been corrupted yet.
You
like,
made
what?
a demon say Jesus Christ. What did you do now?
No, it hasn't even affected him yet. This is pre-corruption. I'm gonna do the worst things possible so that when I do become a demon, it's gonna be like, I want to put the icon of sin to shame. I'm gonna be like, okay, now I can be happy.
Putting the icon of sin to shame.
It's insane.
The icon of sin is just like, man, that guy's fucked up. Just stay away from him. He's weird.
I can imagine like him sitting in the background, just like being like, damn, that's worse than what I did.
No, the icon of sin is just like, hey, I think you should have my job. You're better at it.
Yeah, like, you can have my job.
Icon of sin squared.
And then when Doom Guy shows up, kills all the demons, and boots them out of the world, I'll just be standing there with all these horrible sins I've committed, trying to join the demon side, and be like, oh shit, now I just gotta like live amongst the humans that I've betrayed, and like I've did fucked up shit to all of you guys.
Like encountering Doom Guy though, like you just see him suddenly, it's like, oh wow.
He's gonna
Well, at least you'll know what the taste of your shins will be like.
The taste of
I don't
wonder what my kneecaps tasted like.
Do not kill.
I don't know
like,
if that's a selling
people.
point. I don't know if that's a selling point. But
oh yeah, like that's why he
Honestly,
got fucking in trouble on Sent on Mars, because he refused to kill innocent people and killed his officer, right?
Yes, innocent people.
Hold on, how fat do you think a guy would have
Oh
to
right,
be?
Roga wouldn't be innocent in the slightest.
Not in this case. No, I got super. I got super not.
He got a bit too happy.
This guy said something about fat people. What did he say?
I said, how fat do you think someone would have to be to become a mancubus when they got corrupted?
I mean,
Queso.
Queso would win. It instantly turned to a mancubus.
Oh
Yeah.
man, y'all are making me want to talk about the Dark Ages and shit that came up in the Dark Ages. Let's fucking move
Let's
on.
stop before he spoils
Yes,
it.
let's move on.
We already settled the test here.
One of my
Let's
theories
go.
was
Let's move on.
proven.
Let's
One of
move
my
on.
theories was proven to be wrong, and I was like, oh damn. It was.
What was your theory?
Why it's
No.
It's gonna be a spoiler if I tell you what the theory
Spoilers.
is. It's gonna be a
Well, what if I look in your previous videos and find that theory?
That's on you. That's on you.
Go ahead, feel free.
That's fucking on
That's
you.
on you,
Video is
Ben.
that theory, and
If you
That's on
spoil
you.
yourself because you look through my backlog of videos to find a theory that I said
I'm not
maybe
gonna do
once,
that. I'm not.
that's
gonna
on
do
you.
that.
I don't. That's your fault.
That's a stupid thing to do.
I no
I'm
longer
not
feel
gonna-
bad for you
I
about
know-
spoiling.
I'm not a cheater.
I'll spoil
I'm
everything.
not a cheater.
Yeah.
I'm
Also,
not a
wait.
cheater.
Also,
I
how
like to
long
find out
is
stuff myself?
Also, how long is it gonna be before you play this game? Because if it's gonna be months, you might as well not even come to these streams. Because we're probably gonna be talking about this for the next
What
couple
game?
of weeks. The Dark Ages.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Oh.
I'm just saying, if you don't plan on
I'm-
playing,
I
if you don't plan on playing the Dark Ages for another month or two, you might not be able to
Did it
help
come
it.
out yesterday?
No.
I'm not gonna.
Came
lie.
out the
I
15th.
don't know when I'll actually get the game. My brother
came out
has
the
it.
15th?
Maybe I
Damn,
could.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was-
like
My
I'm
computer's
giving,
broken right
I'm
now.
giving people,
Dude,
I'm giving
would've
people.
gotten it day
Shush.
one.
I'm giving people. Stop. I'm giving people leeway now because it came out 2 days ago. But once it's been out for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I'm no longer giving people leeway. I'm just gonna start talking about it because at that point, it's on you. If you're like, it's too like either. I get that not everyone can play it. I understand that, but like there's a limit. You know, it's not gonna be 2-3 months from now, and I'm still not talking about the Dark Ages. Like that's just.
Give me like
Yeah.
3 weeks. I'll probably finish it by then.
No, I'm not giving you 3 weeks.
I wanna like.
I'm probably gonna start talking. Well, I'm probably gonna talk about it in videos this week, and on streams, I'm probably gonna open myself up to talk about it
Probably
the next
will
week or
not.
two.
I'm just gonna watch a playthrough of it. I don't think I'm gonna get the game in time.
It's fun. Just go play. Just go buy the game. It's not that much. It's like $70. Cheap ass. Is that Nano again? Is that fucking Nano?
Yeah, it's Nano.
Of course it's Nano.
Nano.
I didn't even know I was talking to
Okay,
Nano. The
bro.
moment he mentioned
Trying
being
to get everything.
the moment he mentioned being a cheap ass, I'm like, Nano. That's fucking Nano.
That's not at all what I said. What are you
This
talking about?
broke bitch with no money, fucking begging piece of shit, motherfucker. Okay.
Okay, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
How are you more broke than me and I'm homeless? That's fucking crazy, dude. That
You're
is.
not homeless.
I
Wait,
am
Are you
homeless.
homeless? Oh,
Yes.
you are homeless.
Yes.
I am homeless.
Are you in a
Wait,
home?
what? When did
Yeah.
this happen?
Always. I've been homeless since I got out of high school.
Competitive brokenness.
Oh,
That's right, bro. How you got?
Didn't
How the
you say you were like couch surfing or whatever?
I am currently couch surfing. That is true.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what you meant. Okay, that's
But
different from being
I
homeless.
hope you
but-
can get an
Expensive everything
apartment
is.
soon.
I don't blame you.
No, because I mean, I'm in my truck and I drive around and I occasionally stay with people. That's homeless because I don't have a home. That's what homeless is.
Oh, so you okay?
Well,
That's you sit in your truck.
Well, I hope you can
That's
afford an apartment someday.
I don't know because I don't.
Yeah.
I don't not live in an apartment because I can't afford an apartment. I don't not live in an apartment because I refuse to give someone money to live in their property. I think it's a waste of money.
Do you like the lifestyle?
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't mind the lifestyle.
So you're just kind of living the lifestyle just because?
You should try to get a U-Haul. No, not a U-Haul. That's the wrong word. A fucking
RV.
I travel around a lot.
yeah.
I travel around a lot, and I don't like being tied down, and I don't like having to give people money to stay places.
Yeah, so you
Fair
could just
enough.
get an RV, live it on the desert. You don't have to pay nobody fucking shit.
Okay.
We should make a doc. We should have end up making a documentary of Rouga in like 60 years in the
Ruga's
future.
docu.
The man who drove on an RV.
I don't own an RV. I own a truck.
He made do videos and hell divers and pissed a lot of scalers off.
Ugh, is what it is. They'll get over it.
It's like one of those. It's like one of those isekai titles, bro.
All right.
No.
Moving on.
All right. We'll move on to the next one. Comrade gave $10, so that's at least worth going over to the next one. Okay. We got Ghidorah.
We were all cooked.
Cooked.
Wait, hold on.
We literally cannot hurt him.
No, I don't think we can. I don't think we can.
No,
hurt him.
he's below. He's below the Doom invasion, probably.
He's definitely
because
below the
he's
Doom
dead.
invasion. He's definitely
But
below
he's
the
like
Doom
die.
S tier
invasion.
though.
Hold on.
do you still eat Helldivers?
Rogan, you need to look at shit.
I think you guys are all retarded.
What do you?
Well, because
Rogan,
nobody
somebody
says
fucking
anything for
funny.
like 3 seconds, and they all wait, and then everyone talks at the same time, and then they stop because they just realize they all interrupted each other, and they stop at the same time, and then they continue, and then they all realize that they just did that,
Like
and then they just
muskrats.
keep talking for 2 whole sentences straight, and no one stops. And it's like, are you guys fucking retarded? Like,
It's just
Yeah, I'm
muskrats,
sorry,
man.
I'm
I don't know what to tell you.
mentally retarded. You got the tards. You got a bad case of the tards. It's going around.
Retards.
Um,
Don't blame me for having autism.
So here's the thing. Here's a question. What is Ghidorah's goal? Does Ghidorah want to destroy the planet, or is he just gonna naturally
Yes.
do that?
Terraform it.
What's
No,
it?
I don't think it wanted to essentially just first off,
Doesn't
it
he-
wanted to rule over all the monsters.
Well, he's terraforming
and
the
then
planet.
It also kind of just wanted to destroy the planet as well.
No, he's
Destroy
terraforming
the
it.
planet.
They literally say
Oh,
he's
yeah, he is
terraforming it.
So he's gonna.
Yeah, he's
so
terraforming
is the
it.
terraforming gonna kill everyone on the planet?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Does
It's gonna
Ghidorah
be
have
a
the
different environment,
intelligence of
yeah.
a human?
Now I imagine
Yes.
terraforming a planet would be a not cool way to die for the people on the planet. I imagine that's
Yeah,
not.
I
easy.
think-
very
Yes,
I'm-
it definitely is smart.
It's creating
suck.
tornadoes. We don't know like
That's not that
how
bad.
much.
I'm talking more
No,
about
I-
like.
It's
Six hurricanes.
I'm
No,
talking more
no,
about
sorry.
altering the planet's gravity or changing
No, that's what it
the
was starting as. It
or
was starting
or
as.
changing the atmosphere in a way that we can't breathe it anymore. Those are some pretty bad ways to go. Those are some pretty
Just
bad
flying
ways
around,
to go.
he could make
We
category
don't
6
know.
Not
hurricanes.
only that, but his sheer destructive power of like his lightning shocks is insane. The fact that he can
Not even
absorb.
that.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what
Wait.
would have happened because we never see it. But we know
Well,
his like
because he
mere
got beaten
presence
by
was
Godzilla.
changing the weather.
Not only that, in order to kill him, you basically have to do what Godzilla did and destroy every single cell of his body.
We can't even hurt him, so
So yeah, it's
Yeah,
definite. It's
I
a
mean,
definite
you
loss.
probably nuke him, but it probably won't do a whole
No,
lot
a
to him
nuke
for
isn't
long.
gonna. A nuke isn't gonna do anything to Ghidorah.
his
No.
gold scales also are very good against
Oh.
heat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
can't
mean,
do
a
anything
nuke, a
against
nuke,
him
a nuke straight up just makes Godzilla stronger. I mean, I don't think it makes Ghidorah stronger, but I don't think it's gonna kill him.
It just wouldn't do anything.
Knowing Ghidorah, he'd
Well,
probably
yeah, wasn't
laugh.
Yeah,
like wasn't
I don't think we got. I don't
Do
think
they
we got
both
him.
breathe? You know,
Yeah, just
if you like
without
blow up
hitting.
the planet?
Ghidorah does not have a need for breathing.
Oh, yeah, we're just fucked.
He's
First
an
off, he
alien.
came from space. Second off, they threw a bomb that drained out all the oxygen in an area of like 30 miles that he was in. He flew out like it was nothing with a dead head.
I feel like
That's because it was ripped off by Godzilla.
I feel like
Yeah, but that's still an injury.
I feel like you guys are forgetting the tier list is about aliens. You don't have to get into a long conversation about whether or not he's an alien and that he can go into space. It's implied by the tier list being about aliens.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's.
Ghidorah literally is an alien. He's from the planet space.
And then after I say that, you continue talking about how he's an alien. It is implied by the tier list that he is an alien. Just putting that out there.
I said that can he breathe in space, and I'm like, yeah, he's an alien.
Yes. Okay. So the question isn't whether or not we won't be able to kill him, and whether or not he's going to kill us. That seems pretty obvious. How sucky would the death from Ghidorah be?
I think, as far as we know,
I mean, imagine getting vaporized by lightning.
But most people who die by Ghidorah are not being hit directly by his lightning. They're getting the effects of him fucking with the planet.
So
when they were at Antarctica and he first shows up, literally the first thing that happens within the first like 5 people, they get struck by lightning. And
but again, he's not going over the planet killing everyone one by one.
That is true, but he could still
do
a lot of lightning crap.
If you watch the movie, in the movie, he's terraforming the planet, and if you give the assumption that he would have the other monsters under his control, the other monsters will be moving around killing everyone for him.
There are no other monsters. It's just Ghidorah in this scenario.
Okay, if it's just Ghidorah, okay, that's fine. If it's just Ghidorah,
not the other monsters.
Yep. If it's just Ghidorah,
I can see it sort of
then
being
he's gonna terraform the planet, and as far as we know, he's probably gonna do something to the oxygen because he doesn't need it, and it's gonna fit what he likes.
So Aaron Hardman actually made a good point. He said, didn't radiation released from Godzilla kill him? Won't the hydrogen bond do the same? I don't think that the radiation did, but I do think the heat did burn him up.
It did,
And is there any evidence
thermonuclear?
Yeah, but is there any evidence
shooting?
Sure, but is there any evidence whatsoever that a nuclear bomb wouldn't also be able to damage him in the same way? Or several nuclear bombs?
No, because when it came to Godzilla, it took a nuke to charge him up.
I know, but then when he released that, but then when
that was a low yield though.
But that proves my point. That doesn't fight against it. The fact that Godzilla was charged up by a nuclear bomb and then used that same energy to kill Ghidorah, doesn't that mean that a nuclear bomb's energy could kill Ghidorah?
If you blow up the whole planet, both of them will
essentially
probably
just
die.
note everything just by being in its sheer presence.
Okay, so didn't hear any of that. Try again.
One megaton bomb.
It's hard to say because when we see how it works from Godzilla, is he gets nuked, and then the radiation builds up from there. So we don't know if it's just the bomb.
Actually, it
or
wasn't just a nuke.
It
wasn't just a nuke. It was when Mothra died that she gave him.
That's also true. So we don't know how much that energy was either.
She stabilized him.
It'd be hard to like quantify.
Well, we'll say this much. If you set off, we'll set this. If we set off a nuclear explosion where Godzilla was standing, all the humans watching Godzilla stand there would be dead.
Yeah.
That would tell us that Godzilla's the explosive attack that Godzilla was using was not to the same force or heat levels that a nuclear explosion would be at. At least not the strongest ones.
Like his mere presence,
when he was
like
thermonuclear,
buildings
his sheer presence was melting everything in like an entire mile radius.
No.
Well, maybe not that far.
No, because if it was, then all the humans would be dead. But the humans were able to stand there and watch the fight play out from pretty close.
No, they were pretty far away.
Not really. They weren't like a whole city or miles and miles and miles. They were outside of the explosion, the little blast that he was doing, but they were like a couple blocks.
The blast was probably not that large.
They were like a couple blocks away.
Yeah, they weren't. Hold on. The fact they weren't blinded by it probably says that
if they weren't vaporized, that means the blast wasn't that large, but it was still deadly because like every city block that he stepped near was completely melted in seconds.
It wasn't a city block.
Yeah, but a nuke does the same thing.
No, a
Yes,
nuke
it does.
is a blast.
No,
and
no,
it's
no, no.
And it usually just turns everything.
No, at the epicenter.
into
No,
rubble.
the epicenter of a nuke, like immediately, like the epicenter, not the whole blast, but the epicenter of a nuclear explosion is several times hotter than the hottest points of the sun, which are millions and millions of degrees, and it basically instantly melts pretty much any metal that exists on Earth.
Yeah,
I think we kill him. Actually, I've changed. We kill him. We actually do kill him.
Godzilla can take a nuke, and it won't really do anything to him.
Yeah, but
And
Godzilla.
Godzilla. 15 megaton. That's fucking pathetic.
Yeah, it's a small nuke, and two, Godzilla is specifically strengthened by nuclear radiation in a way that Ghidorah's not. And Godzilla and the heat that killed Ghidorah was radiating from Godzilla, so obviously that same heat level Godzilla's not weak to, since he can literally produce it, but Ghidorah is. Ghidorah is weak to has less heat resistance than Godzilla has.
Yeah, I think we could kill Godzilla. Honestly, we could kill Ghidorah. Now I think about it, the nukes would kill him.
And another
They
thing
never
about
nuked him.
I don't think they could though. I feel like if we were to nuke him, it may damage him, but he can still regenerate. If we're
again,
gonna
we nuke him again.
we gotta
We just
use
nuke him again.
every nuke. Otherwise, he is not going.
That's fine. We use every nuke.
Wait,
We
hold
don't
on.
have
You-
Godzilla.
do you- I don't think you realize just how powerful every nuke is.
It wouldn't be every
I don't think
nuke.
you realize
How powerful every nuke is, and my
It wouldn't
point
be-
is, if we
it
use
wouldn't be every nuke.
most likely.
It wouldn't be.
It would probably be like 1 or 2 thermos point blank range into his fucking forehead.
Yeah. If we get a sizable nuke, hit him with it enough to damage him and have him fall to the ground, and then we would just have to in some way increase the heat levels of the area that he drops, whether that be through more nukes or some other sort of way, just sort of keep his cells from regenerating and kill him that way. It'll be difficult, but if we're talking about the possible end of the Earth and we don't have a Godzilla to defend us, I think sacrificing an entire section of a country in order to do that may actually be our only option.
Even
Okay. Again.
What if he was doing it
One person.
around Yellowstone? I don't think you want to.
That wouldn't do anything.
Like the park.
Yellowstone wouldn't do shit. Though the Yellowstone fucking super volcano that hasn't done shit because it's fucking inactive now. It's not even building up fucking lava anymore. It's not gonna detonate.
Yeah, the heat wouldn't. I don't even. It doesn't matter. I mean, there isn't a volcano on Earth.
would actually.
There's not a
What if we
volcano on
bomb it
Earth
on
that
Mount
would be
Fuji?
hot enough.
Yeah, the fucking even detonating the fucking Yellowstone with a nuke wouldn't fucking set it off. It shut it down permanently.
Okay,
Anyway,
So we beat him. So we actually do beat him now. We think about it.
As
Yeah.
long
Yeah.
as we can
Really
somehow
messed up,
stop
though.
him from regenerating.
What if we just? I think you just have to nuke him
wouldn't-
repetitively.
We'd have to nuke him. We'd have to nuke
Okay.
him consistently with many nukes without destroying the planet, which is a hard thing to do. And also,
no, it wouldn't. It would not be a hard thing to do.
It,
you know
it
why?
would absolutely be a
Because-
hard thing to do with that, because you'd have to specifically hit him with nukes strong enough to wipe him out and also not destroy the planet. That would be difficult to do. 'Cause you can't just use any nuke, because not any nuke would hurt him.
arsenal in one spot and tops. It affects a continent.
No, it would
would
just
be like-
no. We've calculated this long time ago. The reason why the SAR bomb scared the shit out of people is because just a little bit stronger would have destroyed our atmosphere and made our planet unlivable.
It was theorized. It was theorized by Russians. Man.
Yeah. Well, it was theorized. Yes.
No, that was theorized by
It was theorized by a lot of people, not just Russians, and most people agreed. And this is why the UN came together and specifically said that we had to stop making nukes, both sides, because it was getting to the point where it was endangering the entire planet. It is not really questionable. We created nukes that were, because neither of us, Russia or America, set off the largest nuke that we had. So we have nukes, both sides, that are capable of ending all life on Earth. Like, we know that. So, yes, we have to be very careful.
That's in the case of in total, if every nuke gets launched, though.
Well, no, that's...
Again...
I wouldn't be surprised if we have individual nukes that could end the planet. I wouldn't be surprised. But we would have to be very, very careful, because we would have to calculate it to the point that we could hit it hard enough that it would die, but not too hard to that we destroy the planet.
Miss.
the Trident 3
I don't think we
missile.
could though.
I don't know how
because
you
the
could.
radiation
I don't know how
alone
you
that
could.
would fall from the atmosphere would be too great and would ultimately just kill us all.
For
anyways.
that area for sure, but not necessarily the entire world. Also, for the person who said that, how are we gonna hit him? He's fucking Ghidorah. How do you miss?
He's pretty fast.
Yeah,
He's
but
kind
you're
of a
gonna
big
hit
target.
Sonic or something.
No. Yeah, it takes a Trident 3 missile from the opposite side of the planet 45 minutes to get from that side to Russia.
Well,
Okay, I did
imagine
not
how
know
much
missiles were that
faster
fast.
You wouldn't fire it from the other side of the planet. You would get you would have a
You'd hit it even
transport
faster. I
plane.
was underestimating the speed of these missiles. There have been calculations that said if the missiles of every missile in the world were to be launched from like Russia, or if one missile were to be launched from Russia, it would take it would take like a few minutes to like an hour to get to us.
He said 45
Yeah,
minutes.
depending
Well,
on where
okay,
we are.
a
Yeah,
few
45
minutes. A few minutes to an hour is a very large gap. So
Okay, I
your math.
retract my statement. I didn't know missiles were that fast.
Depending on like the coastline or something.
Well, it doesn't matter because
If it's
it doesn't matter because you can get transport planes to bring it there, and that way they have more control over where they drop it. Then they would just have to drop it and then get the fuck out of there before it explodes. I mean, that's what we did with Fat Man and Little Boy or whatever. That's what we did. We had planes transport them before we had guided missile system. But it's also important that these missile systems are indeed guided. It's not like we set a location and then it shoots there and then we can't change it mid-flight. We can actually alter its trajectory as it's flying.
Genuine question: what would they track for like Ghidorah? Like, how would they track onto him?
How would they track a small country-sized monster? That's like I don't think it would be that difficult. How about with your eyes? I think that would probably work pretty well.
He's about the size of a mountain, so.
Hold on. I've been snooping around on the internet for
that's not good.
Earlier you said like we might have like people were getting scared about the Tsar Bomba that could wipe out all life on Earth.
No, I didn't say the Tsar Bomba could. I said that's what scared them because if you went a little bit too hard in that, they theorized that it could. It could essentially destroy the atmosphere.
Well, potentially destroy the atmosphere.
Not the Tsar Bomba. But not.
Oh, not the Tsar Bomba. Okay.
I never said no. I never said that. You gotta listen to no one listen to what I actually say. I said the Tsar Bomba.
I thought you said the Tsar Bomba.
No, the Tsar Bomba is what scared people into believing that it's something that we could do. But both Russia and America had larger nukes than that. And it was theorized that they didn't have to get much bigger than that in order to permanently fuck up the atmosphere and end all life on Earth. So the UN ordered the United States and Russia to stop production of nukes because they they were I love repeating myself. It's my favorite thing. Love it.
Okay. No problem. No problem giving you the opportunity to do that. You're welcome.
Great.
So we can beat it, but we might destroy the planet.
We're still probably gonna fuck up most of the planet though, either him or us.
So
but
Chris,
it might be worth it.
So Chris Johnson said Ghidorah was hit by a nuke at one point, and it did hurt him a lot, but didn't kill him. So he can be killed by nukes. However,
if he's talking about the oxygen nuke, that was not a nuke. That was a oxygen nuke.
He's usually constantly surrounded by storms, so it might be hard. I don't know why a storm would really matter all that much, to be honest with you. But
I mean, it's a Category 6 hurricane.
Well, if you want a direct impact, it could make it difficult.
I mean, with their systems, they couldn't detect him in the storm. They just thought the storm was like a storm, and then they realized, oh crap, he's actually in the storm moving it.
Comrade Joseph said there is a missile for air-to-air combat that is nuclear, and it's made to fit on the F-15 launch system. Nice.
Sounds about right.
Nice. That's what we're good at, man. Human beings.
Yep.
We're really good at making efficient ways to kill other human beings.
In mass.
And apparently aliens as well, since we're preparing for that.
How much
we've already prepared for that.
So we maybe beat it, maybe destroy the planet. We'll fuck it up pretty bad.
Yeah, I think we're gonna beat Ghidorah, but we're going to probably wipe out a large portion
of our planet.
Not a lot of our planet, probably a country,
like
maybe a large portion. No, not a continent. I don't think it's gonna be that big. Probably a country, probably a large portion of a country. I'll tell you this: we're not doing it when it's in the U.S. We're waiting.
Yeah, the
we're,
US is very much
we're
willing to
waiting.
sacrifice
Wait till
that
it's like
stuff.
over Russia to
I
do
mean,
it. Like,
Yeah,
you
we're
might
waiting.
have to.
We're waiting. No, we're not. We're gonna wait. We're gonna let this motherfucker destroy New York City, and we're gonna wait for it to fly off into China or somebody else, and then we're gonna hit it.
We don't know if it would stay in one place and terraform. Would
It
need
wouldn't.
to move
It
around.
didn't in the movie. In the movie, it went to several different countries. So I mean, we just
But
wait.
that's because it was following. It was following things.
No, he was moving around
yeah,
on
I
his
was
own
looking
for a
for
while.
monsters to control.
He was moving around on his own for a while.
I mean, just
No, he
wait.
was-
It's an animal.
monsters.
Animals travel. We just wait. Wait until it goes somewhere else, and when it's somewhere else, fucking not in the U.S. I mean, how unlucky would you get if you're like, this motherfucker's been in the U.S. for like 6 years. Why is this bitch not moving? Like, come on, bro. Don't you want to go see the Himalayas or something? Like, what you doing here?
He figured out the ploy.
Oh, world to explore, motherfucker. Like,
Yeah, bro.
So where would that?
Careful, man. We look around.
Go check out China, bro. There's a lot of great communism there.
He just
I hear
flies
there's
through
a
the
nice
border
place
to
that's
headshot
called
and
India.
make us trigger happy.
Hey, what's wrong with don't be fucking up
Yeah,
India?
I can see why we don't want to nuke our
Fuck up where?
food production.
Someone said fuck up India. Don't fuck up India.
I don't know. The hygiene standards are pretty low, bro.
Why you fucking with India, man?
Yeah, man, that's not
maybe
cool.
we've been improving
have
in
cows.
that area.
India
The cows are nice.
is working its ass off to improve its country. It went from being a third world country to now being a second world country, and eventually, if it keeps going, it's going to be a first world country. It's a very
And England's
high
gonna be a
production.
second.
It's a
Funny thing.
yeah, it's a very high production country that is trying to dig itself out of a hole. I have to respect India. I don't got no
Until the
hatred.
three-headed dragon shows up.
I don't got no hatred
So-
for India.
So
Yeah,
is
they're
it gonna
very
be
quick to changing too.
So is it below Independence Day, or what were we thinking
Between
of
the
putting
moon
it?
and Independence Day.
Well, no, because Independence Day is gonna fucking wipe us out. Y'all all said so. It would be below Independence Day.
Yeah, that's what they
It'd
said.
probably be in
Independence Day
between the
is
Viltrum and Starship Troopers.
In Independence Day, they had lesser technology than us, and they still lost. How are we gonna lose now?
Because
Well,
we
that's
didn't
because
have
the
technology.
spaceships.
We didn't have technology as good as Independence Day technology. I mean, as good as the humans in Independence Day's technology, because they adapted their technology to the aliens.
Independence Day too.
There's also the problem of
and
the
you're
Independence
saying
Day
we
aliens
couldn't-
didn't have anything to counter the fucking what's it called, virus shit, because they didn't know what
No,
the
we
fuck it was
already
till
had this
after.
conversation. We already did this. Yes, the second time
Alright,
we tried
well,
to virus them. Ugh. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let's not worry about it then.
Got a fucking
It's already
attitude
done.
problem, Trip, man. It's got such an attitude
What?
problem. All right.
Hey, Trip, I keep on trying to ask you something.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. I forgot. People keep coming in and out, and ugh.
Gay lover stuff. Talk about it in the DMs, man. All right.
No, I'm not. I just wanted to point out that his.
No, cool.
profile
I don't need
picture
to. I don't
looks
need to
like the
hear.
Doom
I
Shield.
don't need to hear all of
That's the metal
your
you-
gay love for
Wait.
Trip. It's cool. I don't. It's
Wait.
fine. Just, talk it out in DMs, man. All right. So Flood. Because
Well,
comrades
it's
fucking forcing me to finish this list. Next up we have the Flood. So this is another one where we
S.
can't win, right?
S.
Yeah.
S tier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
this is an
get-
S tier.
we
There's
get
no
Below
way we're not.
Demon Invasion, but
Right below the
it's S
demons
tier.
and above everything else.
So you think
Yeah,
that
no, because it's
everything-
canon. That's the no,
right
no, no.
below,
It's
yeah, right
below the
demons,
demon.
above everything else.
so it sucks more than the Tyranids?
They could. I'm
Absolutely.
saying, according to
Yeah,
some of the
we're
law,
gonna
you're.
they're gonna
What?
infest us, and we're gonna hear them for a while, and then we'll probably be overwhelmed and die. Like, remember, was it Sergeant Keys, or I might be misremembering?
Captain
but
Keys.
yeah, Captain Keys. Thank you.
Your
He was
conscience
a
is still there when the grapevine takes it.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
I think
Well,
it's
his was,
okay.
but
I saw a video.
It's
I saw a
because
video
he had
about
information
that.
it wanted.
But so there's
Yeah.
a chance. Okay, so there's a chance you end up living, like you don't actually die and you're still there for a bit.
Just a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
Just till it gets
Or-
to once, then you're
But
gone.
again, if you're
I
unlucky,
saw-
like Jenkins, and you get taken over by a weaker infection form, you have to live through all of it.
Yeah,
No,
no.
I'd still
do
die.
that.
And it
No, you
probably
don't
sucked
die.
Too,
It
so I
doesn't
wouldn't
kill
want to
you.
live through the pain.
It'll resurrect you after you die, but you won't be dead.
That's what I'm saying. If you, I reckon Jenkins is probably about as bad as the demons can do to you. Obviously, that's the exception.
I don't think so, because with the flood, you still die.
No, they didn't kill Jenkins. He was
It would
alive.
kill you eventually.
No,
or maybe
didn't kill
just
him.
turn you into a vegetable.
He got himself killed, but if the flood had its way, he wouldn't have died. He would have just been a combat form for them.
So
Yeah, you don't die
So
until
if I
something
have
kills
this
you.
weaker infection, I can just off myself and
Yeah, but does
still
your
die.
does your soul? But yeah, but do they literally bring your soul down to hell for torture for
They
all eternity?
don't, but they kill you. Well, they don't
That's why
kill you.
it's
They
under
infect you, and then you're just stuck as an infection form. If
Yeah,
it's a
they
weaker
infect you. They don't kill
But
you.
is the infection form like terrible?
Yes, you
horrifying.
feel all your muscles get ripped apart, and tendons being ripped apart.
You feel
your
every
body
second
being
of
ripped
it.
apart
Forever or temporarily?
No, until you're no longer useful, which is the second it takes over your body completely.
And then you die.
Yeah.
But it depends on
No,
again.
not-
It's a
you
weaker
don't die, it
infection
just
form.
Eventually
all of
die,
you
but
out.
it's gonna be
Air
worse
force
than
basically
everything
like
on
erasing
childhood
your memories. So that's
Guys,
basically that's
are
basically
you guys
die.
a fucking choir? One person at a time. It's like y'all wait for each other to talk at the same time. Somebody, go.
It's for comedy.
Okay.
Comedy bit, Dave.
Okay. I think what we're trying to say, it's gonna be the process and possibility of being stuck for a bit is worse than everything but the demons. With the exception of the demons, it might be one of the nastier fates on this list.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing
Yeah.
worse than being infected by the flood is going to hell for all of eternity with demons, which I'm
That
pretty
says
sure from
something.
Doom are worse than demons in the Bible, because they actively don't want you to suffer. The demons are just doing their job in the Bible, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, the
honestly,
demons in you can't compare the demons in Doom to the demons of the Bible. They're totally different.
Yeah, they're completely different.
Yeah,
things.
fair enough.
The demons in Doom aren't even demons. They're technically aliens from another dimension. It's totally different.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They just
Okay.
look like demons.
Yeah.
So that's what we call them.
Yeah, they just happen to look like that.
Yeah, they're technically.
I still think that's
Yeah.
kind of funny. But
anyway,
the way an infection goes. Continue.
Anyways, I saw, it was a while ago, but I saw like a video like exactly about this actually, about like what if the flood invaded Earth.
Ooh, I remember that video.
Yeah, it was by this guy named Hidden Xperia. He's basically like a
Different
Halo
guy.
lord.
Big
Halo YouTuber.
It would.
Oh,
It's.
love that
He
guy.
said that it would basically take if it landed like in some remote town in Russia or something. All of us would be infected in like 2 days. Like it would be over in 2 days.
No, it'd take about a week.
Unless we
No,
it
it would
doesn't
not
like,
take a week.
really early and nuke the shit
On
out
a
of them.
grand scale,
we'd be
it's
dead
very
in 2 days.
subtle, but on an individual level, it's possible not to notice.
Introduce the
wasn't like-
flood
Yeah.
into Doom's hell and just sit back and watch what happens.
It's a weird one.
So
because
the
actually-
flood would they become part of the hellscape, and then
Yeah, Hidden
No, that
Xperia
wouldn't
is
even
actually
happen.
even
The
worse.
flood would just
If they don't fucking fry
The-
first, the heat will probably
Yeah,
kill
they-
them.
they don't
Multiverse
fry
collapse.
that would
from
actually
all the
yeah, that would
bullshit.
be a
Yeah.
good point.
the
Yeah,
Arch
'cause
Energy
actually-
would fry all of them. They wouldn't survive.
Wait,
So
hold
is
on.
it-
the flood?
Is it possible that if we
Wait.
fight the is it possible that if we fight the flood, we can wear fully insulated armor and then fight them with heat-based weapons like flamethrowers and stuff and overcome, or are they just too powerful?
That's how Master.
Too powerful.
That's how
No,
Master.
I mean,
That's
by
how
the
Master
time
Chief
by
is
the
able
time
to
we
survive.
figure out that would
Master
work- by the
Chief
time we
was almost
figure out
killed
that
by an
would work-
infection
If it's a
form.
gas type of
Guys,
thing,
Yeah,
he
but
would.
One at a fucking time.
That's how Master Chief was able to survive, because they have an airborne version, which is just the fucking virus itself, and it just swarms everywhere wherever they are. It's impossible to breathe and not get infected. That's the only reason why Master Chief isn't infected is because of his suit. Past
And
that,
Arbiter isn't
no,
infected
not
because of
really.
plot armor.
Because of his energy
armor
shield. The
is
energy shield,
crazy.
Covenant energy shields protect against the flood cells.
Yeah, but
in the air.
if they did break, which I'd imagine they did during the fighting, he would have been.
Oh yeah,
killed.
you're immediately infected and you're fucked. There's no
It's
question
able to
about
get
it.
past
Yeah.
Forerunner armor, so nothing we have would work.
It doesn't
yeah,
get past
anyway,
Forerunner
but
armor. It's forced
regardless-
through
It
by,
does. In
like,
the books, it gets
punching
past
it.
Forerunner armor.
and it would just need to be destroyed. It would just need to be damaged in any way, and boom, we'd be infected. Even if we had enclosed systems.
Okay.
Yeah, even if it's a pinprick, you're just instantly infected, and you're done.
Hey, I have a question.
Yes.
This is completely unrelated to the flood, but if we added the Empire from stars, since they're technically aliens, would that work here?
No.
Yeah.
No.
We're saying aliens. They're primarily human-based. That's
human-based, but they're
empire.
not humans, though.
You're boring. That's boring.
Yeah, that is boring. You know what's not boring though? What I have to
The
add?
UNSC.
What do you have to add?
By the time we do ever going back to the whole sealed suits or whatever, by the time we did reach that point, it'd be too late. There'd be too many of them. By the time we even realized that could be an option, it'd be too late.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, that'd be our first option to go against them, because we'd see the giant fucking clouds of this gas that just you walk inside of. You got 10 minutes before you start to mutate and become an infection and become a combat.
Are they weak to fire?
Yeah, it's kind of the only thing they're weak to.
But
So
not any weaker to
surely
fire
if we
than
like
anything else.
contain it, there has to be a way we can like contain it and then just like napalm it.
There is no such thing as containment with the flood. It gets smarter and smarter the longer you.
There
let it
is.
So either you kill it or it kills you.
No, they did contain it, but they had to glass half of Africa.
That's not containment. That's extermination.
No, they killed it.
Yeah, that was outright extermination. That was not
What it
containment.
stopped it? That was the only way they were able to stop it. They had to
Yeah, 'cause
glass
they
half a
burned
continent,
it.
which we can't do.
Yeah,
We can do with nukes.
They killed it.
That's not
Yeah, it was
containment. That's killing them.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
outright
it does the
extermination.
same thing.
No,
It stops
containment
them.
is stopping.
No.
Okay, it's
Containment is
better than.
keeping them in one spot.
Okay, whatever.
Mainly because
But
you
it's
couldn't
better
kill
than containment.
Well,
It's better
I mean,
than
I kind of
containment.
it seems boring that I keep bringing up nukes, but like it's kind of the best thing we got other than EMPs.
That's what I said. You can nuke it. in
Could you
theory.
nuke an area that they arrive and just wipe them out?
I
mean,
by the time
You'd have
it
to know
reaches that point again.
Again, they're
Hold
subtle
on.
on a grand scale. They're not
Yeah,
stupid in the slightest. They may act like zombies, but it only takes like about a small village of like 20, 50 people to get smart enough to be like, hey, let's not run out of problem.
It says here. It says here the flood. St. James, whatever ENT. I don't know. The flood will spread too fast. Humans will be too slow to consider the nuclear option. When they are, it's far too late. Infected can use our weapons.
Yeah, they'd be able to shoot nukes back at us. They'd be able to use our guns, our boats, our fucking submarines. The more of us they infect, the more of us they infect, the smarter they get. The more of our technology they understand, they can replicate it. They can use our factories. They can make more bullets. They can make more guns, tanks.
They can
vehicles.
affect AI.
Yeah, they can infect AI too. So if any of our systems are smart enough to be communicated with, it'd be on their side immediately.
Fucking infected Chat GPT. Let's get it.
Yeah, ChatGPT would just be telling people, "Hey, you should go join the flood. They're pretty chill."
You should all go outside.
Yeah.
Talk
That
to
would
the
be
dude.
so-
Yeah, he's friendly.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. That would be fucking cool. That would be so cool if I went on to went on to ChatGPT and started talking to it, and I'm literally talking to the flood hive mind, like directly.
Yeah,
that
pretty
would be
much.
that would be
Do you think
so.
we can convince it to not kill me?
It could be terrifying, and but you can't like
Yeah,
that
for,
would
like,
be
the-
such
for,
a
like, the
fast.
12
I'm
hours that
I'm
humanity-
literally talking
that
to
would
an.
actually be a cool thing.
That would be cool. I'm literally talking to an all-powerful conqueror hive mind that's taken over
Cosmic
countless,
horror.
like a cosmic horror. Essentially, I'm talking to it, and it is texting back to me in my own language, and we're actually communicating and having a conversation. Like that would be.
Everybody's seen the
honestly.
movie
It would,
Virus?
it would just do like a precursor lore dump onto you, and then use the logic plague. That's all.
And
it
you
would
just
do.
kill yourself.
Just make like
And
a
the flood-
horror, cosmic horror game of you like in like
Somebody's
your
make-
house, and then suddenly the flood happens, and then like you're just like tasked to survive as long as possible.
This is what we do.
and you
This is what
just
we do.
Go on your...
This is what we do. Right? The flood show up. Flood starts taking shit over. Flood starts turning people. Out of spite, we summon the doom demons. and we're like, let the best man win. Fuck you guys, Flood.
It said that it's the second worst thing to happen.
No.
That you want to bring the worst?
That's right.
I have a question.
If the second worst thing shows up to fuck with us, I want to bring in the worst thing possible to fuck with it back. That's the spitefulness of my plan.
How do neural physics?
I become a demon and continue to fuck with it.
Wait, no, there'd be a problem with that though. Because the only reason why the flood wouldn't do anything to Doom is because the infection would start in Doom. If it's not, and Doom is introduced after an infection has already taken root, they'd be able to fight back and actually fuck the demons up. I don't know if they'd be able to corrupt them because the flood have their own corruption. That's
It's not to the scale of Doom.
It's neural physics. It's, I don't know what.
Wait, don't get me wrong. Maybe like the creatures themselves can fight against like some of the demons.
You guys hear what y'all are doing right now, right? Y'all hear there's like 4 people talking, and y'all just keep going and going. Nobody stop. Like one person. Continue.
I called it.
I don't care. Somebody.
You always.
Okay. I think mine is more interesting, so I'll go first. So, do you think that? Do you think that the flood could? I know that like they can't like corrupt them on like a grand scale, the flood, but do you think the flood could like infect like an imp or something?
Not if the heat. The heat within their body would burn up the flood. Any kind of infection that could happen.
No, they can resist
throwing fireballs.
It's just the arch energy by itself would be the only problem. If
Well, they can't. Like fire is the way. Fire is the way that you kill them, and fire is very basic compared to the level of heats that should be in the demons' bodies. Like very basic.
I guess in the case like I could see like what's happening is that the flood, if it doesn't get immediately incinerated, just becomes part of its already crazy corruption, and then like
Michael showed up. Does this bozo
a conversation between Davok and the Gravemind would go hard?
Does this bozo really shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up. Does this bozo really think the flood have any chance against the demons? Yes, he does.
Yes, I do.
No, I do not.
Yes, I do. I do.
Really? How? Guys, I am not going to say this again. I am going to start fucking booting people. One fucking person at a time. That's what, 6th time, 7th time I've said it? Go.
I think it's more 4th.
Let British person
this
talk.
day.
Let British person
Thank
talk.
you.
Go ahead.
So, obviously, we don't know exactly what it is, but we know they have neural physics, which is something the flood can interfere with, which is something about universal energy. So we already have some control over the universal energy. We don't know to what extent. We know we have some control over it. That's the hive minds, though. So
what does that even mean? What does that mean, universal energy? You say that as if I'm supposed to know what the fuck that even is.
I was trying to ask these people. I was hoping someone would understand it more than I do.
I understand what you're talking about more.
It's a very vague concept, but the basis idea is it extends to the whole universe and is somehow like all the energy in the universe, and they can control it somehow.
I'm so confused on what you're talking about. What?
Neural energy.
Brought up.
Neural physics.
Are you talking about the flood?
No, the flood have neural physics.
Yes.
What he was talking about is what I said earlier about how the flood have their own corruption. It's the neurophysics. But in one of the books, the Forerunners said that when they were looking to the stars, they could see something was wrong fundamentally with the stars themselves. That's how much the flood were infecting space itself. Because at a certain point, the flood gets so fucking strong that it gets so... I don't know what the fuck the word is. So there's a thing above a grave mine. It's called a key mine. It's not called that anymore because fucking the shit decided to fuck it over and say, no, they're all grave mine now. It's called a key mine. And when it gets to a key mine, that's when they have the abilities that they did before they became the flood, which is the people that created Halo.
The precursors.
No, yeah, what were the precursors?
Yeah, it was.
Aren't the precursors the Forerunners? No, the Forerunners are the Forerunners. I'm gonna start it. Yeah, the precursors. The precursors had that as a natural ability. That was they just could just do that. And the Flood are them. They're just the survivors of who's left, and they're able to do that now as key minds because
So wait,
enough of them have.
what's the argument? They can like reality warp the universe or something?
At a certain
They can corrupt
thing,
the universe.
Yeah, they infect the universe itself at a fundamental level.
Oh man, if only the demons can do that.
But I don't think they both do it, so surely it would cancel out.
Not really. No, it wouldn't cancel out at all. The Doom Demon's corruption is far stronger. It doesn't just affect the universe; it affects an infinite multiverse and is unstoppable. And also, not a spoiler necessarily, but we got new information in Doom: The Dark Ages codexes that actually makes the Doom corruption a lot stronger than I thought it was. Yeah, I mean, do you guys want to hear it? It's in, It's not stated in the game. It's not stated in the game at any point during the story, but it's in the codex. If you read one of the codexes,
go for it, then.
You might read the codex and not even be aware of it. So essentially, and it's also the very opening level of the game that you get the codex. So basically, you end up finding out that the Sentinels created a trans-dimensional barrier around our universe that protects it from the demons coming into our universe. That's the reason why the demons need someone to let them in. I've said in the past many, many times that the demons can't just jump into any universe they want to. They have to be allowed in. That's only the case for Earth because that's the only case for our universe or humans universe in Doom because the Sentinels created a trans-dimensional barrier. Without that trans-dimensional barrier, without that trans-dimensional barrier blocking off all other dimensional beings from coming in, the demons can travel to whatever universe they want whenever they want to, and the corruption is completely unbound to spread across anything. It is specifically because of this trans-dimensional barrier.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Oh yeah, nah. That's.
My thought would be they would win, but in theory, the Flood could contend with that, but not practically.
With what you just said, I just completely threw out the window.
Well, the corruption also isn't. The corruption also isn't like again. I don't know exactly.
Is it like a growth?
Just because something is called a corruption does not mean that it's the same as another thing that's called a corruption. The Doom demonic corruption controls mind, body, soul. It infects all of it in one go. And it can actually infect things that have one and not the other. So it can infect things that have just a mind, just a soul, or just a body, and it can affect it all the same way. This kind of runs the gambit of pretty much everything. And it's also able to affect like the laws of physics. It can affect gravity. It can affect concrete and buildings and the weather, nature. Like it affects literally everything. I haven't seen anything for the Flood that tells me or shows me that it's anywhere near that level, like in any conceivable
We've
way.
never seen an infection get that bad. It's a it is like
the only time in a.
Hold up, Michael. Jesus Christ, $200. Okay, Michael, what's up, man? Yet still get wiped out by a couple of rings that just erase biomass. Then most demons die. When most demons die, the Argent energy burns the bodies up, so no bio to grow or feed on. That's true. Not even gonna get to the level we were talking about, Clown, and then they're still not strong enough with any technology. Super aggressive, Mike. Super aggressive. But
I respect that.
When the Flood infects something, they don't kill it, so there wouldn't be the Argent burning them up. But
wait, the rings don't.
Still, so.
I mean, the corruption in hell doesn't do that either. It doesn't kill you.
The rings don't destroy biomass. Okay, the rings don't destroy biomass. They destroy the nervous system.
No, they disassemble biomass. It's still there. It's still usable. It's just not for the Flood. It's not usable to them because it's just minerals and stuff. It's not biomass. It's just what makes up biomass.
So like it just strips them down to their base components, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it just like
so that another living thing can come in, grow
like
off
it
of what's
destroyed
left,
their brain and shit.
Yeah, no, the Flood don't need a nervous system to infect you. It just makes it easier.
Okay.
They're able to infect plants and shit like that don't even have a nervous system. It just takes slightly
Well, I
longer.
mean, they do, but they don't have a
They
central
have a
one.
mind, right?
What?
They don't. Yeah, they have a nervous system, just not a central nervous system. Like a brain. They
Yeah,
don't have
they
a
will
brain.
get corrupted and or burned alive by the doom corruption.
The problem, look,
Yeah.
the problem I have with the flood is that at the end of the day, it's a biological corruption, and their cells, in some way, or their material, whatever you want to call it, flesh, has to in some way interact with the thing that they're infecting, and they can't with the heat of the demon's biology.
Yeah.
Whereas the doom corruption is magical in nature and doesn't actually have to interact with them at all. It's just a constantly spreading thing that goes across the entire multiverse. So there's like what's the flood? The flood doesn't have anything to defend. They have a body, they have a mind, they have a soul. They have no interaction with magic whatsoever. Magic doesn't exist in the Halo universe.
Have a soul.
What's up?
I don't think the flood have a soul. I think they're just a rage embodiment of what's left.
No, they are a soul. I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
It doesn't
the
matter.
grave mind has a
They
soul, that's
only
pretty
need.
nuclear.
Well, they have a mind. They're literally called grave mind, key mind. They're a hive mind. You can't be a hive mind not have a mind.
Yeah.
So they definitely have a
Yeah,
mind.
you can,
They definitely
yeah.
have a body. It doesn't really matter if they don't have a soul. They only need one body, mind, soul. They have two, so they can be.
There's
Infected.
the problem with the corruption though, because when the corruption wins, what the fuck happens to the flood? Do they just die, or do they become?
And fight
No,
for
they
the
would become a
demon?
demonic version. They would become a demonic version of whatever they were before.
The demonic flood.
Would the yeah? So just be a demonic flood. That'd be horrifying though.
Oh yeah.
God, hell
Yeah.
no.
That'd be so
Honestly, I don't know how it would be all that useful, because like the flood essentially just has a weaker version of what the demons already have.
The
I
thing
mean, I
is,
guess
in-
besides being
in-
able to infect technology, since we don't really have a lot of evidence to say that the Doom invasion can infect technology.
It's
but
questionable.
I guess that's about it.
I've never felt comfortable enough to say it outright, but it is.
So that's what I'm saying. I guess if they were to corrupt the flood, then it would solidify. Yes. they
It
can
wouldn't
corrupt
surprise me if they
technology.
can infect technology, since they can infect shit like concrete and gravity. So it wouldn't. I don't think saying that they can affect
then there's
technology
the-
is all that much of a reach. But we've never seen it happen. So that's the
But then there's the
only-
problem of like, is it corrupting the components or what the components do? That's where the confusion for me. Because if it corrupts the components, then
Like I said, we haven't seen.
the components probably don't do what
We
they're
don't
supposed
know.
to do
We haven't
anymore. and it's
seen.
just
We have not
AI
seen them
going
corrupt.
insane.
We haven't seen them corrupt AI. That's why I'm. Wait, there's.
Yeah, we
there
don't
are
know.
two. There are two AIs in the game, in Doom Eternal, in Doom 2016 Eternal, the Dark Ages. There's two AIs. Just, God damn it, I can't say anything without spoiling the Dark Ages. Doom Eternal. I'll stick to Doom Eternal. There are two AI in that game. Both of them are godlike beings. So Vega is actually the father, and Samuel Hayden is
Hayden is
actually
the angel
Samor. Yeah, he's Samor Maker. So neither of them get infected, but is that because they're AI, or is that because they're actually godlike beings? We don't know.
Well, when I think about this, I don't think about them. I think more about like the hologram AI that's saying like, "Hey, you should fucking give up and join the demon."
There's no evidence that's AI.
Don't-
And it could have
Yeah,
been
that's
someone
true,
who
though.
just reprogrammed it.
That
who
could have
was
been,
on
yeah.
already
Like
corrupted.
as far as we know, that could have been humans who were corrupted and then altered a VI, which is virtual intelligence, not AI, and then just programmed the VI to say that because that human was becoming corrupted. There's no evidence that was AI that was corrupted. The fact that it just loops its speech over and over kind of points to the idea that it's not AI and it's actually VI.
And the fact that there's those cultist guys, those guys could have very well done that and for their cult reasons or whatever.
Yeah. Also, to say the truth, it was probably just a joke that Hugo Martin just put into the game that he thought was funny, and that was it. Like we're all thinking like super hard about this, and chances are that like the creators of the game just thought it was kind of fun. Like
Do not
they
care.
didn't really care about it at all.
What?
And then if it's brought up to them,
What,
they're like,
the shield?
what?
It's like,
What?
oh, you
The shield
you
around the
think
universe?
fast?
I've kind of spaced out. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I did too. I was reading the
Funny.
chat.
Jews. We're talking about Jews.
Spoilers. What's your
Yes.
take
Okay.
on the Cthulhu realm stuff?
So we should just nuke ourselves if the floods show up.
Yeah, that'd be a
yes.
nicer fate.
Michael wants to know my
TLDR.
take on the Cthulhu realm stuff.
Cthulhu. What is he talking about?
Anybody who doesn't want
Lovecraft
spoilers, anybody who doesn't want spoilers to the Dark Ages, get out.
Okay. About a half.
All right.
Oh,
Yo, I
hold
already
on.
beat it.
Okay, so what I thought. All right, so what I thought about the Cosmic Realm, it was a super hard letdown. Oh my God, was it a letdown? Okay, I understand that Hugo Martin has always created things that were inspired by other things, right? What's a good example? Davith was inspired by Khorne from Warhammer 40k. Actually, the entire Doom universe at this point is pretty heavily inspired by Warhammer 40k. There's a lot of little stuff, but they always had like their own little thing, right? The Atlans are kind of like the Pacific Rim. Well, he designed both of them. That's why they're kind of like it. But they're not exact. They have a unique design, right? The demons have unique designs. They don't look exactly like demons from anything else. They're their own thing. The Cthulhu monsters of the Cosmic Realm are literally just Cthulhu. There is nothing different, unique, or an interesting spin about them. It's just fucking Cthulhu. And all of the monsters that you fight in the Cosmic Realm are just alternate versions of demons that we've already fought in previous games. I was hoping that when we went to the Cosmic Realm, we would have all sorts of different like monster types and different enemy type, like totally new enemy types that we had never seen before. Nope. There's a Cosmic Baron, there's a Cosmic Cacodemon. The Cthulhu monsters are basically just titans that look different. They're just reskins of older enemy types, and I just thought it was a massive letdown. I was like, where are all the cool, H.P. Lovecraft inspired creatures with all the crazy cool creature designs? I wouldn't harp on it so well. No, I would harp on it so much, but I'm harping on it more than I already would because Hugo Martin is a creature designer. That was what his job was. Before he made Doom, he designed the robots in Pacific Rim. Character designs is what he does for a living. So the fact that he introduced the H.P. Lovecraft world or an H.P. Lovecraft inspired realm into the Doom universe and literally just did a bunch of fucking Doom demon like reskins and then Cthulhu, just straight up Cthulhu with no differences between their version and the normal Cthulhu, I was super hardcore let down. I was very, very let down. I was hoping for some really cool unique enemy types and we didn't get any unique enemy types in the Cosmic Realm.
I was sitting there for a while and I was like, okay, so what's next? Where's the new stuff?
No, the Cosmic, like I saw that dude come up, the Cosmic Baron. He jumped up and started, and I'm like, he fights just like the Cosmic Baron. They must have reused assets. And then I looked at the name and it was like, oh, it's literally called a Cosmic Baron. Like I was actually okay when I heard that when I saw that they were reusing assets and that he fights very similarly to the Baron. But I was hoping he was a new enemy type and he wasn't. He was just a Cosmic Baron. Cosmic Cacodemon, like just call the Cacodemon. The Cosmic Cacodemon actually doesn't look like a Cacodemon. It doesn't fight like a Cacodemon.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So why call it a Cosmic Cacodemon? Give it a new name and give it some interesting lore. What makes it like? Don't just say it's a Cacodemon from this realm. How fucking boring.
Star Spawn. Just call it a Star Spawn.
Whatever. I don't care. As of right now, you have the human world. You have the human universe, which doesn't really have a name. But it's where the Sentinels are, and it's where the humans are. And then I think
that's actually Argent-Ur. That's
like the whole universe. So like Earth is also located in Argent-Ur. I don't think that's right.
No, I think there's Argent-Ur, and I think there's Earth.
But Earth isn't. But we don't know what universe Earth is. We still. I'm not going to say because we don't know 100%. Anyway, there's there's some kind of realm, possibly human realm, possibly Argent-Ur and human are separate. Who knows? There's the Makers, the Demons, and the Cosmic Realm. The Makers are actually pretty unique. They kind of have their own sort of feel and attack patterns and stuff like that. And then the Demons are super unique and cool. And then the Cosmic Realm, but now the Cosmic Realm is just a reskin of the Demons, and it's super fucking boring, man. And the truth is that the thing that we usually think of when we think about the H.P. Lovecraft monsters and the Cthulhu and shit is like the madness, manipulation, and the corruption of people. That's already built into the demons. So like even that aspect of that faction that we know of in H.P. Lovecraft can't really be utilized in the same way in Doom without also just feeling like a rip. Like the Doom demons are already kind of H.P. Lovecraft like. So
cosmic horror.
Yeah, I mean they are alternate dimensional beings that come down to corrupt, and they were like these godlike beings that don't care about humanity and come down to make us suffer all this kind. There's very big similarities between the H.P. Lovecraft old gods and the Doom demons. They're definitely at least slightly inspired by it. But yeah, I don't know. I was super let down by the cosmic horror stuff. Not the cosmic, but like the cosmic realm and all the creature designs and stuff. I wish we got new stuff and they were just reskins. Long way of saying a short thing. I wasn't a fan of the reskins. Fishman, I mean, the boss fight was kind of cool, I guess, with the old one.
Yeah.
That was kind of interesting, but because like the whole game I was playing as the Atlan, and as I was playing through the game, I was like, am I not going to be able to fight a boss in the Atlan? Like, where's the Atlan boss fight? I want to fight like because I remember the first time you fight as an Atlan, you get through the whole level, you're fighting a bunch of easy ass Titans, which by the way, all the Titans have the same design, also super annoying. And then you get to a Titan at the end of the level, and this Titan's wearing armor, and I'm like, ooh, like a boss fight. And it wasn't. You just beat him easily. And the whole game, I'm like, are they really not gonna let me have a boss fight with the Atlan? And then finally we got one with the old one. It's like, okay, cool, boss fight with the Atlan. I'm happy. Still a little bummed out that it was just Cthulhu, Cyborg Cthulhu, but still just Cthulhu. I just wanted them to change the design. I know what Cthulhu looks like. I've already seen what he looks like. I wanted to see something new, some cool creature design I've never seen before. I didn't get that. I just got fucking Cthulhu. Cyborg Cthulhu. Alright. Cool. Fine, I guess. Whatever. And then it's like before the game came out, he said that like the Cosmic Realm monsters were all gonna have like psionic and psychic powers. And I was like, oh cool, how's that going to
normal pressure?
It's just normal attacks. They're just a different color. Yeah. They're purple instead of green.
You just can't shoot through them.
Yeah.
Actually, they're attacks. They're actually normal fire attacks.
You can't shoot them
through either.
Well, yeah, you can't shoot them. You can't shoot through them when like the imps and shit attack you either. But yeah, so it's the exact same. Like they don't act any differently. So it's like, what was the point in even calling them psionic attacks? So the purple light attacks was like psychic energy. Green attacks were demonic essence energy or demonic magic. And then the red attacks were just like fire, basically. But like all those different types of attack, and the color changed what you can do with them. Like green can be parried, and red couldn't.
Red can be blocked.
Red can be blocked, and that's cool. But like how they actually behaved while they hit you and what they looked like when they fired at you were the exact same, just different colors. And I was like,
yeah,
okay. And that was okay. I was okay with that for the demons. Green, red, that was fine. But when they introduced the Cosmic Realm guys, I was hoping for something a little unique since it was a new universe with a bunch of new monster types. I didn't get it. Super bummer. It was just that. So yeah, that's my feelings on the now, as for the levels were cool. Like all the different crazy shit you could do in the levels. Like how the water, like gravity didn't work right, and like the water would sometimes be in the, like the ponds would be on the wall, and then you can go into the pond on the wall and swim around.
Yeah, you basically have to swim through a tunnel.
Yeah, and then
there's like a
that was
there's
cool.
like a secret where you're like it's an infinite loop until you go back.
That was fun. I was thinking about that. I was about to say that one. Yeah, you just keep going in a circle, and then when you turn around and try to go the other way, you can finally get out, and then it leads you to a new room. Like how the rooms would change as you're walking through them. There was that one where it was a giant cube room, and you throw your shield at the blue thing, and the whole room like turns basically. But but there were like platforms that shouldn't have been possible to be that way.
Yes.
It just looked interesting.
New technology.
Yeah, and that was another thing where it was like you walked in and there was like the floor was like water, like you could dive in and swim, and then when you turn the room turns, but the floor that was water becomes a wall that is now made of water, and now you could jump. So you could jump, you could throw your shield, at the little blue thing to make the room turn, and then jump in the water, and then it will carry you all the way to the side, and you're just swimming in the water as it's turning. And there was a lot of cool little effects like that. So the demonic realm was cool. The monsters were disappointing.
Relia.
There were multiple. There was like 4. That's another thing. I thought we were only going to have to be in the Cosmic Realm for like 2 levels. It was like 4 or 5 levels. It was a
I
solid.
think there's more Cosmic Realm levels than there are Hell levels.
There are. Well, because the boss fight, the 2. Yeah, well, you definitely spend more time in the Cosmic Realm than you do. Well, no, that depends. Because the afterlife part, that was also technically Hell. So that adds another 2 levels. So that adds it like because originally.
Right. Oh yeah, pay the ferryman.
Yeah, that was like 2 or 3 levels, right? I think that was 2 levels. That was 2 levels, I think, and that was also Hell. So you have like 2 or 3. You have like 2
or at least
or so levels earlier. Then you have the dead level, and then you have the boss fights at the end, which are also in Hell. So I think there's like 6 levels that you're in Hell, and like 4 or 5 levels that you're in.
My brain did not work, I guess.
Cosmic Realm. Well, no, they're spread out. That's why they were spread out. And the boss and the. What's up?
I heard that they had a new villain for this thing, some type of prince. He's in like a red cloak.
Yes.
Did he have a boss fight, and was it cool?
He did, and it was. The boss fights in the game are really good, and actually Azarak is way. If they would have done Azarak, if they would have just said Azarak was Davith, and they would have done that boss fight and that character in the Ancient Gods, I don't think anybody would have been upset with Davith. Davith sucked. Azarak was better than Davith.
Yeah.
I really hope we get a thing where we can remake that Davith.
Dude,
fight.
I hated that. I didn't like Davith being a clone, or not a clone, but I didn't like Davith being the exact same as Doom Guy. I thought it was boring. It was another situation that's the same thing. I feel like every time Hugo Martin wants to just like be inspired and just like make an homage to something, he goes way too close in design and he makes something generic. Like when he's just doing his own thing, he makes really cool shit. But like I just don't want to fight Cthulhu in Doom. I want to fight a really cool, unique creature that was inspired by Cthulhu. I don't want to fight Khorne from Warhammer 40k. If you want to make Davith kind of inspired by Khorne and give him some little details here and there, but make a totally unique design, that we can do. Don't just have fucking Davith just be Doom Guy. Like his face is literally just Doom Guy. That sucks. Azarak was an interesting design before his cool shit that he went through, and then his design gets better, and then it was like, oh, now it's badass. And that's not like all the boss fights in this game. The pacing of when the boss fights take place within the game suck, but the boss fights themselves are really, really good. If you played the game and you don't know what I mean by the pacing, we could talk about that as well. I don't like.
I'm assuming it's just a back-to-back situation.
There are 5 bosses. There's 22 levels. There's 22 levels in the game. 5 bosses. All 5 bosses are in the last 3 levels of the game.
Wow, that's
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, they're all grouped
Only
together.
5?
Yeah. Wait.
That's not even
Only
really a
5?
spoiler. That's just a disappointment to hear.
Not really.
Yeah,
that's more.
Even
That's
in Eternal, they had spaced out boss fights.
yeah, but they didn't have 5 boss fights in Eternal. In Eternal, they only had like 3, 2.
They had the Marauder.
Yeah.
The Marauder wasn't a boss fight. The Marauder wasn't a boss fight. They had the
Doom Hunter.
They had the Gladiator. No, the Doom Hunter wasn't a boss fight either.
Really?
No,
okay,
it was
they had
the same. It's
Gladiator.
the same as all the other. It was the same as all the other Doom Hunter fights. They just gave him a health bar. The reveal.
I know.
The reveal there was that it was tricking you into thinking it was a boss, and then in the next scene you have to fight 3 of them, and then from that point on it's a regular enemy type. That was the whole. That was like it was a gag. But in Doom Eternal, all they had was Gladiator and the Icon of Sin.
That's great.
I think that's
The
it.
icon. You forgot the maker. You forgot the maker.
The Maker, Con Maker. Oh, and by the way, that was also poorly spaced out because the Con Maker was in the second to last level, and the last level had Icon of Sin. So you had 3 bosses in the game, and 2 of them were back to back at the end of the game. And this one's way worse.
I kind of enjoyed that fight though.
But I will, the Con Maker boss fight was all right. I really like the Gladiator boss fight. Is probably my favorite one. My favorite boss fights in Eternal are the Gladiator boss fight and Samur Maker. Those are the two best boss fights.
I haven't gotten the Age of God, so I don't know what Sam or Maker's fight is like.
It's pretty good.
Very good.
It's pretty good. And then in Doom Eternal, I'm sorry, in Doom the Dark Ages, I like all the boss fights. I think they're all
Even
really
the ones
solid.
with the mechs.
Yeah, I didn't mind the mechs. I think reviewers are dumb. I don't see what their hatred of the mechs and the dragon sections were. They're mini games.
I hear.
Like
I
that's
feel like they were
whole-
expecting the most complicated.
If any of y'all
They're-
saw
they're
Penguin
minigames.
Zero's
They're obviously-
review on it,
Yeah.
he did not like the mechs, which I find ridiculous.
Let me see. Loved the veiled threat with the big ass tentacles. Sorry, let me just read these real quick. Any lore implications with the blocking off of the realm and requiring people inside to open the doors again? Yeah, I talked to Mike. Were you not here when I talked about? You talking about the transdimensional barrier, right? Confirm if that's what you're talking about, because I mentioned it earlier. We talked about it earlier, about an hour ago. Just let me know if that's what you're talking about. If it is, I'll
Didn't
go
the
into
core of that get destroyed in the mission?
Wait, Ruga, earlier you said you didn't like the Cthulhu guy,
it.
right?
I didn't like his design. I didn't like how he was just a copy of Cthulhu.
I mean, it's obvious he's based off Cthulhu, but I
No,
don't
he
think he's
is
a carbon
Cthulhu. He is a
copy.
carbon.
It's just straight up Cthulhu.
It is a carbon copy.
He is called the old one, and that's just kind of what he's called. In the
It really
original
was
stuff.
just Cthulhu.
From face to the wings,
Cthulhu's called the old
everything.
one.
He is the exact same design as Cthulhu.
Yeah, even Cthulhu's called the old one as well, so the name's the same too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's literally just Cthulhu, and it makes sense because Cthulhu is a character that is what do you call it?
Public domain.
Yeah, it's public domain, so he could literally just use Cthulhu. I didn't like that he just used Cthulhu.
I mean, it has some lore implications, like Doom found Cthulhu and it corrupted him.
I don't care about Cthulhu.
I'm only technically.
I said like a fucking.
I'm playing a Doom game.
Fucking terrible.
I want to see. I want to.
People.
That's not what it sounds like. I want to see. I want to see new, cool, awesome creature designs. I don't want to see some shit I've seen 1,000 fucking times. I know what Cthulhu looks like.
Alright.
I
mean, he could have had a Cthulhu-inspired creature, though. But
That's what I
agree with
said.
you.
I think he should
I
have a
agree with you.
Doom-inspired creature. I do not think that he should just be fucking Cthulhu. Like, you could have done anything with the
I
design.
see what you mean.
Like, I
I see what you
mean,
mean.
yeah, you could have literally done it. The fact that I could go to fucking Chat GTP and say, make me a giant titan inspired by Cthulhu, and then it'll probably
do
come
that.
up with a more interesting design. Than fucking do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna see if AI could come up with a better design than what
Do
they
it. I wanna see it.
fucking did.
That'd be interesting to see what they do.
I think it's kind of funny that they just casually go. Anyway, yeah, we just have Cthulhu in our like secret ocean base.
Let me see. Let's see. Make me an image of a Cthulhu inspired giant titan. Okay. Anything else that I should add? Any kind of little
Doom?
No. Let's
No.
see.
The Dark Ages?
No, we're not.
We're not putting in Doom. Oh yeah.
Demonic?
Psychic powers.
Okay.
Psychic
Evil
powers. Nice.
dark god. What's some other things we can add? I misspelled psychic really badly. How the fuck do you spell psychic? It's late. There we go.
P-S-Y
Psy-
C-H-I-C.
Wait, P-H-Y-C-C-H-I. That's not right. Wait, is that?
No, it's P-S-Y.
Oh, P-S.
P-S-Y.
Why did I put an H there? There we go.
That makes
yeah.
the psi.
It's late. My fucking brain isn't working. All right. I looked at it and I'm like, that looks so fucked up, but I couldn't.
Yeah, Lost Soul just put it in the chat.
Yeah, it's fucking 1 in the morning here and I'm tired. Okay, psychic powers, dark evil god. What are some other
12 for
details
me
that we
right
can
now.
go? Should show strength. Jesus, strength. And
Make him look big.
In
We already had giant.
intelligence. Show strength and intelligence.
What if it takes the intelligence too far and just gives it the biggest head?
Horrifying appearance that causes madness. Alright, let's see what it says. I should probably make it more clear just to not make Cthulhu again, but we're gonna. With that description, it might
Cthulhu, so no
just,
matter what, you're gonna have the tentacle face.
Yeah, but the more you put down, like the more it.
You can have like a gladiator helmet.
Let me see. That's not. Here we go. All right, let's see.
Let's see what's it got going.
Okay. Yes, but the realm block stuff happens after the Slayer goes in the Divinity Machine and puts the blade in that one guy.
What's he talking about?
You need to be more specific. Yeah, you need to be more specific to what you're saying.
So
it's
the
very,
Divinity Machine
being
and
very
puts blade in
unclear.
one guy.
So it says yes, but the realm block stuff. No, the realm block stuff is at the beginning of the game. The game starts. He's already gone through the Divinity Machine, and the realm, the trans-dimensional portal is up at the beginning of the game. Now, they don't explain how Azrak and his army got there with the trans-dimensional portal up, but Azrak is trying to destroy the trans-dimensional portal. So,
like in the beginning,
like we
like
don't
the
know
first
how
level,
we don't know how he got
they say that
there.
they're-
Yeah, we don't know how he got there, even though the trans-dimensional portal was up. I'm sorry, trans-dimensional barrier was up. But Azrak was already there, and Azrak was trying to destroy the trans-dimensional barrier. And then, oh no, they do explain it, because one of the guys says they do explain it. One of the soldiers for the Sentinels, because because Creelmaker says, oh, do we have to save this city? Like the demons are already here, and he's like, no. And then one of the Maker drones says, yeah, but what we're having now is because of corrupted sentinels allowing the demons to come in. That right now he says something about like right now it's just a leak. If the trans-dimensional barrier is put down, it will become a flood. Okay. So that's basically what happens. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's essentially. So essentially, yeah, the corruption
was talking about the Dreadnought.
We don't see the
Dreadnought's in
Dreadnought.
there.
I was hoping to see the Dreadnought. Let me see. Wait, what? How do you know he's talking about the Dreadnought? Oh,
because it
Leader
said
of Lost Souls.
Leader of Lost
Okay,
Souls.
well, let me reread
saying
that.
he's
Yes,
talking
but
about
the
it.
realm block stuff happens after the Slayer goes in the Divinity Machine and puts the blade in that one guy. So
he didn't put the blade in Dreadnought though. He just killed him with his bare
Wait,
fist.
no, he killed.
No, he fought the champion
He
with his bare
supposedly killed Champion with his bare fist, but we don't see Dreadnought's already dead before the start of the series. Before the start of the Dark Ages, because he's already gone through the Divinity Machine at the beginning of this game. Like
That's right.
They already call him the
kills
Slayer.
him that he goes to the Divinity Machine.
In Eternal, is he talking about the one in Eternal where you go get the
In Eternal,
where you stab
yeah, you get the sword.
on
You get the
one?
sword out. You get the sword out of the chest or head of Dreadnought. But
It was a
the
chest.
order of events was that Dreadnought attacked the planet, Sentinel Prime, or Argent or whatever, one of them, and then they weren't gonna win. So Samor Maker took Doomguy to the Divinity Machine and allowed him to go through it with a piece of Davith in it. This gave Doomguy the ability to fight Dreadnought on par, and then he overcame and defeated Dreadnought. From that point on, he was the Slayer. At the beginning of this series, Dreadnought's already dead, and Doomguy is already the Slayer. We don't see Doomguy get into the Divinity Machine at any point. This is after all of those events had already happened.
Wait. Is the demon that is the Titan that the Doomguy goes to retrieve the Crucible from to kill Icon and that's Dreadnought?
Okay, so so based on what I said, it actually gave us just basically Cthulhu. Just gave us basically Cthulhu. Not terrible versions of Cthulhu though. I'll say that much.
I could do a better one.
These are yeah, obviously. It's fucking that's my point though. My point is like this I would say that this is not Who the fuck is talking?
I don't know. I
Mike.
think he's talking.
Oh, it was Mike. Mike muted himself.
Hey, that's my roommate. I came to defend myself. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. No, but like my point is that this was AI. This was AI. This is not any less good than the version of Cthulhu that we got in the actual game, like at all. And really, all I did was give a just straight up description of what Cthulhu is. Like if I added any kind of details here, like any extra details, like let's see, start over. We'll try something else. Start over.
Say Doom, like specifically. Like you gotta call out like Doom specifically, otherwise I don't think it's gonna. Well,
No, I can say whatever
like,
I
make
want.
it
I can
in
say
the-
whatever I want. Wait, hold up. Reduce. Okay, got it. Clean slate. All right. So we're gonna do Cthulhu. I never know if I'm spelling that fucking word right. Probably not.
Yeah, let me look.
Cthulhu.
CTHUL.
I think is it two H's? Cthulhu.
No,
No, it's
it
an
says
H
one-
after
it's
it's an H after the
CTH.
first U. That's what it is. Cthulhu, I think, or is it before the last H?
I don't.
Is that it?
I think it's.
Cthulhu.
I think after
I
the
think that's-
first
I think,
L.
I think that's right. Yeah, that's what it. I think that's right. There's only one L.
If
Yeah.
Rayman got into a fight with Doom Guy, who's winning? Why Rayman?
That's very random. Cthulhu inspired
That's funny.
character. Not
Ooh, I just had a great idea.
actually.
Oh wait, Lost Soul just put it in. It's CUTHULU.
See, wait.
And now Lost Soul is saying. Now leader of Lost Souls
It's
is
not.
saying CTHULHU. I was
Yeah.
right.
I was too. I said it was. It said it was before the second U.
Yeah.
Got super late. Okay, Cthulhu inspired character, not actually Cthulhu. Strong and wise. Terrifying
Put
appearance.
beefed out.
No, he's already beefed out. Trying to think of something else that you could add to it. Like I'm trying to think of like based on Doom and the way the character is portrayed. What else?
You can try
add
Gladiators
to
or.
it. No, because he's not.
I think demonic. Well, I think he
it's
could
not
put like
demonic.
Gladiator.
Let's do this. Cthulhu inspired character, not actually Cthulhu. Strong, wise, terrifying. No, Cthulhu. How about this? Cthulhu and Sauron inspired character.
That makes that works.
Did you know Cthulhu was once beaten by some guy on a jet ski?
Fun.
No.
No, I'll erase this part.
Yup.
It's giving.
He
It's
just
giving.
he just
guy
drove
who
around him
beat
on
the
a jet ski
devil
and
with
just
the
threw
flute
beer bottles
vibes.
at him.
Dark
I could be
God.
completely
It's giving
wrong
that
about
guy who
that.
beat the devil with the flute vibes.
Power over.
He beat the fish monster with a jet ski. His greatest weakness.
The chaos
And then he danced in front of the Lord.
realm. Let me see.
To this day, every jet ski is cursed by Cthulhu. For the
Hey,
fierce
do you
spite.
know the name of that guy who actually danced in front of the Lord? What was his name in like the Bible?
You think I can read?
Do you think I can read?
I don't know.
I really thought you could, Knight. I really thought you could. I was wrong for thinking such a thing. I'm sorry. Go read a book.
Alright, don't worry, let me grab something.
Pull out
Alright.
the dictionary.
Let's see what that does. Okay, now let's go back to what's going on? What are we doing? What's happening? What was
Me and Knight are arguing. Well, not arguing. I
Not
told
arguing,
Knight
I
to
just-
go read a book.
I'm okay with arguing. Arguing's fine.
Well, we
fuck
were
you in
arguing.
particular.
If you want to argue, Rouga.
fuck
What
you, your
was
hat's
with the Ennie's lobbies thing?
What was with the what his lobby thing?
Your video, your most recent video with the
That's
Ennie's
not a
lobbies
but
thing.
what's
I was
with
so
what's
confused
with
on
it? What's with it is not a question. What's the question?
My question is like, why Ennie's lobby specifically?
Cause I woke up and thought about it.
I mean, fair enough.
Same reason I do all my videos. I thought about it.
I mean, I figured as much, but like, I was just kind of confused trying to piece like the reasons the universe, these characters, like personalities would even interact with them and why they would even bother. So I just wanted to like know. Even though knowing that you don't really put much thought into that anyways.
I just talk about whatever I explain. I mean, I don't see what you're confused about because I literally explain in the video. Like I literally say in the video that normally I think about the interactions, but for this one I just thought about who would be cool to fight Rob Lucci. I wasn't lying when I said that. That was the reason.
Yeah.
Like that's literally stated in the. So I answer your question. You're asking me a question that was answered in the video. Yeah. It was. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard that. I just didn't believe you.
I don't know why. I got no reason to
lie.
lie.
I guess I was just that confused.
I got no reason to lie to you, man. It's just it is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, Knight, did you pick that book yet?
It's pretty gay, man.
I think he is reading right now. He's locked in.
I was just reading.
Oh, nice. What were you reading?
Is this what we're gonna be? No. Hey, we're not fucking talking about what he's reading on a goddamn stream where we have an audience of 50 people. Are you out of your goddamn mind?
It was about the topic.
This is not a conversation. This is not just a place where we're gonna have a regular conversation about how boring your day is.
It was about the soul manipulation because I wasn't sure if it counts, but in Halo they do have composing, which is soul manipulation, and it's instant.
It's more of a digitization of their soul.
Don't say it's on the word I don't know if I'm just reading it wrong because it's very vague. It says essence. It says it takes their essence.
I got essence right here for you.
I mean, essence is weird because essence is.
It's vague. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if it would count.
I mean, could it though?
Would he also say neural like?
I mean, either way, even if it takes it, even if that's the case, still doesn't really mean anything compared to Doom. It's like just because.
Well, no, I was just gonna lead up because if it does count, then they also say that's the weaker version of neural physics, and that the hive mind would have a much stronger and more powerful version of something like that. The ability to manipulate someone's
but even if that's the
essence.
weakest version of the Flood's corruption, the weakest version of the Doom's corruption is like a singular imp, and it can still cause major
But I
problems.
mean, obviously I haven't played Doom enough, but Doom doesn't instantly corrupt you, right?
Depends on you, technically. I mean, in reality, the Doom invasion, like on Earth, if I'm not mistaken, took place over like a few weeks, maybe even days. And it wiped out 60% of the population. And the more evil you are, the more quick it is for you to just instantly get corrupted. And depending on the level of demon that's spreading that corruption, you will either just straight up get turned into a demon, or it takes like a course of like a few years.
Yeah. But the
composure... if you look at Ruga's videos, if you go check out like Ruga's old videos on like characters if they were being invaded by this invasion, he goes into pretty good detail about like their personalities and how long they could resist it.
Yeah, I know, I get it. Like it's very personality dependent, but I meant the way the composer works is just instant. There's no like corrupt. It just immediately transfers your essence into something it can use.
Final stage of it.
No, it's instant. You're immediately turned into a It traps your soul.
For the composer, which is the machine.
Yeah, it traps your soul or your essence into the machine, and then it can turn you into a forerunner.
No, it turns you into one of those. Like, you know those
Promethean Knights, which is which is a form of forerunner. But they also say that's like the weakest version of neural physics they know.
Yeah, no, the Flood's form of neurophysics that they do is pretty much just rewriting reality as they want.
Is that corrupting like the soul?
I don't know because it does just rip your soul out your body and take it.
Well, in that case, it's less of a soul thing and more like just downloading your consciousness into itself and then just forcing you to fight for it. Whereas the Doom corruption will physically rip your soul away from you.
But this is doing that too. It's just putting in a digital media.
Yeah, and I mean, fair enough. I mean, either way, I don't see why we're
It
really arguing
digitizes
this.
you
It's
on
still
a
already set up.
fundamental level, but no, that's not. It wouldn't do much difference because the
it's
directed
still a
weapon.
matter of the fact that the flood is.
manipulating their fucking soul.
It's not a
Also,
copy. It's
back to
making
what
you a
I was
digital.
fucking saying, and the reason why I hopped into this fucking call, Rouga.
So
y'all started getting up to the spot where I was talking about with the divinity machine and him killing that first Titan with the crucible blade and Argentinur.
Yeah.
What are the lower implications? Because they didn't block off the realm for the Hell invasion at that point, but they're able to block off the major.
Well, there's no evidence that he. That's what I was. That's what.
We're still able to summon in.
That's
the
what.
demons.
But
Y'all are still getting onto that.
But that's what I was saying. We don't actually know. They don't give us enough information because we don't know when the transdimensional barrier was put up. It could have been put up before.
Also, wait a minute.
I'm going
Isn't
to
there
assume.
a section of the games where Doom Guy travels back in time?
Back in time? Yeah, technically. I mean, when he goes to Argentinor, he's technically traveling back in time. Let me finish answering his question though before we get off. Before we get off. No, it wouldn't. Okay, so the timeline could go different ways. There's just to be clear, we don't know because they haven't made it entirely clear. But essentially, we don't know when the transdimensional barrier was created. Was it created before the demons ever arrived, or was it created after the demons arrived? The assumption here would be that it was created after the demons arrived. I think that would probably make the most sense. So let's just say for a second that it was made after the demons arrived. The demons arrived because we know the demons arrived because the con maker was interested in reaching out to them. After they reached out to them, the demons could have decided to invade their world, which then would have made the necessity of the transdimensional barrier to be built. Now that the transdimensional barrier is built, the Creel maker says that they are getting in, but it's just a small leak because certain corrupted people are letting them in. That seems to make sense to me. That essentially the barrier was made after the demons eventually were already in. That would make sense that that's why you would need a transdimensional barrier, because transdimensional fucking things are jumping into your world. I don't think that creates any real plot holes. Essentially, they created a device that's capable of keeping them out after they had already gotten in. So a part of them was already sort of here to begin with. But again, we don't know because we never get a clear timeline on when the transdimensional barrier was created. For all we know, for whatever reason, they could have the transdimensional barrier could have been up before the demons ever got there. But one thing that I think really messes up it doesn't mess it up, but it makes the timeline very unclear. Is Con Maker does not make an appearance in this game. Where the fuck was she? Because she's supposed to have a relationship with the demons. She's the one that originally contacted them, and she's nowhere to be seen in this game. What is going on? Because the demons are clearly at war with the Sentinels and with the Makers. But isn't the Con Maker supposed to be working with the demons currently? So why are they
she's just in hiding?
Why are they fighting?
Oh, they were building that factory in hell because she was there.
What?
Like, at least it was depicted as. Wasn't she like in a depiction of like in the factory of hell of Necroball, like when they were building that factory?
Maybe. I don't know what you're referring to. Possibly.
Let me find the codex. I'll see which one it is.
But yeah. I mean, does that make sense, Mike? Kind of, sort of, maybe a little bit. No.
Kind of. I'm still pretty positive that all of Doom Eternal, or not Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages, it happens after the Divinity Machine, but before the Obsidian Temple or whatever collapses on him. Which means he's already killed the champion with his bare fist.
No. He hasn't defeated the champion yet. He defeated Dreadnought. He initially.
Did that happen before?
No. He defeats.
Even gotten the Divinity Machine?
No, Dreadnought. He fights Dreadnought. Dreadnought is the reason he gets put in the Divinity Machine, because Dreadnought is attacking Argentinor. So Samurai Maker puts him in the Divinity Machine so that he can get the power to defeat the Dreadnought. Champion isn't defeated until after Doom Guy is trapped in hell for the 2 billion years. He eventually kills Champion in hell. He doesn't fight him in Argentinor.
That's the events of. Those are the events of 2016.
No, that's before 2016. That's the Slayer Testaments of him traveling through hell fighting for it. The fight with the champion hasn't happened yet in the Dark Ages. but the fight with the fight with Dreadnought has already happened, which is kind of a bummer because I would have liked to have one of those fights happen in the game. I kind of would have liked to fight Dreadnought. Having said that, though, it kind of makes sense because we already know what happened with the Dreadnought and we already know what happened with Champion. So why have us play something that we've already read and we know what happens? I get the idea of making a new story with this Azarak thing, which is information that we didn't previously already know. So I'm kind of okay with it. But I do think that the Dark Ages storyline kind of feels like a footnote that doesn't matter all that much. I would say that the only thing that this game introduced that I think is going to be super important for the future is I'm forgetting her name. Novak's daughter.
Novak's
Thera-
daughter?
Thera.
Thera.
Wraith.
Thera.
Yeah.
She is a, I think they're setting her up to be a future female Doom guy.
That would be interesting, actually.
Yeah, I think Thera, because Hugo Martin actually said years ago when Doom Eternal was out, people said that they wanted a female Doom guy, and Hugo Martin very intelligently said that if he thinks the idea of a female Doom guy is really cool, but if he did, he wouldn't just make it a female Doom guy. She would have her own abilities, her own powers, her own character. She would be a totally unique, totally different, unique play style to Doom guys. She'd be her own thing. And
could it basically just be like a
when they
basically just be like a situation?
Yeah, when they revealed that Thera had the powers of the Wraiths and that she was that we saw her fighting and it was like totally unique and she didn't die because I was waiting for her to die and she never died. So out there somewhere there is still Thera, the daughter of King Novak, who has the power of the Wraiths inside of her, basically god level power that is similar to that of the Slayers, but that acts totally different from the power of the Slayers. Clearly not the same abilities. I think they're definitely setting up the possibility of a future female Doom guy, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if they've already announced DLC is coming out, like an expansion. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we get to play as Thera in the expansion.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, they did say they wanted to play like different perspectives in the Eternal DLCs, but they couldn't do that because of COVID and stuff like that.
Yeah. So
actually, that would be an interesting sequel for Eternal. Is like where Doom Guy meets Thera again, and you just have like essentially like dual sections where you fight, where you play as one, and then you play as another character, but in a different.
And this would be like
or make it like a co-op, or it could be like a co-op thing.
I wouldn't want to. I don't know how I feel about co-op in a Doom game. I mean, I'd try it out. Like I said, as long as they keep trying new things in all the Doom games, I'm happy with whatever it is they do. I don't ever want to play it.
Systems worked, so.
I don't ever want to play a Doom series that doesn't have Doom guy in it, though.
Yeah.
I don't want that to ever happen. I never want Thera to like take over as the new Doom guy. I'm okay with her being in it.
I hope she's added to it though.
I'm okay with her being added. I'm okay with her being added. I'm okay with playing with her. I'm okay with her being an interesting character and all that. I don't want her to replace Doom guy in the same way that like Nero replaced Dante in the DMC games. I'm not really looking forward to that. I like Doom guy too much. I want to keep playing with Doom. Like I have no interest in a God of War game that doesn't have Kratos. I mean, technically, I have no interest in a God of War game anymore at all because I think they butchered it. But I really have no interest in any God of War game that doesn't have Kratos. I don't want them to pass it on to Atreus because I don't give a shit about Atreus. I don't find him to be an interesting character. But same kind of thing about Doom guy. I was actually kind of bummed out because the whole time I'm playing the game and I'm seeing Thera, and I'm like, okay, they're focusing a lot on Thera. And there's a couple of moments when Thera and Doom guy have like this eye contact, and I'm like, are they gonna build up this relationship? That's one thing, a big weakness I have with the story of Doom, the Dark Ages. It's not very character driven. None of the characters really interact with each other in like there's no character relationships that build or develop in any way. So Thera's cool, King Novak's cool, Doom guy's cool, Valen's cool. None of these characters interact in any way that's like meaningful or interesting. And I mean the most interesting character reaction or pseudo development that we got is between Doom guy and his dragon which is crazy.
I actually heard a lot about that, talking about how Doom Guy essentially just made a new pet and then was extremely pissed when the dragon died.
Yeah.
So I've heard.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cool.
I mean,
it was
he's
a cool.
a Doom guy, and you killed a dragon, and it was.
Imagine killing his
and it
rabbit
liked
and then
him.
killing his
It
dragon.
obviously liked him.
Okay,
So,
hey,
of course
hey,
he's
hey,
gonna be
hey,
pissed.
hey. Okay, so I changed up the description a little bit. How do you guys like this version of Cthulhu?
That is pretty cool. Oh, the horns.
Okay,
the
that would have
tentacles,
probably.
the armor. That is cool, and I think I see wings, but it's like shadowy.
I actually
so
didn't
that's
give
pretty
them.
cool.
I didn't mention the wings, but yeah. So the
They
description
gave them an M, so
the description that I gave for him was where am I at? Okay, this is what I said. A titanic dark god born from the nope, that's not what I said. What did I say? Okay. Here he is. Giant titan inspired by Cthulhu and Sauron, powerful and intelligent, pure evil, dark god of the chaos realm, armor like that of a battle mage, made out of the universe itself, wields reality and chaos magic, terrifying in appearance. And from that description, this is what it came up with. This AI fucking art is so much more interesting and cool looking than the fucking old one design that we got in the game, and that is what I have a problem with. It did not take me long to use AI art to make a cooler design, and I know that Hugo Martin can make cool fucking creature designs, and I'm bummed out that we didn't get a cooler creature design. That was, and you'll notice if you look at his armor, there's like stars and shit in it.
Not a big fan of the stars. I would have much rather preferred like a gladiator type armor.
What are you talking about, gladiator type armor?
I mean, isn't
a gladiator that doesn't make sense. A gladiator is a slave.
I meant like in the sense of just
Not
being bulky with
barbaric?
like pretty barbaric armor.
I think he means more like the style of gladiator armor, not.
No, but it
Nothing
doesn't make sense because the style of gladiator armor is not that of a ruler or a god. He is a god. The character is a god. Why would his armor be that of a gladiator or a barbarian?
Oh, I don't know. Cthulhu likes to get around and punch shit to death. He fucking wants to fight someone.
Yes, that's why he's wearing armor,
you
but he's a
punch him to
god. You don't give him the armor of a
Yeah.
fucking barbarian. You give him the armor of a king or a god because that's what he is. Why would I would
have
want
a fucking fair fight? Maybe he's like Davith is like, I'll beat your ass, but I'm gonna beat your ass fairly.
But we already did that with Davith. Why would we do that again?
I don't know. I'm just gonna come up with a reason why he fucking said that.
It's nah.
I'm trying to give reason to unreasonable.
Got it. You gotta get
Alright.
the characters
The
in.
last thing I want to mention. Anyone else notice that the little cast tomb thing that resurrects the Doomslayer is the same one that he's sealed in and then gets resealed in an Eternal?
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. The sarcophagus
The cast-
that he woke
the
up.
Yeah.
The coffin, yeah.
Are
It's
we
the same one that resurrects him?
Are you sure that's the same one that he woke up in?
No, it's the same asset with the same symbols and everything.
Got you. Now, one thing that I really liked about that moment, that was a great character moment. That was the only great character moment in the game.
What was it?
And I think most people are gonna miss out, or aren't even gonna notice it. So, big spoiler for anyone who doesn't want to get spoiled for the Dark Ages. Leave now. So,
why am I even gonna bother?
Doom Guy dies. He gets killed. He goes to hell, and then he wakes up as a zombie. You then have to fight your way out of hell. You get to this big ship, basically it's like the River Styx sort of situation from Greek mythology. Get in the thing, and you escape hell of your own merit. Back in the real world, the Sentinels or not the Sentinels, Valen specifically, got a bunch of people to come together to use demonic magic to try and bring you back to life. Now, this is pointless because Doomguy already escaped hell by himself, but they're attempting to bring him back anyway. Doomguy comes back despite that, and then he gets up, he gets out of the sarcophagus, he looks down at the ground and sees the demon symbol on the ground around where he was, and he looks at Valen, and he is super pissed at the fact that Valen tried to use demon magic to bring him back. And then Doomguy just walks away. This was the best character moment because it showed a lot of stuff in this one character moment. It showed one, Doomguy's hatred for demonic magic and the fact that the usage of demonic magic. But two, it also showed, this was a great character moment for Valen because it showed that Valen is willing to use demonic magic in order to bring back people that, you know, for the good. He's willing to stoop down to using demonic power to get the things that he wants. This is a very, very clear foreshadowing of what will eventually happen, where Valen uses demonic power to try and bring his son back to life and causes the downfall of Argent Denor and the creation of the Icon of Sin.
Oh, that is interesting.
We actually see the Icon of Sin's character.
Yeah,
do we?
Yes, at the very end.
He has a codex entry. Says he doesn't like the Doomslayer.
I mean, last time I checked, all I did was kill the Icon of Sin. I mean, I knew who he was.
Wait, you're talking about Valen's son? You're talking about Valen's son?
Yeah, Mara.
Yeah.
Oh, well then, say that. I know what the fuck you were talking about. Yeah, no, we don't see the Icon of Sin. We see his son.
No, we see the
Yeah,
character.
you said Icon of Sin, and you don't just see him at the end. You see him throughout the entire game, and it's kind of weird. This is another thing with the pacing. So you see that character throughout the entire game. You get his codex like halfway through the game, where you find out that he's the son of Valen, and that he's going to eventually become the Icon of Sin and all that kind of stuff. You also see that he doesn't like the Doomslayer and all this different. And then by the end of the game, they finally tell you his name, and he calls Valen father for the first time. And you're like, I feel like this is supposed to be a reveal, but you already gave me the codex like 10 levels ago. So I already knew that was his son. This is not a reveal. But like that moment is done in a way that it seems like it's supposed to be some grand
actually,
reveal.
it was a reveal to me. I didn't read the codex yet.
I understand, but it's not a reveal because it was in the codex before that. I get that for you it was a reveal, but it's not a reveal because they already gave it to you. There's a couple of stuff like that where they like reveal things to you, and it's like, is that a reveal? Like I found it very strange that Thera, King Novak never once calls Vera his daughter, or like after she gets kidnapped, he never like shows any sort of care or worry. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna get my daughter back. Like nothing. Like they might as well. And this is kind of the thing I mean about the story not really having any really good character moments. Everyone seems very uncaring about each other. No one really seems. Yeah, everyone's so there is not there should be a moment between Novak and Thera. There should be a moment between Valen and Doomguy and Thera. You know, Valen and his son. There should be little character moments that show you that these people care about each other and what their relationship to each other is like. There's nothing like that throughout the whole story of any. Just the slightest little things. Like the moment with Valen and Doomguy when he brings Doomguy back to life. Something like that, but with each just short little quick glances, a reaction, a line. There isn't really anything. I mean, Thera and her father, Novak, might as well be strangers. Thera and Doomguy might as well be strangers. Doomguy and Valen might as well be strangers. Like, there should have been more character moments between these people, and there aren't any. And there really needs to be more. The writing needs help. Like, the story is not bad. It just doesn't have all those little. It has all those. It doesn't have those little moments that make me that make not just me, but just people in general get attached to these types of stories. They're not there. They need to be there. I still think this is the best story we've had so far, and it's definitely the one that's gone the farthest with trying to actually tell a legitimate story. Now that they can do it, they need to work on the details. They need to work on getting us to care about characters. And they also need to get, in this game specifically, they need to get better at involving Doomguy in the story with other characters, despite the fact that he's a mute. Because
he said run.
Yeah.
That was a funny bit, if you ask me.
Amazing character development.
Great, wonderful.
I always found it funny how he's so far only said 2 words across all the Eternal games. That was run in the Dark Ages and know when he killed Davith.
Yeah, give fucking give Doom Guy a girlfriend. Let Doom Guy and Thera like get closer. You know?
Yeah, I was thinking like if we're gonna have him be a girlfriend, this Thera character might actually probably be that.
I think Thera has a lot of potential. And I think they did a really good job in her design of making her look powerful, like a warrior, like a badass, but not making her look ugly. She's
a very rare thing.
She's an attractive character. She looks good. And I'm not just saying she looks good as in like in a sexual weird way. Like she looks good as in it's a decent design.
She's not chopped.
Yes.
She fits her role. She fits her role as a warrior princess. You know, she doesn't look like a butch. She doesn't just look like a warrior. But you know, she looks good. It's a good design.
What I was gonna ask you, Rouga, do you think that like with the Thera, it's basically kind of similar to like He-Man and that one girl who was like sort of like him but different?
She-Ra?
Yeah, She-Ra.
She-Ra's his sister.
I mean, it's still. I mean, my point, not in like lovers' sake, like in the fact that they are both like really powerful beings and similar.
No. I think it's very clear that Doomguy's power comes from a very different place than where Thera's power comes from. Thera's power comes from the Wraith and the Cosmic Realm. Doomguy's power comes from the fact that he's a primeval and will eventually come very heavily from the demonic realm, from Hell, as well as Davith himself. Their powers have totally their powers are completely different. I like the fact that Thera feels more like she's going to turn into like some sort of weird alien sorceress, whereas Doomguy is just a fucking tanky, super strong, super fast, brutal warrior. Like their abilities are completely different. One is clear. Like if I had to put them in classes, one's a mage and one's a warrior.
Paladin.
Who's a paladin?
I don't know. Like I'd say like Doomguy could be a paladin.
How? Paladin's heal.
Retribution Paladin? Okay, I'm sorry.
Not really.
Oh wait, paladins heal? I always thought paladins were just the dudes who fight. I didn't think they heal.
Paladins are tanky support classes. They could take hits, they could heal, they could buff.
Okay, yeah. The Doomguy is not that.
No.
Yeah.
Doomguy's like a berserker. Or a
Eldritch Knight?
Barbarian.
He's the barbarian.
Possibly, maybe, yeah. I mean, they gave him a shield in this one. Normally, he has a two-handed weapon. I actually think the two-handed weapon probably fits him a little better. He doesn't really. Actually, the fact that he has a shield in this one makes a lot of sense, given that he's way weaker and he's actually capable of death. And then it makes sense that eventually he gets so powerful he no longer has a use for the shield, so he just loses the shield and then just fucking goes straight on with two-handed weapons like the Crucible. Actually makes a lot of sense.
I still think the shield was a pretty cool thing, though.
No, I like the shield.
The shield was like a saw, and you can like throw it like Captain Shield and just like.
I like the fact that shield eventually gets a rune that allows him to absorb enchanted magics.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's part of the parry mechanics where you get effects like there's the fissure, burning.
Yeah, but the way he actually does it is that Thera blesses the shield, essentially makes it a runic shield, and then he can go on and essentially absorb different forms of magic across Sentinel. Well, no, he gets one from Chaos too. Thera. Yeah.
Wow.
Thera blesses.
In that case, it really sets up Thera to be a big player in future games because Thera.
She's not dead, so I would hope so. She's not dead.
Wait, hold on. Since Davith is dead now, technically there should be a pause where Doomguy doesn't have to fight right now, right?
No, Doomguy's currently fighting. Did you beat the game?
Yeah.
T means after Eternal.
Oh, in Eternal, he's asleep.
Oh, so he falls asleep when he kills Davith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no purpose for him to still be awake.
All right.
Wouldn't it be interesting? Wouldn't it be, well, I don't know how interesting it would be now that we've seen the character designs, but I was thinking, like, what if, like, Doom Eternal 2 or whatever they want to call it is like Doom just entirely dealing with the Chaos Realm. The Cosmic Realm. Like, you want to call it the Chaos Realm. Because Cosmic Realm doesn't make sense. Doesn't Cosmic just mean space?
Yeah.
So why is it called the Cosmic Realm?
Maybe because they just wanted to be different.
It should be called the Chaos Realm. Because all of these universes...
Is it called the Chaos Realm?
No, it's called the Cosmic Realm.
Oh, okay. So is there ever a mention of a Chaos Realm, though?
No. They say that I think in one of the codexes it says that there's like someone wields the power of chaos, or that the power of chaos lies in the cosmic realm. There's something like that. But the actual realm is called the Cosmic Realm, which I think is a dumb name because cosmic means space, and every realm has space. Hell has a space. The Argentinor has a space. The Maker universe has a space. There's planets, and between all of those planets are spaces. So why is it called the Cosmic Realm? It should be called the Chaos Realm. You should have the Chaos Realm.
Because
you should
it's
have
filled
Hell.
with chaos?
Huh?
Is it because? Do you think that because it's mainly to do with it, because it has a lot of chaos and nothing to do with Cosmo?
Well, they specifically talk about chaos in the codexes, and like when you're in the realm, the whole thing about the realm is that none of the rules of physics apply. Gravity's different.
Yeah, that would make sense to call it chaos.
Chaos makes sense to me. Also, the fact that you're basing it all off of H.P. Lovecraft and the Chaos Gods means that calling it the Chaos Realm would make more sense. I don't know why you called it the Cosmic Realm, because cosmic just means space. As far as I'm aware, cosmic just means space. So, like, all realms have space. So I don't know. I think it's a bad name. You should call it. I mean, I do think Chaos Realm is boring and generic, but Cosmic Realm
if anything,
is wrong.
Like the Disorder Realm.
Just give it an interesting. I mean, look, Hell. I don't like the fact they keep calling Hell. Just call it Jakad, because that's what it is. Like, I know they eventually like changed it to Hell, but just call it Jakad because you gave it a name already by calling it Jakad. Just now it's Jakad. So we have Urdak. We don't call Urdak Heaven. We call it Urdak. We don't call Hell. Call it Jakad. Don't call the Cosmic Realm the Cosmic Realm. Give it an actual name, and then you can give all these fucking universes names. And now you are your own unique realm. If I'm talking about Doom, I could say Jakad. Like, these are the places that they're called. You are now creating your own interesting, unique, in-depth world that doesn't just feel like an amalgamation or a Frankenstein's monster version of a bunch of other universes pieced together. It's its own place. That would be cool. I'm okay with things being inspired by other things, but when you start ripping shit off and then just being generic, I don't know about that. That's where it kind of gets bummed. That's why I like Azrak. Azrak is a totally unique character. He's inspired by Devilman for sure, but he's clearly not Devilman. He's nothing like him. That design screams Devilman though. I actually really liked it when he transformed. I was like, dude, that looks so. It's cool. It's like a cool alternate version of Devilman. I liked it.
Okay. Well, that's yeah. I see what you mean. I see your point.
Leader of the Lost Souls. Jakad isn't Jakad anymore. It barely has anything left of it. No, it is the same place. It's a corrupted version, and it's bigger now, but it's still.
Wait, wasn't Jakad a planet?
They don't really say. They don't really say, but it was the.
It started out as a planet.
No, it was the home universe. No, because it's originally stated that Davth creates the universe, and he talks about. Well, it's kind of weird because Urdak is a universe, but it's also a planet. Jakad is a universe and a planet. Earth is just called Earth, even though that's a universe for planet. The Sentinel Prime is a universe and a planet. It seems like in the Doom universe, when they talk about planets, they just refer to the whole universe as a planet. The Cosmic Realm is really the only exception to that. But Jakad, the entire universe was Jakad, and that was his place. And then it eventually got corrupted, became Hell, and now it's has all of these other universes sucked into it. But still, it was still originally called Jakad, so just keep calling it Jakad. There's no reason to change the name. Why not? You know, once it was revealed, like I understand why the humans call it hell, but like once we found out, like Davos shouldn't be calling it hell. You know, the con maker, not the con maker, Samur maker, the father, they shouldn't be calling it hell, because they knew it when it was Jakad. And
that
then
does make sense.
Yeah, and then it just grew and grew and grew, but it still should be called Jakad. It got corrupted and bigger, but it's still Jakad. Humans call it hell because it resembles hell, and it like kind of looks like the biblical hell, and the demons are kind of like the biblical demons, so boom, hell. So that's just like the closest thing that they can call it to what they know. But yeah, everybody else should be calling it Jakad. And then you could flesh it out and stop confusing fucking people by like people calling like lean into what you've done, right? You've created this interesting universe in this world and this lore behind the demons. Don't even call them demons. Call them Jakadians. Why not? Who gives a fuck? Make them a totally their own race and like really start building this universe.
Well, let's hope in the Doom Eternal 2 they start kicking
they're
it
not,
up a
they're
notch.
not going to. It's not going to go there.
Well, I mean that does make sense since the demons are no longer a threat anymore, and the new realms.
Hey, Rouga, I got a
continue.
question.
What's up?
Yeah, if you make another list like this one of alien threats, I got a recommendation: the three Solarians from the Three Body Problem.
I mean, we're already done with the list.
I mean, if you do another one in another time.
I got you.
I mean, for the future.
No problem. I mean, I've never seen the show, but or movie or whatever it is.
Their main advantage is that they are actually smart. I mean, they use the advanced technology in a way that makes sense, and that's a massive disadvantage for humanity.
Got you. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, guys, I'm probably gonna end the stream here.
Yeah.
Which everything's pretty much
I thought
done.
it already ended like at least 5 minutes ago.
Well, no, I didn't actually. Well, I mean, I didn't officially close the stream. The stream's just kind of keep just going now forever until we all die of sadness and death. Okay, I'm gonna close the stream now. Thank you guys for coming. I don't know what the next stream will be or when the next video comes out, or even if I'll be alive tomorrow. I don't really know what's going on. But since I beat Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages, I will probably have a Dark Ages video sometime out this week. I would assume. I would be shocked if I don't have the Dark Ages video out this week at some point. But
yeah,
I don't know when. I don't know. We'll see. You guys have a good morning or night or wherever the fuck you are, however. And I'll see you guys next week for another stream. Toodles.
All right. See you.
All right. Caught the tail end of it, huh?
Yeah.